You may be seated. Ms. Lundy.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ashley Lonnie with the people. Your Honor, at this time, would waive any conflict in this honorable court, and the Office of Public Defender does not believe that any conflict exists and waive for the avoidance of all doubt.
Good morning, Your Honor. Intern Malaika Fatima requesting to practice under MCR 8.120 under the supervision of the Deputy Chief Public Defender Lauren Brown.
Permission to practice is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do not believe there is any conflict between this honorable court and our office, and if any conflict is to arise, we waive that conflict so that this honorable court can hear these matters.
And the court, for its part, also does not believe that there's a conflict either in the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matters. Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ryan Pfeiffer.
Morning, Honor. Jacob Kennedy, on behalf of the people.
Malaika Fatima appearing on behalf of Ryan Pfeiffer.
Where is he? I'm not picking him up. Mr. Pfeiffer, can you state your name, please? Oh, there, I got it.
Yes, sir. Ryan Pieper.
Sure, okay. Thank you. All right, what are we doing today?
So has the court received the evaluation from the forensics?
I have, it is dated June 18th for that one.
Yeah. So we sent an order finding him competent. We have nothing further to present. We would like to set it for probable cause conflict.
Anything from the people? All right. Court, based upon the people that report, would find that the defendant is competent to stand trial. They specifically that the defendant can understand the nature and objects of the proceedings against him and can understand and can rationally his defense before the defendant is deemed competent. Like to set for a probable cause conference.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. About 2 weeks out. Will that be enough time for you?
Yes, 2 weeks should be fine.
Probable cause conference will be set July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Honor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bond will continue. Court does call the case, People versus Brian Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Clarissa Williams on behalf of the people.
Oh, good morning. We do not have Mr. Perkins. Counsel, have you heard from Mr. Perkins at all or his office?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown is not here, is that right?
Mr. Brown is in the debate count.
Pardon? Oh, there he is. Mr. Brown, can you state your name?
Ryan Brown.
All right. Your attorney has not signed on. Was he coming by Zoom or in person?
I do.
Pardon?
I do.
All right, contact his office. I'm going to pass this matter briefly, sir, okay? Try to get your
Yes, sir.
attorney here. Court does call the case of People versus Christopher Nunley.
Student Attorney Kara Rosengren requesting permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120 on behalf of Attorney Hannah Apple under the supervision of First Assistant PD Michael Guy.
Permission to practice is granted. Sir, can you state your name, please?
Christopher Nunley.
All right, what are we doing on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're requesting to adjourn as Attorney Apple has a meeting scheduled in person in Jackson on 7/25 at 2:30 p.m. with Mr. Nunley. So we're going,
7/25.
yes, July 25th.
She couldn't get one before. That's a month out.
Yes, Your Honor. From my understanding, they only allow in-person visits in Jackson on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, and only in the
A
afternoon.
lot of those between now and then.
That was the first available that she could get, Your Honor.
July 31st, 2025, 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the People versus Anthony Lafredo.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with it on behalf of Mr. Lafredo, who is present via Zoom from the Jackson County Jail. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Anthony Lafredo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a video visit scheduled with Mr. Lafredo tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. There is
So it's not a month out?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I finally got approved, but it's scheduled for tomorrow morning. And there is an offer in this matter that I wish to convey to my client. So I would ask for a brief adjournment.
Without objection, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right, thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Honor.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Anitra Comer.
Hey, return to the panel, yeah, people.
Student Attorney Kara Rosengren, under the supervision of First Assistant PD Michael Gotti, on behalf of Ms. Coomer.
Coomer, can you state your name, please?
Anitra Comer.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're asking for it to adjourn as we have an application pending for a visit to the Women's Correctional Facility.
Okay, how soon has it been cleared? I mean, I realize there's a problem with these visits, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm unaware, Your Honor, if it's clear or not. I just know that the application is pending. It has been put in.
July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Terrell Green.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Green. Mr. Green, please state your name for the record.
Terrell Green. Thank you.
We're asking to set all three cases for preliminary examination, please.
Discovery is complete.
For my understanding, yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available July 8th. Or where is he?
He's in MDC, and with the holiday, I'm a little concerned.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. He's in county, but he is incarcerated, so either way.
Is he here? He's here. No. Oh, Livingston.
I'm concerned about being able to get a quick turnaround.
All right. Understood. Preliminary examination in person will be set July 15th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Moore. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus Robert Moyle.
Brian Bowen, on behalf of Mr. Moyle, your Honor. Just state your name, please.
Robert Moyle.
Your Honor, we're here to ask for a examination of this matter today. To my understanding, all discovery is complete.
People have their witnesses available.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person will be set July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Balvo. As to bound.
Your Honor, it's come to my attention that this defendant has made 6 complete calls to the victim in this case, as well as 16 attempts to call. Asking that this phone please be revoked.
Any response?
Well, Your Honor, I'll just state that that's the first I'm hearing of this. Obviously, I don't know what the substance of those conversations were or that they were actually even placed at this point in time. I'd ask the court to deny that motion.
Defendant's bond will continue in its monetary fashion. However, pending a hearing, if the defendant requests, defendant's phone privileges are hereby revoked.
Thanks, Judge.
Court, you guys got to keep moving. Court calls the case of the people versus Robert. Is it Ciotti? Ciotti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein for Mr. Ciotti. I've been unsuccessful in being able to reach him, so just me today.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set at $10,000. Cash surety, that warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case people versus Antonio Williams. It's in proper.
In the back.
Pardon?
There was a bunch of them ganged up on.
All right. Your name, sir?
Oh, Antonio Williams.
All right. Mr. Williams, you're appearing here at a probable cause conference without counsel. I will advise you that you are charged with the offense of assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, felony punishable by up to 10 years incarceration and a $5,000 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand also, as I've indicated, that you're appearing here without counsel. Let me first ask you, is it your desire to proceed without counsel, or do you
No.
wish to have an attorney?
I wish to have an attorney.
All right. This is a public defender case.
First Assistant Public Defender Michael Gaddy on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
All right.
I'd ask the court to adjourn the probable cause conference to allow us to obtain discovery get officially appointed by the appointing authority and
I don't think
matter with
it
Mr.
really does, that doesn't need to be done, but.
Oh, good. Okay. I don't know how.
It's already done.
Oh, great. Okay. Your Honor, I would then ask for an adjournment of the probable cause conference so we can obtain discovery and review it with Mr. Williams.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
If I could ask the court what the bond is current.
Bond in this matter is currently set at 100,000 cash surety.
Thank you, Judge. We'll come business.
Court does call the case People versus Andy Rosales.
Castellani for the people.
Morning, Your Honor, Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Rosales. You state your name.
Andy Rosales.
Your Honor, discovery is complete. We're asking the court to please set this for exam.
People have their witnesses available the 8th.
We'll try, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination will be set in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Freshour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus David Merrickman.
People.
Morning, Honor. Assistant Public Defender Costumble based on behalf of David Merriquin, who is approaching the podium to my right. Mr. Merriquin, can you say your full name for the record, please?
David Merriquin.
All right. What are we doing on this today?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the probable cause conferences, we would ask that these be adjourned to continue negotiations for a global plea. I understand that my client also has a bond violation. He is prepared to admit to that bond violation today.
So he does not wish to have a hearing on that violation?
No, Your Honor. He wishes to admit full responsibility.
And in having admitted to the violation, court will accept that admission. I will adjourn this matter out to July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Given the nature of the bond violation and his bond, at this time, his bond is no bond.
His bond is no bond, Your Honor?
Yes, I think it is at this point.
You haven't actually addressed that.
I have not addressed the violation. All right. Anything from the people regarding that?
Your Honor, as that bond be revoked on this matter, this is a case where the defendant was on probation. The victim on probation is the same victim on the malicious destruction case before this court. Given that he was out on tether and still cannot be trusted to follow with that order, I think revoking bond is appropriate at this time.
Any response?
Your Honor, my client has been in for 10 days. I think he's had a lot of time to think about his decision. He did turn himself in on this bond violation. As I understand it, he had a moment of not good decision-making. He thought about it, realized it's not what he wanted. He doesn't want to be on the run, Your Honor. He wants to follow the court's orders. So he turned himself in. He's hoping to get a new tether and get back out and hopefully get back to his job. He has a job in landscaping. He's hoping to keep that job, Your Honor. He is willing to go back out on tether and do whatever the court needs him to do if that's what the court deems appropriate.
The problem is that there was at least a tamper alert and other things regarding the tether. So I don't know that the tether does anything for us at this point, given the defendant's conduct. So for those reasons, defendant's bond will be revoked pending further order of the court.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus James Williams.
Your Honor, people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Costantino appearing on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, can you please state your name for the court?
Yes, ma'am. James Williams.
What are you doing?
Your Honor, this is a date and time set for APCC. I was just recently appointed to Mr. Williams' case, and I do believe there is some outstanding discovery. So I would be asking for an adjournment. We will also be doing some mitigation for Mr. Williams. So I would be asking for about 3 weeks to ensure that's completed by the next PCC date.
Any objection for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Probable cause conference, July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The court does call the cases of the People versus Shavante Vincent, or Siobhan Vincent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Rice on behalf of the people.
What did Judge? Court shall fix for Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Benson.
One.
Hello, how you doing?
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Siobhan Benson, known as Truth.
Thank you, Judge. I believe you were here a couple weeks ago and Ms. Vincent was found to be competent. I think at this time we are prepared to set this matter for preliminary examination. I know Ms. Reiser was looking into the availability of her witnesses and officers. I don't know if the court has some dates we can look into.
Yes, all right. And all discovery is complete on your.
That's my understanding, Judge. Yes.
Gotta let my shirt be seen. Stand tall for my daughter.
So, when's mine?
All discovery is complete, right? Have some correspondence
Yes.
with Mr. Easter this week at the hearing on March 21st, 2025. Detective Roberts advised all counsel that they could bring a terabyte hard drive for the larger documents and downloads that couldn't be emailed or sent over. So I believe that is going to be done by Mr. Easter this week.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Reiser. My client was concerned about getting the information out of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm good. I apologize.
My client was concerned about getting some information out of her cellular phones. Ms. Reiser indicates that they should have that, and I can get a hard drive and have my investigator go over and get a copy of that tomorrow. From all the evidence in that phone, my client believes there might be some.
Okay, so if they get that to you, I won't be granting an adjournment if for whatever reason it doesn't come through if I'm setting it for exam.
Well, if it's, do you want?
It's done, Your Honor. They just have to get the hard drive.
Okay.
To get the forensic report download.
Yeah, if Ms. Reiser says it's done, I believe it's done.
Okay.
So if it's
then
done, we'll
you
get it tomorrow.
then you can- Because the other part of the case was set before me, I'd be setting this part.
That's fine, Judge. Ms. Reiser says that your phones have been dumped and that we can get a copy of everything. on the
Dump like how? Like they took the evidence off of it?
No, it's
I got
preserved for you.
evidence.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we can go pick it up tomorrow.
Yes, these people were pedophiles. They were demons.
I got it.
They sexually assaulted my daughter,
Miss-
abused
Miss-
her.
Miss Vincent,
Period.
got it.
Just hold on. All right.
I'm gonna
You're gonna
expose
be-
them. They're gonna be exposed.
Vincent,
I'm sorry.
Please,
Sorry, Judge.
I'll set this for July 22nd. That'll give you time to get that, go through that with your attorney, and it'll properly be set before me
Sorry, Judge, if I could just confirm that I am here
Okay.
on 22nd.
on 9 a.m.
Okay, would you?
Or, I'm sorry, what is it? No, that's a combination date, so it's 12. No, let's just do it. Well, why don't we do this? I'll set it at 1 p.m. on the 21st, on the 22nd, excuse me.
So
July 22nd, 1 p.m. before me.
thank you. The only witness that is unavailable is one of the.
You got it?
He's so close, so you know.
No, okay, I got you, but just face this way. Go ahead.
The only witness that is unavailable is one of the sheriff's department witnesses on the sheriff's department case. And I don't know that we'll even get to that on the
21st.
I presume we will start with the homicide. I'll have the sheriff's department witnesses for the CCW, RNC, RNO on standby.
All right, very good. Okay, so I'll set it,
Are we setting that on the 22nd as well? Do you want to?
I'm gonna set all of them on the 22nd. And then we'll sort them out from there. July 22nd, 2025, 1 p.m. That's before me. Looking to.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Judge.
thank you.
Yeah, I think that-
All right, I got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Court does.
Thank you, Judge.
No, Ms. Vincent, no. Court calls the case, People versus Clifford Gordon.
Edward Lucas for Clifford Gordon, who is approaching, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Clifford Gordon.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm asking just for a 2-week adjournment. There's some outside counsel that I'm using for mitigation, and if I could have 2 weeks.
That objection, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Myron Barnes.
Morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein for Ms. Foster Tucker for Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes, could you please state your name for the court?
Myron Barnes. Thank you.
Your Honor, in this case, we are asking for an adjournment resolution, and we will submit an order to the court for release to drug treatment as well.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case, People versus Julius Holston.
Edward Lucas for Julius Holston. who is approaching.
Your name, sir?
Julius Host.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm asking for at least a week to facilitate the new form for a misdemeanor plea in this case.
When's my next one? 20, I'm sorry. No, PCC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've got the third now.
Yes.
All right. If you worked out a resolution, it's just a matter of putting it into its form. Is that what I'm to understand?
Yes,
All right. Probable cause conference, July 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m. One was out. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case of the people versus Daniel Bauer.
Morning, Your Honor. Lori Yagi, Assistant Public Defender, working on behalf of Mr. Bowers. Who's approaching Mr. Bowers? Can you say your name for the court?
Daniel Bowers.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor.
Hold
oh,
on.
Sorry.
I need the other side.
Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Clarissa Williams on behalf of the people.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. Bowers and I believe he's prepared. He is signing right now the examination waiver. So I believe he's prepared to waive his preliminary examination. Is that right, Mr. Bowers?
Yes, I am. I waive, Your Honor.
All right. So Bowers, you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding for the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
You understand you'll not have that hearing. You'll proceed to circuit court for further.
Yes, I know. I'm aware, Your Honor.
That's what I've done. Counsel, people also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Preliminary examination have been waived. Defendant is found over to circuit court on a single count. Ms. Yagi.
We would waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
Defendant every way, formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for. What do we not have? Oh, please. May I object, Ms. Conlon?
Okay. So I'm going to talk over next. Okay. And you can touch it.
Hold on a second. We're not going to do that. What date is this? Mr. Feaster, what days are Judge Conlon on?
It's Judge Con. Oh, this is. I'm.
Pardon? Give me a Wednesday, 2 weeks out.
He's when I got arrested on a database.
Pretrial in this matter will be set for July 9th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. I suggest that council check that date since I don't have the ones in.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Court does call the case People versus Gregory Bell. Don't be so shy about it. Just say it like you mean it. Yeah.
Parallel for the people requesting permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.112 under the supervision of the state assistant.
Ms. Lowe. Is O a number or a letter? Start over.
Permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Assistant Prosecuting Attorney General.
Permission to practice is granted.
Your Honor, defense is gonna have to object to this one. No, Your Honor, of course, no, especially for a fellow Wednesdayer. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a probable cause conference. I was very recently appointed to this matter, so we are asking for a brief adjournment, whatever the court's next date is.
Without objection, probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. 9 a.m. Okay.
Court calls case People versus Norman Johnson.
Your Honor.
Sam Bernstein for Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Norman Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to ask the court to please set this for preliminary exam. Discovery is.
People have their witnesses available the 8th.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Valvo. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Todd Emmerman.
Your Honor, Lord Yagi, Assistant Public Defender. Mr. Ammerman has been in touch with my office repeatedly. He's
Right
here.
here.
There you go. Good morning, Mr. Ammerman. Thank you for calling our office. Please say your name for the record.
Todd Ammerman.
Your Honor, I'm asking for.
You are way too happy.
I'm very happy to see you
Yeah.
this morning.
I'm happy to be here. Really. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do anticipate, I was conveyed a plea offer in this case, but I need some time to talk to Mr. Ammerman. This is my first time talking with him, so that's why I'm so excited.
Yeah.
But
We all got that. All right.
I would ask for a brief adjournment
I'll
to
need a
talk.
green sheet.
Thank you, Your
I'll
Honor.
adjourn it to July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Christopher Atkins. have we heard any? Christopher Atkins?
He is in. Now, Mr. Ball.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Atkins, Your Honor.
Right, where is it?
Should be at the bottom of the screen. This camera.
Right, but his camera's off. Christopher Atkins? We're not getting a response. I'll pass the matter briefly as soon as we can do that. Have we heard from Mr. Perkins at all? Thank you.
Yes, he's in another hearing for about 30 minutes.
For about 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Does the Attorney General have anything else?
Yes, she does. She has one more case.
All right, well, after that one, I'm calling that one and it's just gonna be put over because I'm not gonna wait for him. I'm not gonna have her wait. Court calls the case, People versus Anita Barnes.
Malika Fatima appearing on behalf of the bar.
Anita Barnes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are requesting for a 2-week adjournment to review the media with the client.
Have a green sheet.
Sorry? Yes, I have a green sheet.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bound continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case of the People versus Jonathan Miles.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Clarissa Williams on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumai on behalf of Mr. Miles. Mr. Miles, could you say your full name?
Jonathan Dion Miles.
And Your Honor, today's the date and time for a probable cause conference. I am requesting a brief adjournment so that my client can get some bond money together to start working towards that standard offer. Your Honor, I have discussed the standard process with my client. He would like me to address bond if you would allow it briefly.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Go ahead briefly.
Okay,
It's set at the 25%.
I
So
understand
you
that,
gotta give me some reasons, otherwise it's gonna stay right there.
Your Honor. So first and foremost, Mr. Miles is just unable to afford the bond as is. He could maybe post $500 tops, and that is with reaching out to family and friends. He just got a new job as a security guard, and he also has another job working for his family's shipping company. He's at risk of losing the job as a security guard right now. If he was released, he would be able to pay $100 to $150 a week towards his arrears. And he also has full custody of his 13-year-old, one of his children, who's waiting for him at home.
I don't need a response from the people. Motion for bond reduction is denied. It's set at the statutory threshold. So bond in this matter will continue. Thank you.
Understood.
Give me the green file there. Court recalls the case of the People versus Brian Brown.
Assistant Attorney General Clarissa Williams on behalf of the people.
What's our writ on Bay County? 2 weeks is still the writ. Okay. Mr. Brown, can you state your name?
Brian Brown.
All right, Mr. Brown, I don't know. It says he's in another hearing someplace, but I'm not going to detain the Attorney General. What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn your case out 2 weeks, all right? And we'll let Mr.
Yes.
Perkins know. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, then probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Roderick Bates.
For the people.
Morning, Your Honor, Mike Gay, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of the case. With the podium.
State your name. Robert Bates.
There's still more discovery coming, requesting an adjournment.
Yes, Your Honor, it's like there's 2 police agencies and we need the video from the second one.
Probable cause conference July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case versus Kevin Shivari Lowry.
Charlotte Steffen on behalf of Mr. Lowry.
Your name?
Kevin Williams, Shinavar Lowry Jr.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, we'd like to set up for preliminary examination.
All right, is all discovery complete?
I believe so.
All right. Would the people have their witnesses available the 8th? Preliminary examination in this matter will be in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Freshour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued. Thank you, Ms. Stubb.
Thank you.
Court calls case of People versus Nathan Bell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amber Hearing, permission to practice with 2-0 under the supervision of Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Ashley Monty.
Like says, is that 8.120? Okay, never mind. Permission to practice is granted.
Malika Fatima appearing on behalf of Nathan Bell. For the record.
Nathan Bell. Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
So we are requesting for a 2-week adjournment for pending negotiations with the prosecutor. We are waiting for some hospital record confirmation.
Any objection from the people? Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. And the next hearing, I'm sure your client will know that I expect him to wear all of his pants. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Molly Fox. Your name, ma'am?
Oh,
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
well, Your Honor, I am going to ask for another short adjournment, and I have made up paperwork, and also ask you to grant bond again. The reason I'm asking for the adjournment and the reason I'm asking for bond are somewhat connected, and that is that she hasn't yet been interviewed for whether she would be eligible for the recovery court. Mr. Kennedy was kind enough to recommend or suggest that resolution to me. And yet, as I read the eligibility requirements, and as I talked to Annette Johnson this week, she would not normally be considered a candidate because this is an assaultive crime with which she's charged. But the circumstances of this case suggest that the incident that she's charged with had, had alcohol was a very significant contributing factor, and that she has a need for some kind of treatment. In fact, she had been doing.
Dennis, we addressed bond the last time that we were here.
That's true. She's been in there months
And I
now.
denied the change in her bond. I don't know that anything has changed between that time and now.
Well, the only thing that may have changed, I don't recall what the assistant prosecuting attorney said last time. I don't really remember what she said. She was a sort of a fill-in, not the person who really is handling her case. Mr. Kennedy apparently has told me that he would be, if you were satisfied, he would be satisfied if she had maybe twice a week drops, because
If you guys want to submit a stipulated order, I will look at it and I will consider it. I don't know that there's anything that you're going to tell me that will lead me to change my mind from the last time I addressed it.
the other factor, Your Honor, is as I know you know, the recovery court is very labor intensive, you might say. It's extremely difficult to do, and in my opinion, I've represented her in other matters. She will not be successful in the recorder's court unless she has full support of her family. But while she's in prison, in jail, it's difficult for her to talk to her family in this kind of a way.
Ms. Dennis, you made that exact same argument to me the last time.
Well, it's still true.
Okay, and my answer is still the same. Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Motion for bond reduction is denied.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, would the court like a copy of the certificate of completion for the substance abuse that she has completed in jail?
Pardon?
Would the court like for your file a copy of the certificate of completion for the substance abuse treatment that she's had in the last?
You can send that to my staff. We'll get that to the file.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Dominic Billing.
Your Honor, Alexis Blumey, here, just
Dancing or what?
appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Billing. Mr. Billing, could you just state your name?
Dominic Billing.
Your Honor, I am just requesting a brief adjournment. It's Mr. Billing's first probable cause conference. We'd just like to discuss the case a little more before he decides what he wants to do.
Without objection, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Your Honor, would it be possible to go out one more week? That's my client's birthday.
Well, we'll all sing.
Please, can we go out one more week?
For a birthday?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I enjoyed being here on my birthday.
Wow. I didn't tell you to take that job. Did you hear that? I don't know. She used to be so nice. So what's this year, like birthday campaign? Anybody's birthday? We're not.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, you're lucky like it's July 17th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Daryl Frederick.
I'm Lori Yagi, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Frederick in 4 of the matters.
And Edward Drukas on behalf of Mr. Frederick in 5526 and 327.
Your name? Daryl Frederick. Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, in the 4 public defender cases, I do believe discovery is complete. We are respectfully requesting that they be set for exam. I think Mr. Drukas is doing something different in his case, and I do have a physical waiver if he is.
What are you doing on your cases?
We were going to set ours for exam.
Oh, never
So all of them are
mind.
going to be set for.
Okay, perfect.
All right, that's fine. Discovery is complete in your cases, Mr. Drukas.
Yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available on the 8th. Preliminary examination in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. All of these are before Judge Valvo.
Your mom is here.
Bond will continue.
Okay. Thank you.
Court does call the case People versus Daniel Bowe.
You're reading Cook the People.
Talking about hearing on behalf of Daniel Bowe.
Barely.
State your name for the record.
Daniel Bowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we are requesting a 2-week adjournment.
Just came from the hospital.
We are requesting a 2-week adjournment to verify receiving the media and discovery. I believe it was sent over to our office yesterday.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Continue. And you'll talk to him about his attire.
Yeah, no, I just left the hospital this morning with my son. So
Oh,
that's the only reason.
understood. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look at those 1980s parachute pants. Just have them here. Anyway, court calls case People versus Shania Williams.
And is that on behalf of the people, Your Honor?
Morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, could you please state your name for the court?
Shania Williams.
Your Honor, we're asking for an exam date. Discovery is complete.
People have their witnesses available on the 8th. In July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Freshour. As to bond.
Your Honor, it's come to my attention that the defendant is, while not calling the victim on this case, in her jail calls, I've heard concerning things. One of those being that talking to a friend saying that if the dad wants, who's the victim in this case? If her dad wants money, they'll bring the money not to come to court. She also asked the friend to stop her dad and his wife at the door of the courthouse before they get in the courtroom today. So the case will be dismissed. I have concerns that she's contacting people to participating in this case. So I would ask at this time that her phone privilege be revoked.
Respond.
I'm sure Ms. Zenda will send me the phone calls. I'll listen to them and I'll notice it up for motion if appropriate, Your Honor.
Defendant phone privileges pending any hearing requested by the defendant are hereby revoked.
I'll see how the action.
Her bond will continue. Court calls case of the People versus Zaria Brain.
And is that on behalf of the people, Your Honor?
And Assistant Public Defender Jay Ballinger on behalf of Ms. Brand. Ms. Brand, can you please state your name for the record?
Zaria Brand.
Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry.
And Your Honor, we're just asking for a few weeks of an adjournment. I'm seeking to do some mitigation, submit that to the prosecution for their.
Green sheet.
I do, Your Honor. I apologize. I have that right here.
July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Court calls the cases of the People versus Taruska Dennis.
Taking for the people, Your Honor.
Talking about hearing with and on behalf of Zachariah Harris Dennis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Costantino, appearing on behalf of Mr. Harusa Dennis. And I am appearing on the case number, the other case number.
So you don't come down to see us anymore?
Judge, I do, trust me.
No, I'm not gonna say anything.
I'd
No, I
rather,
wasn't
I'd
gonna say
rather be
anything. I'm just gonna
there
leave
than,
it. It's like been 3 weeks.
I
Fine.
know.
I don't care.
I know. I'd much rather be there than where I've been, trust me.
Okay. What are we doing? Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe we received the AIM report yesterday to our office, so we are requesting for a 2-week adjournment to review that.
How long?
2 weeks.
Any objection?
No.
And Judge, I would be
That's
requesting the same on my case.
Okay. Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. I'll need a green sheet count.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Court does call the case of the people versus Cordell Brown.
Your Honor, Alexis Plume, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brown. Your Honor, I haven't been able, I don't think he's here.
It's his birthday or something?
It could be his birthday or something. I haven't been able to reach him. I was able to confirm that he was released from the hospital. That looks like his phone is disconnected. So,
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
thank you.
Court calls case people versus Quincy Jones.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Jones, who's approaching, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jones in case ending in 0697.
And my case is 21 F105474FY.
All right, what are we doing?
I believe we have reached a resolution in these matters. We have the plea forms here. We did not submit them yesterday. We'd ask the court to make an exception or to adjourn this matter 1 week because we have all the documentation here.
Is that going to be on both cases?
Yes.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
I have.
Thank you so much, John.
A green sheet in that eventuality. If I could be heard on bond, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Jones is, well, obviously he's here. He was taken into custody last time for failing to go to community corrections. He reports that he did
Not
get
just failing to go. There were some other issues, but go ahead.
He reports that he was released afterwards. He would avail himself of community corrections if released in this on this occasion. Also, he would be. I haven't been in contact with his worker over at Avalon, and they are willing to provide him with transportation if need be.
So how do we stop him from using?
Your Honor,
hard question.
he could be testing. He could do the CC, the community patients outpatient program while he is waiting this matter. He does live locally in Ann Arbor through the Avalon program.
I don't need a response. He was significantly intoxicated. Unless I see a full plan in place, I'm not doing anything along those lines.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond reductions tonight.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day to you and your wonderful staff.
Court calls case people versus Amanda Bryant.
Stephanie Cannon on behalf of Ms. Bryant, Your Honor.
Oh, I didn't know you had any case.
My apologies, Your Honor, what'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh. Okay.
Do you have a client?
Oh, thank goodness. Your Honor, I'm not sure who that young lady is on the screen. However, I have not communicated with my client. There's no name. It just says name ? So I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, ma'am, if you want to tell us who you are, you got to unmute.
Your Honor, that is not my client. So I'm going to ask for a bench warrant. Or I'm sorry, for a show cause.
I'll take your first suggestion. Bench warrant will issue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel's request. Bond will be set 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. Wow. Just forget which side you're on. Court calls the cases of the people versus Spencer Norton.
People, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge Jeff Perlman on behalf of Spencer Norton.
Good morning, sir. And Mr. Durkis, are you also?
Your Honor, I communicated with brother counsel, and he's substituting in. He had asked for permission to sign my name in those forms to the court. I know that's being facilitated.
But we don't have them yet, right? We do? Okay, they're in. Okay. All right, great. Okay, he's in on all of them now.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your name, sir?
Spencer Norton.
Okay, and what are we doing on these cases?
Yes, Judge, I've received discovery from Mr. Drukas and from the prosecutor's office, and we're asking to schedule these matters for exam.
So, and you believe all discovery is complete, sir?
Yes.
All right. Would the people have their witnesses available July 8th?
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Judge, I do have an exam that day. Is the court available? I'm sorry, would the court be available in the afternoon on the 8th?
Well, I'm sure it might be, but I'm not here, and we set them all at 9 a.m. in the morning. I can give you the following week if that's what you want.
The 22nd, Judge, if that works, 'cause I'm gonna be out of town the 15th.
Preliminary examination will be set July 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Barr. Correct. 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Bond will continue in these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Court does call the case of the people versus Andrew Burke.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Burke, who is present via Zoom. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
I'm sorry, Andrew Burke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm respectfully requesting an adjournment to receive and review the media discovery in this case. I have discussed this with both Mr. Cook and my client.
Probable cause conference July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Burke. You're all set for today.
Thank you.
Court calls case people versus Timothy Folsom.
And then on behalf of Your Honor.
Who they have?
Asa Bashir on behalf of Timothy Folson.
Your name, sir?
Timothy Folsom.
Thank you. What are we doing?
We're requesting the earliest available preliminary exam date,
Discovery is complete.
to our knowledge.
People have their witnesses available the 8th.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Fresh Hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue. Court calls case people versus Jamie Burke.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumey on behalf of Mr. Burke. Your Honor, I haven't been able to reach Mr. Burke. I did speak to his mom yesterday. She said she would tell him to call me, but I haven't got a call back, and obviously Mr. Burke is not here.
Mr. Burke went to 15th District Court.
Ah,
He had contact with the clerk's office. That was all.
Your Honor, could we pass the matter?
Why are you helping her? What?
I would join the defense counsel's request.
I'll pass the matter.
Thank you.
Court does call the case of people versus Matthew Fonseca.
I'm not ready to put the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca, please state your name for the record.
Matthew Luis Fonseca.
Thank you.
Your Honor, regarding the PCC, we're asking for an adjournment. Mr. Cook and I are engaged in resolution discussions, and I would like to address bond if I may. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Yes, as to bond, Mr.
Mr. Fonseca's bond on this case, as well as another case pending before Your Honor, is 510%. To me, that sounds like a credit type of bond. When Mr. Cook and I discussed it prior to the hearing, he
just makes up stuff.
It sounds right to
No,
me, but he did have holds at the time of the arraignment, which are no longer holding them. So I wonder if that was the magistrate's intention. Regardless, I don't want to put words in the magistrate's mouth, but I would be asking for a personal bond for Mr. Fonseca. This is a nonviolent felony charge, Your Honor. He's been very communicative with me. He's eager to resolve all of his cases. He would be staying at the Delana Center if released. He had employment at Gandy Dancer prior to being incarcerated.
What's the other case?
The other case is a retail fraud before Your Honor. And then he has two cases out of 14A2 misdemeanors that have $1 each. So his,
Excuse me?
yeah, $1 each. So his total bond holding him is $102, but he's unable to post that.
You believe that?
Do you believe it, Mr. Allen?
Sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot. Is there a response from the people?
No, there's different people, there's no, two out of county, different agency, they're inactive holds for largely the auto intent or just a full RNO. I don't believe they're going to be taking up on those.
Bond in this case is reduced to a $500 personal recognizance bond. In this matter, so I'll grant the motion for bond reduction. What is the other matter before me, Seth?
The second.
The second, so if you get a stipulation to me, I'll sign off on that one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so that court does call the case People versus Bradley Chavez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call based on behalf of Mr. Bradley Chavez, who's present to my right. Bradley, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Bradley Chavez. Thank you.
Today's the date and time set for probable cause conference. At this time, we're going to be requesting an adjournment. Our office has not received discovery as of yesterday in the evening.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. bound.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Douglas Hill.
Stephanie Cannon on behalf of Mr. Hill, who's appearing to my right. Mr. Hill, could you please state your name for the record?
Douglas Hill.
Your Honor, we are just simply asking this case be set for a preliminary exam.
You sure?
Yes,
No,
sir.
I'm kidding.
Yes.
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 Never quite know what you're asking. Is discovery complete?
To my knowledge, it is, yes, Your Honor.
People have the witnesses available the 8th. Preliminary examination in person will be set July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge. Fresh hour. Bond continued. Court does call the case People versus Deshaun Clifton.
Stephanie Cannon on behalf of Mr. Clifton.
Your name?
Deshaun Clifton.
Your Honor, we are simply asking for a 2-week adjournment. He's gone through our AIM process. It's my understanding we will have the information, so I should be able to mitigate this down, or hopefully mitigate it down.
That objection, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Mark Hubbard.
And then on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Very good. Motion on behalf of Mr. Mark Hubbard, who's approaching the podium.
Your name, sir?
Mark Hubbard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I have spoken to Mr. Hubbard and to the people on this matter. We are requesting a 2-week adjournment. There are some videos that were turned over to our office. Mr. Hubbard would like to review those a little further and have me review them with his with one of the family members who helps him make some decisions.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls case People versus Antoine Coleman.
Hey, Judge. Marshal, please first assistant public defender on behalf of Mr. Coleman, who's approaching the podium. Record, sir.
Antoine Coleman.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Coleman has started the evaluation process with 14B Recovery Court. That is not yet completed. If we could have a brief adjournment, please.
Probable cause conference July 17th, 2005.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond continued.
My birthday, July 6th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case People versus Stephen Johnston.
And Lord Yagus is public defender with, and on behalf of Mr. Johnson, who's standing to my right, could you state your name for the court?
Stephen Michael Johnson.
Your Honor, I do have a green sheet here. I am asking for another adjournment. I know it's been adjourned a few times, but I would ask for another adjournment for continued conversations with Mr. Johnson. We're attempting to set up a plan for him to get into treatment.
Got it. July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Parker Davis.
Morning, Your Honor. Randy Cook with people.
Mr. Public Defender Jed Downs on behalf of Mr. Davis, who is approaching. Mr. Davis, can you please state your name for the record? Parker Bradley Davis. And Your Honor, we're just requesting a 3-week adjournment for purposes of mitigation. I believe I will have that completed next week, and I'll send that over to the prosecutor for review.
July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Jeffrey Lewis.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Lewis, who approaches. Lewis, can you please state your name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott Lewis.
And Your Honor, I believe we have reached a resolution in this matter that would require a waiver. So my client's prepared to do that today, and I'll let Mr. Kennedy put that offer on the record.
The offer is to show the cost of all purposes. That's a max penalty of $1,000 fine, and count 3 of computers used in the crime, prison of 4 years or more, less than 10 years. Sentencing agreement and available probation conditions as set forth by probation.
That is my understanding of the agreement, Your Honor.
Sir, you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them?
Yes.
You understand you will not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right?
Yes, sir.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant's bound over to circuit court on the 3 counts.
Thank you, Your Honor. We acknowledge receipt of information. Wait formal reading, stand mute at this time.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
July 17th, 2025 at 1:30.
July 17th, 2025, 1:30, Judge Slay. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of People versus London Dottery.
Ready, Judge. Court shall please to assistant London Dottery. Sent to my right at the podium. Please state your name for the record, sir.
London Dottery.
Thank you, Judge. Spoken to Mr. Dottery and to Mr. Childress. My understanding is the people have made a request to see if there's any body cam or video footage from the car in this incident. They're going to confirm that, so I'm asking for a brief 2-week adjournment, Your Honor.
Probable cause conference will be July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Court does call the case People versus Jaleesa McDowell.
And then on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Asli Bashir on behalf of Jaleesa McDowell.
Jaleesa McDowell.
In Your Honor, we would like to address bond in this matter and request the briefest possible adjournment.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll let you address mine before I give you the date, I guess.
Thank you. Before I kind of address the substantive bond in this matter, I do want to address kind of clerical error in another case. The court may see that there's a case out of 1482, 25203, okay, actually, no, I'll say that for the end if it comes up. Just because it looks like she's being held on another matter for a higher bond than she actually has, at least in the system that
Out of my court?
Oh, sorry, 1482.
So what would you want me to do with that?
Well, in case that was part of your consideration for.
Oh, I see.
Apologies.
You don't want me to change it.
No, I do. So as far as this
but I
matters,
won't.
yeah.
You can go to Judge Bauer, but go ahead.
So as far as this court is concerned, Ms. McDowell is being held on a $50,000 bond. This is the result of an emergency bond motion and the court's order in response to that motion, that hearing on the June 16th. Circumstances have changed since that hearing. My understanding is at that time, the complaining witness was residing very close to where Ms. McDowell resides.
Have the circumstances changed to the extent that the allegation of a knife to the body or hand of a 15-year-old has changed?
Yes. Well, the charged alleged conduct in the police report, as far as that report, which we have not had any substantive hearings on the merits on that matter, but the report hasn't changed to my knowledge. But we have stood mute on that matter.
Yeah, screenshots.
And we are gathering discovery on the matter. And I would say in terms of the kind of concerns related to bond about Ms. McDowell being close to the complaining witness, I do believe that the complaining witness, I understand, is residing in Detroit with her grandmother. She no longer resides next door to Ms. McDowell. Ms. McDowell also she's been in custody for 15 days on this matter. She is willing to go on GPS tether She has, support in the court. She has a coworker and friend who is here today. Her sister was planning to be here today, but was not able to. I do think that additionally, the hardship of her being in custody is something I request the court take into account. She's concerned about the security of her residence. She's been informed that there has been potential vandalism and potential people breaking into her home while she's been out. No one else is officially residing there. Ms. McDowell has there's no allegations of Ms. McDowell trying to contact the complaining witness. There's no allegations that she's been making jail calls. She has no intention of contacting the complaining witness in this case, and she understands the seriousness of that. And so I do believe that the being held in custody on a $50,000 bond is excessive in this matter. We can address.
You're saying the bond I set was excessive?
Well, at present, given the
Okay,
current
go ahead.
circumstances which have changed, the information you had before you then is not the same as the information as it is now. Of course, I would not question the court's judgment. But specifically, because of the potential hardship to her and the concerns about her home, the concerns about the fact that she is no longer anywhere near, she won't be anywhere near the complaining witness. And, she has already been in custody for 15 days. The final matter is, she has, she works as a supervisor at her workplace. She's been there for 5.5 years. She is very concerned about, her job. And so I would request, that she be able to be released to work. I understand that one of the release conditions includes a GPS tether. She's happy to go on a GPS tether and follow any conditions this court thinks are appropriate for her to be released. But if the court would consider, her.
Where are the other two children?
My kids were left at home attended for 2.5 weeks, sir. And I literally moved my kids to Detroit to my mom. They are safe now, and I did sign my rights over, sir. But my children were left home attended for 2.5 weeks. I sent cash up money to them.
This is Mrs. McDowell. I don't think we want to address anything with the children right now, other than the fact that they're residing with a grandmother.
I got the move. I just want you to know that, sir.
And Ms. McDowell, all 3 children are living with the grandmother.
And I've been working from my jail cell for 3.5 hours a week because I had to still provide for my children because I knew that they were home left attended. I have that on recording on the jail cell as well. With the CPS lady, her name is Tiffany Avery, sir.
And to be clear, this is not a conversation involving the children. It was just.
And I've never been accused of anything violent. The other accused, the malicious property destruction, I have a $10 bond, sir, and that is taken care of. And it was you prosecuted her rapist, and that was the
Ms.
dad.
McDowell, I think if you can just hold off on something, I think we'll address anything.
I just wanted to speak up for myself, sir, because I'm not a criminal, sir, and I really, really do need to go to work, sir. I was lost in my funds, and I've been taking care of my children for 2.5 weeks. I didn't make contact, but I do know that they were at home by themselves. And it just was discovered. And the CPS worker is going to be providing those information as well. I'm sorry, sir.
That is all, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if the court's familiar with this case, I'm not going to re-exhaust the motion that we filed. The only thing that I see that's changed since last hearing is that the children have been placed with that grandmother in Detroit. The facts of this case still stand that she is being stabbing her daughter with a butter knife so severe that her daughter needed stitches in her hand. I mean, I have severe concerns, and not only that, she threatened to kill her daughter, and her daughter was so afraid to contact police, she had to text a friend to call police because she was so afraid. I mean, I have great concerns, even if she is released, for her children's safety. And this is a very significant case, and I believe in our bond form, our original request was $100,000. So I think as set by the court is appropriate in this case and should remain as set.
Your Honor, if I may address that, there is no history of violent conduct between Ms. McDowell and the complaining witness in this case. The basis of the statements that were just made by the people are entirely the police report in this case.
And
Again,
her stitches.
well, the basis of the allegation that Ms. McDowell is the cause of the injury is based on the police report. That has not been addressed on the merits. And again, there's no history of legal issues or reports of violence between Ms. McDowell and her children. I would say I don't believe. I would like the court to consider the gravity of holding her in custody on the basis of just the police report at this stage of the case, with no allegations that she has violated her.
You're telling me it's wrong that the child was at the hospital getting stitches, counsel, and that's what I should consider?
I want the court to consider the fact that that Ms. McDowell has stood mute. The court has entered a not.
I understand all of that, but you're asking me to consider her hardship and saying that there are certain things that may be objective in that police report that I shouldn't consider that.
I would like the court to consider the fact that Ms. McDowell is no longer going to be anywhere near that child. So if there is a concern about the possibility that that injury may have been caused by Ms. McDowell, which we deny, that would be addressed by that fact. In addition to the fact that there would be a GPS tether as part of her bond conditions.
And Your Honor, I did also make the record clear. She does have a previous conviction for domestic violence from 2018. She also has a previous conviction for larceny from 2020, and she also has a pending case of the MDOP with another domestic relationship So I mean, I do have concerns. She does have an assault history, and given this case, I have concerns that it's escalated from what her previous history is.
Your Honor, none of these cases involve Ms. McGowell's children.
Yeah, but you said she didn't have a violent history. She got a DV conviction. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue.
And Your Honor, did we set a date?
I don't know, July 3rd, 1 week out. 9 a.m. Court calls case People versus Tommy Lee Ellis.
Hello, based on behalf of Mr. Ellis, Your Honor. He's present to my right.
Okay,
Thomas Ellis.
thank you.
Ain't been called Tommy in many years.
Pardon?
Ain't been called Tommy in many years.
All right, what do we do?
Your Honor, going to be requesting an adjournment to the July 17th date. My client has been screened with a 14B recovery court. We're just waiting to see if he's accepted into that or not.
You're gonna take him to the 17th to do that?
Well, next week, or I'm sorry, that's the next available date.
Birthday.
No, I haven't.
He has some medical issues that he needs to take
Medical,
care of.
gotcha.
I think that.
Probable cause conference, July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continues. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Alexander McMullen.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of Alexander McMillan, please state your name.
Alexander McMullen.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today we are asking to set a set a preliminary exam and asking to address bond.
All discoveries complete.
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available the 8th. Preliminary examination in person, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour. As to bond.
Your Honor, we're asking you to consider release on a personal bond with a home confinement tether. Mr. McMillan is a local man. He has family in Washtenaw. He proudly graduated from Milan High School and had been, prior to his incarceration, working part-time at a hotel in Ann Arbor. He does have a parole hold, but he has spoken with his parole officer and does not believe he would be violated for this case, so he hopes to just continue on with his parole.
Do you have confirmation of that?
I don't, Your Honor. No, I haven't spoken
Okay,
with the
go
officer. That concludes my request for
Okay.
a bond.
Any response? People?
I mean, Your Honor, the defense started resisting in front of the police. He was cited by police officers for breaking in cars, attempted to stop him, jumped in the car, about to chase crash before that led that vehicle was apprehended shortly thereafter by police. It's taken a while.
But needless to say, he was on parole at the time of this.
Well, I think he was just given a year in jail for resisting instruction.
Motion for bond reductions and night bond will.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Durantu Francis.
Actually, for the people. Stephanie Kappa, who is appearing by Zoom.
Your name?
Durantu Francis.
Thank you. All right.
And Your Honor, we are going to waive our right to preliminary exam in this case.
All right. Is that a correct statement, Ms. Francis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, Your Honor.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count. Now, how did they do this? Oh, I see what they're doing. All right. On count 1 with 2 and 3 following.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would waive formal reading of the information and we just ask for our pretrial date. Oh, we stand mute as to the charges. Sorry.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea as to all charges. Pretrial will be set for
August 20th, 2025 at 1:30 with Judge Thomas.
August 20th, 2025, 1:30, Judge Conlon.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am. Court calls cases of the people versus Jacqueline Murray.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Penny on behalf of Ms. Murray, who is approaching. Ms. Murray, please state your name for the record.
Jacqueline Murray.
Your Honor, we are requesting adjournments on the 3 cases. We're working out a plea that would hopefully encompass all cases and is dependent on Ms. Murray completing the in-jail Dawn Farm program, which she's already enrolled in.
So just so that I'm clear, the plea is contingent upon her completing that.
Yes.
How much more time does she have to go in that?
I have no idea. Every time I have class, I'm here, so in court, so.
All right, well, I'm trying to anticipate a date that she might complete.
Well, I think it's an 80-day program. She has started attending, which is good because there is a wait list. She is serving a 93-day sentence out of another court, right?
I think this one.
So.
Well, why don't I do this? Also, so that she's not missing classes. Why don't I adjourn this then to August 7th? Okay.
And if the circumstances change, we'll get in
Right, then
touch.
you can get to the court and we can move her date up since she's in custody, but I think she's missing class when she's here. I think that's what she's telling me. I
Yeah.
don't want her to miss class. That's gonna be it. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Jalen Kendrick.
Alexander, on behalf of people, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Kendrick, can you please state your name for the record?
Jalen Kendrick.
Thank you.
Your Honor, maybe briefly approach.
Yes, you may. On this matter, record to reflect, we've had a brief bench conference. The court is going to pass this matter to the 12:30 block. Sir, you need to appear in person in the 12:30 block. You understand that, sir?
12:30. Where's that? Oh, you saying like time wise?
Yes. And you need to come down to the court.
It's going to be the 14A1 District Court before Judge Simpson.
Okay, I'm gonna have to call my my job because they wanted me to come do a drug test at Concentra at 12.
Well, I would say, Mr. Kendrick, that court takes priority at this point.
Okay.
So I would get down here.
Okay, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Court calls case People versus Benjamin Peterson.
Alexander, on behalf of people, Your Honor. Student attorney Kara Rose Friend under the supervision of First Assistant PD Michael Gaddy. On behalf of Mr. Peterson, can you state your name for the court?
Benjamin Donald Peterson. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to be requesting that the court set a date for Mr. Peterson's exam, and we'd also like to address the issue of bond when the court's ready.
You have all this covered.
Yes, to my knowledge.
People have their witnesses available the 8th. Preliminary examination in person, July 8th, 2025. 9 a.m. before Judge Fresh Hour.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I address one?
You may.
Your Honor, our client has informed us that he has no prior convictions and he was extradited from the state of Missouri where he resides. He is willing to stay on a GPS tether and remain in the state of Michigan, or alternatively, he can leave the
So
state.
we had to extradite him?
Yes.
Hey, go ahead.
Or alternatively, he can leave the state of Michigan and not return, and he's willing to do all of his court hearings over Zoom. He does have employment.
Why would we do that if we extradited him? I mean, what? Did he waive extradition? But we had to get him here, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we had to bring him from another state, and I'll wait for your answer, why would I let him leave this state? And why would I let him basically be out of custody at this point?
Well, Your Honor, he's willing to stay in state on a GPS tether.
But he wasn't willing to come here to address these issues.
Yeah, he waived.
Go ahead, I'll let you complete your argument for the record, but.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. We were just requesting a personal bond, or if the court was not inclined to grant this, a lower bond with a 10% option.
Okay, I don't need a response, but thank you for standing. Most for bond reduction is denied. I think it's rather evident on the record as to why the court is denying that. So his bond is denied. The exam is set for the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Clerk calls the case People versus James Taylor.
Our attorney requesting official practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Henry Taylor's government.
Duration of practice is granted.
Edward Drucas for James Taylor, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't see him coming up to the podium. I had been in.
Because he's not.
He did get released out of Ingham County. I've been in communication with his attorney up there. I did get a new updated contact information, and he may not be aware of this date. I've not been able to speak.
Really?
Mr. Taylor. His last date, he was in Ingham County, and I don't know if, but got released shortly thereafter.
He has a bond violation pending, which may be a result of him being in custody, but he hasn't come down to do anything. Defense warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $25,000 cash surety. That bond will issue immediately. Yes. Court does call the case of the people versus Barrage Scott.
For the judge. Court shall feast on behalf of Mr. Barrage Scott, who is the person on the podium. Mr. Scott, please state your name for the record.
Well, I don't take Scott, sir.
How you doing, Barrage?
All right, just glad to see my family in here. That's all.
Thank you, Judge.
Been here every time for you.
Thank you, Judge. I believe this is a competency review. My understanding is that we do have a report. Scott is competent, Your Honor.
Yes.
Please stipulate that, Your Honor.
And the people?
Also stipulate.
All right. The court, having reviewed the report, would find that the defendant is competent to stand trial. The defendant can understand the nature and objects of the proceedings against him and can rationally assist in his defense. Therefore, the defendant is found competent.
Judge, I'd be asking this might be set for a PCC, and Mr. Scott would like us to address bond as possible.
All right. Probable cause conference will be set for July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Scott about the situation, and I've relayed to him how serious of a charge he is facing. Mr. Scott is still asking that I seek a personal bond for him on this case, Your Honor. Although the court does see that Mr. Scott is competent, Mr. Scott does indicate that he suffers from a variety of mental health conditions. He indicates that he would love to get this situation resolved. He would love to see the prosecutor's office potentially offer him a mental health court resolution. He says that he's not going to run from the situation. He has family support. He indicates that his mental state is in a much better place now than it was at the time of this alleged event. He indicates that he has a grandmother who is involved in his life and who will help make sure he attends any and all court dates. He indicates he will go to any outpatient or inpatient treatment that the court does require. He also has no objection to being on a tether. He indicates he's going to just address everything that's going on in his life, Your Honor, that he will not be a problem for Your Honor should the court release him. He's asking that Your Honor consider a reduction in bond or a potential personal bond. But again, I have relayed to him how serious of a charge he's facing. But I believe that's what you want me to argue. Anything else? Mr. Scott says that he's on his medication now, and he's obviously much better when he's on his medication than he is when he's off his medication, and he will stay on his medication should the court allow him an opportunity to be released. And that the nurses in the jail have upped his medication in certain areas and have him on a shot and a pill form.
Yes.
And so his mental mind frame is in a better place, and he will do anything and everything the court asks, but he's asking for potential release.
I would ask that bond remain as currently set. I appreciate Mr. Feaster's advocacy on behalf of his client. I'm struck by the language in the competency report. Mr. Scott, volitionally uncooperative response out during the evaluation process and attempted to feign legal knowledge, memory deficits, and symptoms of severe. Candidate, if you're uncooperative, you have to find competency evaluation. Given his criminal history and the facts of this case, I believe that he is a danger to the community and has
Nothing further, Judge.
I am going to deny the defendant's request for a bond reduction in this case. I think the bond is set appropriately. I would further indicate that Mr. Scott's been appearing before this court for quite some time on various matters, and typically I can let Mr. Scott out of custody and come back in, but usually for minor things. Mr. Scott was in custody. I took a chance, released him. He did not make it a week before this came up. Mr. Scott was arrested. So I'm not going to take that chance again, especially since it's
You understand what he's saying
a
to you?
violent case.
Hold on, do you understand what he said to you?
So
He said that he let you out. This happened a week later.
I know, but he keeps saying the same thing.
Okay.
Same thing that he's saying.
Okay. I believe Mr. Scott wants to address you directly, Your Honor, if you'll.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Listen, Mr. Simpson, I know you kind of keep, going back in the past, right? But this is my life. You know what I'm saying? My grandma's here, my family's here. People are making me look bad. Even a competency hearing, they're making me look bad. I answered everything what I was supposed to answer the right way, and the prosecutor saying I was on I wasn't cooperating the correct way, and I was. It seems like I had to take 2 competency tests. And the first one, he just said what he wanted to say. I'm asking if you release me today, because I got to go see Slay today. They said if I do get released, they're going to follow the same recommendations you will follow if they put me on tether, if they put me in. You never put me in no classes. You never ever put me in no classes or try to do anything like that. I want my days to be filled. If I'm on tether and I have a curfew, I want my days to be filled. I be with my auntie, stuff like that. I go to classes. I go to Down Farms. I need this. I need help. I have a drug problem. I never addressed it like this. But after my sister died last year, she died. She had passed away at 23. I went crazy. I didn't understand half of the things. She had heart failure. It's my grandma. She's 70 years old, something like that. What would happen if you keep me in here and then she just something happens? No, listen.
Mr. Scott, no, you listen. No, you listen. I'm done. I let you out. I gave you a chance. I've given you numerous chances. Saying that anybody's trying to make you look bad, I don't have to go to the past. I let you out. You don't make it 8 days. And now I have you involved in a crime that involves pointing a gun at another person. I'm done.
What do you mean?
Listen,
can you just
motion for bond reduction denied, bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
But you ain't let me speak, though.
You ain't even let me speak.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, People versus John Terry.
Oh, Jennifer, people.
Your Honor, Alexis Puma, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, could you state your full name?
John Martin Terry.
Your Honor, I do have a green sheet here. I am requesting just a 1-week adjournment. Mr. Terry did provide, or his mother provided the documentation that the people had requested in consideration for an offer. So we should be able to get the case resolved next week. And additionally, Mr. Terry would like me to address bond. I will be brief.
Rebrief.
I will.
That'd be a change. I'll adjourn this to July 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, so today, Mr. Terry's mother provided proof that Mr. Terry has been participating since February of this year in medically assisted treatment through Packard Health for substance use disorder, as well as psychiatric treatment through community mental health. He would like to be released so that he can continue with that treatment. He does have a full-time job that he could go back to, and he now has reliable transportation to and from court in the form of his mother. I believe originally the warrant had been issued because he was unable to make it to his last probable cause conference date. There was also a community corrections bond violation report. He does acknowledge that he had a slip up there. It's a problem that he's working on with Packard Health, and he'd like to continue to do so out of custody. So he's asking you to consider a personal recognizance bond, Your Honor.
I'm going to deny the request for bond reduction. I don't need a response. There has been a previous violation in the past, and the defendant doesn't appear. And so I'm going to deny that request. His bond will continue. I'll set this for July 3rd, 1 week out, 2025, 9 a.m. Court does call the case, People versus Thomas Basher.
Testimony for the people. Officer Bashir for Thomas Basher. Or Bashir, Thomas Bashir. Who is approaching. And Bashir, you can say
Thomas Basher. Okay. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I understand we reached a resolution with the people on this matter, but in order to follow the court's procedures, we're requesting the briefest possible adjournment. If it would be possible to have a 1-week adjournment on this matter.
July 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue.
Oh, no, sorry. And
Go
also,
ahead.
yeah, sorry.
Address, Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Basher has been Mr. Bashir has been in custody for 38 days. I understand the basis of Mr. Bashir's alleged current bond status, his bond is denied, is based on an alleged violation that results from a police report dated April 1st. As far as I know, right now it's June 26th. As far as I know, no charges have been authorized on the basis of that report, and it hasn't resulted in a new case. I would like the court to take that into consideration. Yeah, and Mr. Bashir has also demonstrated that he presently is not a flight risk. If the court may recall, on June 17th, he appeared from a hospital bed for his hearing. He had a serious injury, but he is very serious about making it to court. The basis of this case is a nonviolent felony, and I don't believe he's a danger to the
Counsel,
community.
this is the third time that I've had to hear this same bond argument.
Including that, well, I guess he appeared from the hospital bed at the last hearing, so that's a new thing, right? And I would note, I think the time between now and the fact that nothing has resulted even now from that report, I think is worth taking into consideration for his bond.
Response?
Your Honor, he didn't have a prior failure to appear in this case in February of this year. I would note it appears there are at least 2 new warrant requests under review from my office. The fact that their charges have not been issued does not mean charges won't be issued, but there are cases that are under review right now from this year, from 2025. And it appears to be in the time frame for which he did not appear before the court. I would disagree with the characterization. He's not a flight risk based on his history of failing to appear and ask to continue the bond for 1 week.
Set this out July 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Motion for bond reduction to 9 bond will. Court does call the case, People versus Gustavo Reyes.
Castellani for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pay on behalf of Mr. Reyes, Your Honor, who is not present. The information I received from his immigration attorney is that he's been detained. I don't have documentation of that other than what I received from that other attorney. That is the explanation for his failure to appear. I do know that there was the bond violation, and I know it probably doesn't matter at this point because he's not here with us today. I do know he was previously showing up to testing and in compliance before, I believe. His stopping of testing, I believe, lines up with when he was detained.
Bench warrant 10,000 cash surety. Warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, recall. You there? Court recalls case, People versus Christopher Atkins.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Atkins.
No longer there. Released treatment yesterday.
That is accurate. That's my understanding, Judge. He is at a Salvation Army facility in the city of Detroit. He is actually scheduled to be sentenced on that Livingston County matter on July 10th at 8:30 a.m. That's the set time. It's my understanding from the point of contact I have for Mr. Atkins is that the Salvation Army program is at least a 6-month program and basically is part of what they expect the sentence to be on the Livingston County matter in their, what they call their IT court there. So ultimately, I'll leave it to the court. If you want to do the 10th, obviously I have no problem with that.
Well, except that I'd be doing it at 9, and then he's got that appearance at 8:30.
Right, yeah, no, I get.
So
if
why don't we do this, and this way, I think you can also kind of catch up on it. I'll adjourn this to July 22nd. That's a Tuesday, so but I'll adjourn it to July 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m. So maybe we can find a way to get him to appear and see exactly what he's doing.
Perfect, thank you. I do have a green for him if you want it for the file. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Jamie Burke. Burke.
I apologize, Your Honor. Alexis Bloom, appearing on behalf of Mr. Burke. Your Honor, I'm not sure why he hasn't made it over here. And I haven't had contact with him. The only number that I have is for his mother.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant to appear. Bond 10,000. The warrant will issue.
Understood. Thank you.
You may.
Good morning, Liliana. You're in front of the Honorable Judge Simpson out of the 14A District Court, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. We need your assistance with one matter this morning. Our number is 1423.
See here.
He's in custody at the time.
Okay.
Yes, I got them. I'm ready for your instructions.
Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English in a manner not before the court settled?
Trying to do.
Thank you.
Never mind, I don't want.
I'm trying to have a
No, I'm
conversation.
not gonna be a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, we're going to adjourn your proceeding out so that you'll be able to effectively talk to your attorney. We'll do that. You want the 17th or the 24th, Ms. Perry?
The 24th, please, Your Honor. She doesn't have an outdate anytime soon.
July 24th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bound continued. Thank you, ma'am. I just didn't know how long it was going to take you to escalate. Court calls the case People versus Joletta King.
That's a lot for the people. Sorry.
Edward Lucas for Jolita King, who is approaching. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a brief adjournment. I had just sent over all the discovery to Ms. King that I need to review with her. A week or two is fine.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. or right in the case. Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls case of the People versus Aisha Moore.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Randy Cook with People.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christina Costantino appearing with and on behalf of Deja Moore. Ms. Moore, can you please state your name for the record?
Deja Moore.
Thank you. I've just recently been appointed on Ms. Moore's case. There is some discovery that I need to obtain, so I would be asking for an adjournment of the PCC.
Probable cause conference July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Moore. Sorry about mispronouncing your name. Court calls case People versus Emily Bates.
People. Good afternoon. This is the public defender attorney on behalf of Ms. Bates. Ms. Bates on Zoom, Your Honor.
Yes, I am. Yes, hello, court. Hello, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning. Good day. I'm so happy I made it today.
Pardon?
Well, it would be good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I am here.
Okay. Can you turn on your camera, please, Ms. Bates?
I did.
Oh, there she is. All right. Very good. She is.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I am asking for another adjournment. I know this has been before, Your Honor, multiple times. Ms. Bates, I have not been able to contact her this week. I did speak with her father, who says she's been in the hospital for a couple of days, which probably is why we've been playing a little bit of phone tag. So there has been an offer extended. We do need to review that with her.
Got it.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Hello.
Cause
morning, Your
conference.
Honor.
Good morning. July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicated. Bond
Right.
will continue. All right.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing
Thank
you
you.
again, sir. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you, ma'am. Court does call the case of People versus Michael Frazier.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Michael Frazier, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Frazier, can you please state your name for the record?
Mr. Frazier, you'll have to unmute and turn on your camera.
Your Honor, I can inform the court that I am going to be asking for an adjournment on this matter. I just submitted mitigation to Ms. Douglas yesterday, and we're just waiting on her consideration.
Michael Frazier. Oh, counsel, would you be comfortable? I usually prefer to see people, but rather than pass it, I'll just adjourn it out and you'll be able to inform him.
I understand. Yes, Your Honor, I will. Thank you.
Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
On continue. Can you and type that into it? We'll send him a written notification also.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Taiwan Griggs.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Virgils with and on behalf of Taiwan Griggs.
You sound real confident, man.
I'm less
Taiwan
confident than
Griggs?
I'd like to be.
What'd you say?
So I'm less confident than I would like to be on that one.
He's not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. For cause case, the People versus Benjamin Hoffman.
And then on behalf of people, Your Honor.
Benjamin Hoffman?
Your Honor, they might be in the hallway. I just spoke with his attorney. I think they're in the hallway.
Okay. Oh, wait, Ms. Lowe, is it 0 or is it O? Okay, just checking. I'm just trying to make sure we get that all right. Have to state your appearance, please.
Alfred Brad on behalf of Mr. Hoffman, who's standing to my right.
Sir, state your name.
Ben Hoffman.
All right.
What's that?
Yes, you may. Yes. Counsel, we need your P number.
P38586.
Thank you, sir. All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I think we're close to resolution. I think we just need another court date for what will probably be a plea before this court.
Correct, Your Honor. And I believe in this case, Ms. Hoffman is here to request contact with the court would like to hear from her.
Yes, I'll hear from them. They're going to need to move off.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm here to request that we,
Hold on.
I'm sorry, what was it?
I need your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Anna Hoffman. I'm the victim in this case, and I'm here to request that the no contact order be modified to allow consensual contact with the defendant for the reasons that we have 3 small children together in a home, and I need to be able to contact him for basic questions on parenting and maintaining our home.
Do the people have a position?
Your Honor, at this time, I would object. I have concerns given the nature of this case, given that it's strangulation. While I do think there are close to resolution, at this time, I would object to just complete communication. If they wanted to do communication in writing regarding childcare, that way there's a record of it. I would leave that in the court's discretion, but at this time, as to just non-consensual contact, I would be objecting.
All right. Anything else you want to tell me, ma'am?
That's it. I'm just
Okay.
hoping to have some contact. Thank you.
Okay. All right. How much more time do you guys need? Then I'll roll on to no contact.
Your Honor, 2 weeks.
Will that work for you, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Probable cause conference. We adjourned to July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. With reference to the defendant's bond and the no contact provision, at this point, I'm going to leave that in place. I'll see what the resolution is, and I'll certainly reconsider it, Ms. Hoffman, on the 10th of July. All right.
Your Honor, our understanding of what is in the file allows my client to have phone contact with the kids. They have their own cell phone. He will not contact the victim in this case, but the kids and he can have some contact relative to a couple of vacation dates they have between today and our next court date.
Yes, with reference to the kids.
Yep.
They can, the contact is not prohibited.
Thank you.
All right, it is only with Ms.
Yes.
Hoffman. All right, bond will continue. And counsel, because of the way that counsel is appointed in this case, I think initially out of the gate.
Yes, I think that a public defender was. I have a stipend order back in my office. I failed to bring it with me.
For the substitution.
I do.
Thank you. All right, we'll just need that.
I will make sure.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Fabian Hosmer.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Ms. Hosmer, who should be on Zoom. Your Honor, I did get a text message back that she was. Okay, good.
She's in the waiting. Shouldn't have told counsel. I wanted to see him panic. He's not in the.
No.
Now he panicked.
Now I will panic. I gave her a call. Did you pass it, Judge? She told me, she texted me, she was walking into work where she was going to Zoom from. I know she wants to participate today, Judge. She was just in the waiting room, apparently.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't in there, was she?
She is in the waiting room. I have admitted her, but she still hasn't joined.
Oh, she's in the waiting room. You admitted her. It's asking for her to join and she's not.
Yeah, or it's like.
Thanks, Judge.
I'm going to issue a bench warrant. Court calls the case of People versus Sherry Hughes. Whoa, where'd you come from? I mean, no, that was wrong. I mean, good afternoon. I did not see you over there. Okay. Is that, no, you don't, but okay.
Mr. Prosecutor, here on behalf of the people.
Mike Gaddy, First Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Hughes, who should be here via Zoom, Judge. I don't see her.
Yes, Miss Hughes. Miss Hughes, I need you to unmute and turn on your camera, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay, how do I do this? I'm learning how to do this.
Okay, there.
Is this start my video?
You just did.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. We learned something today.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. All right, what are we doing on this case today?
Your Honor, I'd ask for a brief adjournment. Ms. Hughes was going to get an assessment, but she came down with pink eye. I submitted a medical form with the request for Zoom.
All right, so you.
It should just be a couple days. She's not allowed to, be around people for contagiousness, if that's a word.
No, it isn't. Probable cause July 17th.
Thank you, Judge.
2025, 10 a.m. Bond will continue. And Ms. Hughes, feel better, please.
July 17th?
Yes, July 17th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Courthouse case, People versus Serrano Johnson.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of Cyrano Johnson, who approaches. Mr. Johnson, please state your name.
Cyrano Johnson.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
We're asking to adjourn
course
briefly
you are.
to continue a plea discussion. I know I sound like a broken record today. I apologize, Your Honor. At least I'm not addressing bond, right?
I enjoy hearing bond motions. Why are you shaking your head, Cannon? You're asking for bench warrant. Sit down. Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Thank you, sir. Court calls case of the People versus Anushka King.
Good afternoon, again, Victoria Bird here, Mr. Prosecutor on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Student Attorney Kara Rosing, client under supervision of First Assistant PD Michael Gabby on behalf of the
Anushka King.
Good afternoon. All right, what do we do?
Your Honor, we're going to be requesting a brief adjournment in this case. We did receive a plea form last night from the APA, but due to Attorney Apple's absence from the courtroom today, we haven't had a chance to go over it with Ms. King.
Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025. 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Christopher Banker.
As on behalf of the people, Your Honor. So Bashir on behalf of Christopher Nieper, who is approaching.
Christopher Nieper, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're requesting an adjournment in this matter. This is there's a very involved, lengthy police report is related to this case. We are requesting additional investigation within our office and potential additional discovery. So I requested 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to what?
4 to 6 weeks, if possible.
For what reason?
I
guess I don't.
Well, 4 weeks then, if the court will, just so that there wouldn't need to be an additional adjournment after that. And so that we could, if we could reach a resolution at this stage, we could do that without having to do that.
To the 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates, bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Alexander Cronin.
Your Honor, Abigail Knight will be requesting permission to practice pursuant to NCR 8.120 under the.
Oh, threw your fellow intern under the bus by emphasizing that. Oh, guess I don't have to say. All right, permission to practice is granted.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Laura Yagi, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Cronin. I do have, who's present on Zoom? Mr. Cronin, could you state your name for the court?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Alexander Cronin. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, I do believe we're getting closer, but I am asking for another adjournment to continue negotiations.
Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Eric Coons.
Victoria Burton Harris, Assistant Prosecutor here on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with it on behalf of Mr. Coons, who is approaching. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Eric Coons. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm respectfully requesting a very brief adjournment. I'm handing my client a discovery packet for him to review, and we are going to further discuss what he would like to do in next steps for this case.
That objection, probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Shelby Lawson.
Stephanie Can on behalf of Lawson, who is appearing to my right. Ms. Lawson, could you please state your name for the record?
Shelby Lawson.
Oh, and we are just adjourning this case, Your Honor, for plea negotiation, hopefully with a resolution very shy of trial. And I don't know where her green sheet went.
July 2025, 9 a.m. Or is your invited bond continued. Thank you.
July 10th.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Case of the People versus Austin Lavastall.
Victoria Burton Harris, Assistant Prosecutor here on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergil, with and on behalf of Austin Lobestall, please state your name.
Austin Lavastall.
Your Honor, we are asking to adjourn. There has been an offer in this case, which we appreciate. We're just asking for some time to consider that.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Court does call the case of the People versus Lucas Lovely.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Lovely. Should be on Zoom.
Hello. Hello. Do you have a camera, sir?
Yes,
Oh, there you are.
Can you state your name, Mr. Lovely?
Lucas Lovely.
Judge, we have a resolution in this matter that Mr. Lovely would like to take advantage of. He would plead guilty to two amended counts or added counts of attempted assaulting, resisting, or obstructing a police officer in exchange for dismissal of felony charges.
That's what the plea agreement indicates, is that he's going to be pleading guilty to an added count 3 and an added count 4 of attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer. And then counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed.
That's the people understanding.
Okay. Which one of you gentlemen has worse writing than I do wrote this?
That would be myself, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. State your name again for the record, sir.
Lucas Lovely.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to 2 charges of attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer. Those are misdemeanors punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and a $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 14A3 district court. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. To the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing is contained in count 3. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
To that same charge as contained in count 4, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Pardon me?
You signed an advice of rights form? Or had your attorney sign it after he went through it with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions regarding any of those rights on that form?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that you're giving up the trial rights, which are contained in paragraph 5 on that form?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand also, sir, you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation?
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
Are you on parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to these charges?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also because you believe that you are indeed guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, on the date of September 25th, 2023, at the location of 519 Lane Street, did you come into contact with officers from the Chelsea Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you also come into contact with a firefighter on that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With reference to the police officers, what'd you do that makes you think that you're guilty of this offense?
I resisted arrest and
Okay, they were trying to arrest you?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. And in what way did you resist arrest?
Just a struggle and then I, yep, a struggle. And then I spit on one.
Okay, so you spit on one of the officers.
Yeah, I'm very ashamed of it too, Your Honor.
All right. And there was a firefighter or somebody from the Chelsea Fire Department there?
Yes.
And what do you do that makes you believe that you assaulted that officer and or resisted that officer or their instructions?
That's just what I don't know. I'm guilty, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I have one here?
Please.
Mr. Lovely,
Yes,
when you spat at these individuals, some of that spit got onto the firefighter, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So when you spit, you hit more than one officer and or firefighter.
yes.
All right. Counsel? No, I won't ask that. Sir, I do also have to advise you that if you are placed on probation, and if I accept the plea in this case, and you commit misconduct as defined under the Michigan court rules, you would not be permitted, first of all, to withdraw your plea. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also, the judge, in this case, that being Judge Freshour, would not be bound by any particular sentence agreement or evaluation if you commit misconduct. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you aware of any other promises, threats, or other inducements which caused this plea?
None from the people.
Done for the defense, Judge.
All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea. 2 counts 3 and 4. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. A pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 1483. Probation sentencing in this matter will be August 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of People versus Robert David Martin.
Victoria Burke here, she was the prosecutor up here on behalf of the people.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Counsel Mesa on behalf of Mr. Robert Martin. Your Honor, at this time, we're requesting an adjournment. My client is due to get a substance abuse assessment on July 11th, so that we can submit that for an offer, Your Honor.
Your name, sir?
Robert Martin, Your Honor.
When's his assessment?
On the 11th, Your Honor.
July.
Yes, sir.
Probable cause conference and will be adjourned to July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case of the People versus Jeremy Mazza.
For the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Meza, who appears via Zoom from Bear River. Sir, can you please state your name for the court?
Jeremy Meza.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as I did just state, Mr. Meza is currently in treatment at Bear River.
Yes.
I'm respectfully requesting an adjournment to give him time to both continue and complete that treatment and then hopefully provide a documentation from his treatment to the people for their consideration.
How much longer do you have to go at Bear River, sir? Do you know?
Probably about 75 days. That's just a guess, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. All right. I got you. All right. How's it going for you?
It's going really well. The recovery is going really well.
All right. That's good to hear. All right. What I will do is, and I'll adjourn this out to August. That was the date I was using. Right? I'll adjourn this out to August 7th. We'll touch base, see exactly where you are. He may not be finished at that point. Just make sure everything's on track. 9 a.m. Bond will continue in this case.
If
All
I
right?
may, okay, if I may,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, afterwards, I also am going to be doing 6 months of outpatient therapy as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And usually some type of outpatient is part of that afterwards. So I realize that. I think they want to get you to a certain point and
Okay.
then look at how we can resolve the case.
I-
All right?
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You take care now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Jody Merritt.
For the people.
Or Yagi, Assistant Public Defender with on behalf of Ms. Merritt. It doesn't, Ms. Merritt, can you say your name for the court? Jody Merritt. And Your Honor, I do have a green sheet regarding the PCC, but we are also here for a, I believe the sentence on the bond violation. Ms. Merritt did plead guilty to the or did plead to the bond violation several weeks ago at this point. She did, I think, at least 20 days in jail. And I'm very pleased to report I have her certificate of achievement for successful completion of the Oakdale Recovery Center. I've received no other violations for the Scram tether that she's had on since March. She did also provide me with an updated list, and she provided me with this previously, but an updated list of her meetings that she's been going to. So she's been really active in her recovery. We are asking that the court would sentence her to the time served that she did in jail. And we are asking if the court would consider changing her bond to allow her to test 3 times a day on SoberLink as opposed to the Scram. Mainly, the main reason is because she's doing well in her recovery. She's active, she's going to meetings, she completed treatment, and also she has medical issues where her legs are swelling. I know I mentioned this to the court last time. She's been having to go to these doctor's appointments. She has to go to her doctor today. And so the SoberLink will provide, it will be easier for her physically with her lower extremity swelling. And it would still ensure compliance because it would ensure that she's not drinking by having her blow 3 times a day.
Any response to that from the people?
Your Honor, we would oppose any change to her bond conditions at this time. The defendant had a previous bond violation for drinking on this OWI 3rd, so we would ask that you continue the current bond conditions.
Have anything you want to say before I sentence?
Oh, no.
No? What did you learn from all of this?
To be abstinence free of alcohol, so I can have a chance at life. My liver's in bad shape.
On the bond violation, I will sentence her to 21 days. Special idea of credit 21 served. With reference to the request for a change in the type of testing, I'm going to leave that in place. I won't say I won't consider it at some other point, but this defendant would have to realize that given where she is with, in terms of this court, were she to miss a blow on that SoberLink, I would consider that a positive test. And then I don't think she wants that to happen. So I'll leave the Scram tether in place. How much time did you need?
Not long, Your Honor. I would ask for the soonest, maybe, I think 2 weeks. Thank you, Your Honor.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thanks, Your Honor.
In the case bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, of course. Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus William Moore.
Alexander, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumai on behalf of Mr. Moore, who's approaching. Mr. Moore, could you just say your full name?
William Lee Moore. William Lee Moore.
Thank you. And Your Honor, we are just requesting a preliminary examination.
All discovery is complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available the 8th.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person will be set on July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Valvo. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case of the people versus Alexis Naveen.
Ashley Lottie for the people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Naveen. Your Honor, can we approach?
Right. Record to reflect we've had a bench conference in this case. I'm going to adjourn the probable cause conference in this case to July 24th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond in this matter will continue. 24th is not a date. That's right. It is not. It's going to be 22nd. I'm going to move it to the 22nd. Thank you.
Special date, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. At that time, bond will continue. All right. Mr. Bean, take care of yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Court calls case people versus Kyron Newburn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumai appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Newburn, who is approaching. And Mr. Newburn, could you just state your full name?
Kyron Newburn.
Your Honor, Mr. Newburn would like to waive his right to a preliminary exam and proceed to the circuit court.
All right. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
You understand you will not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant bound over to circuit court on a single offense.
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, we acknowledge receipt of the information and would waive its formal reading and stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for.
August 26, 2025, at 1:30 with Judge Simpson.
August 26, 2025, 1:30 before Judge Cummings.
Thank you.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls case of the people versus John Michael Nowak.
And on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of John Michael Nowak. Mr. Nowak, please state your name.
John Nowak.
Your Honor, I am once again asking for an adjournment. There's been an offer, but it's my understanding that the amount of restitution is still being determined. We ask for time to allow prosecution to determine that amount.
Your Honor, 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025. 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case people versus Jeremiah Palmer.
So, Your Honor, having a nice longer requesting permission to practice.
Really? You're not going to do it the whole thing again, are you?
Unless you want me to, Your Honor.
Okay. Sounded like she was starting again, didn't it? But she stopped in the middle. She saved herself.
Would never want to waste your time.
Only attorney in the room that feels that way. All right, go ahead.
Student attorney Kara Rosengren, under the supervision of First Assistant PD Michael Gaddy, on behalf of Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer, if you could state your name.
Jeremiah Palmer. Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, at this time, we're requesting the court set a date for exam.
All discovery is complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
People, other witnesses available the 8th.
Our best, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person. July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge. Fresh hour. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got that. Here's the next one. Let's call the case, people versus Ryan Patterson.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of Mike Gift, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Patterson, who's here to my right. Judge, state your name, Mr. Patterson. Ryan Patterson.
And what do we do?
Your Honor, we're requesting an adjournment to do some investigation and to have a meeting about the regarding the autopsy in this matter.
The medical examiner autopsy in the case retired Washington County, Dr. Schmidt. It's our understanding is he still at least part-time employees with this county, so just trying to set up a meeting at the facility between our office and.
All right. Was there a change on the complaint somewhere?
There is an amendment.
I think an amended complaint was filed.
That's correct. There was I think there was a paragraph there with the name of the victim on the initial complaint. The name of the victim is Samir Bono, Boodoo.
Got it. And have you seen that?
I don't know if we've received it or not, but we
I
will.
believe it was sent to but it's not.
I'm sure, yeah, it's probably an on-base.
All right. It appears to me, just so that you're aware. Right. So it's the same complaint, just the victim's name has changed. Right? And that's only one of the names, the first name.
There was I think the error would be victim's mom for some reason was typed.
Instead of, got it. All right. I don't think the defendant needs to be rearranged on that, as long as he understands the charges. We're gonna, however, we're gonna have another problem. Okay, amending this fashion, or they're gonna have to make this cut. So what's that been done? What I just did, okay. Right. Okay, all right. I'd agree. I think we don't need to do anything else. All right. And how much time we're gonna be looking at it? July, probable cause conference, July 24th, 2022nd. July 22nd, 2025.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It'd be that Tuesday, 9 a.m. Ron, continue. Court calls case, People versus Samuel People.
Victoria Burton here, Assistant Prosecutor on behalf of the people.
Stephanie Cannon with the Public Defender's Office, appearing on behalf of Mr. Peoples.
I'm asking for an adjournment. And I have a confirmation from Trinity Health that he is there and has not been medically cleared at all. So I'm just asking for it at this point. I'm sorry, Your Honor, please excuse me. I can hear you.
We have documentation that says he's there.
And he is in the middle of a mental health crisis, Your Honor. So when I
Yeah,
yes.
but I'm also trying to figure out, because he currently has a bench warrant out. It's clearly a violation of his bond.
Your Honor, what is, I'm sorry, I'm unaware of that.
There's a Northfield Township Police report from their case number 252976. From the date of June 2nd, 2025, at approximately, I think it's gonna be 8. Oh, right, it's in. Well, no, we did because we issued. And from that report, I issued a bench warrant for him.
Okay.
From what I see, and I'm not, well, I have a feeling that the events in that report may have indeed led to the hospitalization, only because the report was written at approximately 8 o'clock on June 2nd. The note that you have from Trinity indicates that it's been hospitalized since that same.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'm gonna have to get it, Your Honor.
No, you're gonna have to, I know.
Yeah.
And maybe here's what, well, we'll do this. I'm gonna leave the bench warrant outstanding, but we'll give you another date.
Okay.
Okay. And why don't I, been there a while. Why don't I kick it out to the 10th? And at least we can try to figure out where everything is.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm gonna make that the 17th. We can try to figure out where everything is on this. All right. And so, I don't know, do you have a copy of the report?
I do.
You have a copy?
I do.
All right. So what I'll do is, I'll do this, and then and I'll have my staff make a copy of the report we have. So, have it.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Court calls case People versus Dorenda, is it Krasinski?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
Asa Bashir for Dorenda Brzezinski. My client was in the court, for most of the hearing. I'm not sure, she might have stepped out. I understand that this is the end of the docket, but I would request.
No, it's not the end of.
Oh, good. Yeah, so I would request, could we pass this matter? I just ran out in the hall to check, but she may be in the, not sure. I spoke with her several times. Yeah. Even if it could be moved to the 2 p.m., if possible.
Pass it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna call it on my whim.
Understood. Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Jalen Kendrick.
That is on behalf of the people. Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger, on behalf of, but not with Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor. I have just spoken with Mr. Kendrick on the phone as well as his grandmother. Your Honor, my understanding in talking with both of them is that he was attempting to get an Uber ride down here. However, he was not able to do so. He advises the court that he will proceed on turning, assuming he's getting the bench warrant, that he will be turning himself in no later than tomorrow morning. He understands the severity of the allegations, and so he will act accordingly.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $25,000 cash surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Fabrienne Hosmer.
Have your hearing for people.
Brian Mulligan, on behalf of Ms. Hoffman, Your Honor. Hopefully she's on Zoom.
You have her name, Ms. Hosmer? Oh, there she is. Ma'am, can you state your name, please?
Fabrienne Hosmer.
All right.
Your Honor, we're asking this matter be set for an exam. To my knowledge, all discovery is complete.
People have their witnesses available the 8th.
Be available on that date. The market will not be available until July 23rd, and it will also be unavailable between August 4th and August 8th.
I would have no objection to the 23rd, Your Honor. Mr. Hosmer being out of custody.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, our victim would return on the 23rd, so
Return where?
until the 23rd, Your Honor.
To the 20, she's just out of town until the 23rd of July.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a Wednesday?
That's a Wednesday. And then set it for the 29th. Does that work?
That's fine.
Preliminary examination in this matter will be set July 29th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But you're welcome. That's it. That's all I'm You did.
We're in the interpreter, Your Honor.
You may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ju. Thank you for being here with us today. Can you please unmute your device and raise your right hand to be sworn? Mr. Ju, you will need to unmute and then raise your right hand to be sworn. Thank you very much. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Mr. Ju, can you raise your right hand?
Yes,
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
getting you. That's my right hand.
Thank you. Do you solemnly
Thank you.
swear or affirm that you'll interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Mandinka and from Mandinka into English in the manner now before the courts to help you God?
Correct. I will exactly do that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You can put your hand down, sir.
Thank
Good
you, sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The court calls the case of the People versus Abading Tambajang.
Baba Dinding Tambajang.
That's it. Yes, sir.
Right.
Stephanie Cannon, on behalf of Mr. Tambajan, who is appearing to my right. Say your name for the court.
Babandin Tambajang.
My name is Baba Dinding Tambajang.
Alizenda, on behalf of the people.
It's a
Could you
loku.
translate that, please, sir?
Yes, it's a loku. Ye nyatili molla.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, we are asking that this be set for a preliminary exam.
Min la moy kante wala minti ko se kaitol follow jibe.
Preliminary, will the people discovery is complete? Is that correct?
Koy kaitol jibe fo aba nyamale bang.
Okay.
Your Honor, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
To nyale ngamin kalamuta.
Would the people have their witnesses available on July 8th?
Ako fo mol bela sedol soto nola le bang July karo tili say.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Could you translate that last portion of "we will do our best," Your Honor?
Kindly repeat, sir.
Repeat. We will do our best, Your Honor.
Benna kato dango kelale alfa bunyarimba.
Okay.
Preliminary examination will be set for July 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m. before Judge Valvo.
July karo tili sayo la nyenan sangot. Talang kononto somanda watola. Lafta kaitol minu koto bola be wol natila jojo nyin koto ay minto foteng yamoy.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Bond will continue. Thank you.
Adumbe tentenna abaraka.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, abaraka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. We appreciate your help.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my pleasure.
Is Kuzinski ready or no?
I haven't heard that she's here yet. I don't know. That was Mrs. Shear.
Who told me that she convinced me to pass it to do what?
To call her client, the client wasn't here. She said she had them, but then.
Okay, I'll call it up in the next block. Court stands in recess.
All rise.
Where you go? I didn't think so. Yes.
14A District Court of the County of Western.
You may be seated. Court does call the case of the people versus Amanda Scardutis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Constable Bass on behalf of Ms. Scardutos, who's present from the jail. Or I'm sorry, from the Women's Huron Valley, Michigan Department of Corrections. Can you state your full name, Amanda?
Sure, my name is Amanda Lynn Scardutis.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we're requesting an adjournment. I have handed that to Ms. Weedling, and that's due to, number one, there's I haven't been able to meet with her. I did put in the application, so that's pending. The second thing is currently there's no offers, and we are going to be doing some mitigation. So I would just ask that this gets pushed out.
So where are you in that application process? Because I don't understand it.
Yeah, I sent in the application, Your Honor. I'm just waiting for a response. I'm due to meet her early next week on Monday.
We'll adjourn this to July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Amanda, I'll see you on Monday.
Okay, who's my lawyer? Which
I am.
one?
I'll see you on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, people versus Tashia Wilson.
So, Your Honor, after my father. Assistant Public Defender Chelsea Vergils with and on behalf of Tashia Wilson. Ms. Wilson, please state your name.
Tashia Wilson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are asking to set this for a preliminary exam. We have video discovery. The police report mentions some
I don't
photos.
like Mickey Mouse.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, to each their own, but
Go ahead.
there are some photos mentioned in the police report that we don't have. We're asking to set the preliminary exam anyway. We've requested those. We hope to have them soon, but regardless,
What are
she'd
they?
like to move things along in her case.
What are you waiting for?
Photos of any witness.
Your Honor, we're waiting on white. Okay, those photos over.
Those are the only things that you are known that are missing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? I mean, I'll set it, but if those photos don't appear, it's not going to be the basis for the adjournment.
I understand, Your Honor.
You understand that, ma'am?
I'm ready. Yes.
People have their witnesses available on the 8th.
We'll do our best.
Preliminary examination will be set for July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You too, Mickey. Court calls the case of the people versus. Geez, I wish they could do this. Dorinda, is it Kuzinski?
Good afternoon, again, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Ashley Bashir for Brenda Krasinski. At this time, Your Honor, as I stated earlier, my client was here earlier today. I did reach out to her. I was not able to reach her. I'm not sure where she is. I would request a show cause.
Well, let's be clear on this. she had a progress report, which really should have been a bond violation. That indicates that on the 11th of June, she tested positive for cocaine and benzos. Then on the 16th of June, she tested positive for cocaine. And now we're here on this back those weeks. On 6 later, he appears at court and then the bench warrant will issue for the defendant's failure to appear, given the test results as well as the defendant having come to court and then left. Bond will be set at no bond.
Understood. Your Honor.
That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case of the People versus Kyle Burmeister.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. James Fifelski. I have Mr. Burmeister on the case ending with 5028.
And Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Burmeister, excuse me, in the case in 5078.
And Mr. Burmeister is on Zoom because he is currently at work. Take time off to make sure this gets handled.
Two please or one please?
One-
All right, case ending in 5078. I have a plea form that indicates that will be pleading guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges. First being count 2 of malicious destruction of personal property less than $2, the 93-day offense. And also a count 3 of attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer. It's the 1-year offense. There's further an agreement that he's agreeing to complete a substance abuse assessment, follow all records from that assessment. The prosecutor and defendant are agreeing no upfront jail. However, as I've indicated in the form, this court cannot find a sentencing judge to that. In the case ending in 528, the defendant will be pleading to an add count 3 of attempted obstructing 1-year offense. Counts 1 and 2 then be dismissed. The same agreements of the substance abuse assessment, follow all recommendations, no upfront jail. And as indicated, this court cannot find that the sentencing judges in this case. That's full understanding of the agreements.
That's correct.
And that's correct as far as case 5028. And I've spoken with Mr. Burmeister about that regarding this file, and he approves of that and gave me permission to sign on his behalf in terms of the plea forms.
That is accurate with respect to case 5078 as well. In addition, Mr. Burmeister gave me permission to sign the plea form on his behalf and to sign the advice of rights form on his behalf, Your Honor.
All right. Burmeister, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Kyle Burmeister.
All right. Mr. Burmeister, it's this court's understanding that in total you'll be pleading guilty to 3 misdemeanor case counts. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In one case, the case ending in 5078, you'll be pleading 2 misdemeanor charges. The first being malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. I have to advise you also that the fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property destroyed. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
And also in that case, that you'd be pleading to attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer, That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration or $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. In the other case, it's this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing. That also is punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and a $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand all of that?
Yes.
I also have to advise you that while I am taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge. You sentenced before Judge Valvo on both of these cases. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty.
Yes, sir.
Starting in the case 5078 to the charge of malicious destruction of property, how do you plead?
Guilty.
To the charge in that case of attempted resisting and obstructing, how do you plead?
Guilty.
To the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing contained in the case ending in 5028, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You had counsel or gave permission after they went through it with you to sign your name to an advice or rights form?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any permission? Do you have any questions regarding any of those rights?
No.
You understand that you understand that, as I've indicated, you're giving up your right to a trial of any kind. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And because of that, you're also waiving those rights contained in paragraph 5 of the advice of rights. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand that you're giving up all of those rights that are
Yes, I
contained
do.
on that form?
Yes.
You understand also that you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today to get you to plead?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will,
Yes.
and because you believe that you're indeed guilty of these offenses?
Yeah.
All right. Starting in the case ending in 5078, on the date of December 5th, 2024, at the location of 3265 Boardwalk Drive, apartment 130, did you come into contact with police officers from the city of Ann Arbor?
Yes.
What happened?
They were, I believe they were doing a wellness check with me on that day. I wasn't doing too hot, and it just went on from there.
Well, let's back up a second. Was there property that you destroyed on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what property did you destroy?
My elbow had struck a drawer in the ambulance.
Okay, so Council, you guys want to help, so why not?
Mr. Burmeister,
Yes.
we have trouble hearing you. What did your elbow strike?
A drawer in the ambulance that was struck and damaged.
Okay, and you did that intentionally, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when the value of that less than $200 to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And then police, during your interaction with them on that date, had given you certain directions, correct?
Yes.
And you refused to comply with those directions, correct?
Yes.
I'm satisfied with that, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Burmeister, on February 6, 2025, now moving to the next case at the location of 3265 Boardwalk Drive number 217, Did you come into contact with police officers from the city of Ann Arbor?
Yes.
All right, what happened?
Along the same lines, pretty much the same thing as the first one, poor direction and
What did they, go ahead.
Mr. Burmeister, on that date and time, do you remember the police coming up to your vehicle when you were sitting inside of it?
yes,
And is it true that when the police ordered you to get out of the vehicle, you refused to do that?
yes,
And is it true as they were continuing to ask you to get out of the vehicle and go with them, you refused to do that as well?
correct, yes.
I'd be satisfied, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Burmeister, you understand that if I accept your pleas in this case, that if you commit misconduct between the time that I accept the plea and your time of sentencing, that you could not then withdraw your plea without permission of the court. You understand that?
Yes,
Also, sir, that if you were to commit misconduct during that time period, any agreement or evaluation in this case, that the sentencing judge would not be bound by that. You understand that?
yes,
All right. Counsel, any counsel aware of any promises, threats, or other inducements which have led to this plea that have not been stated here today on the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Has the court complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. People are satisfied.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
I'm satisfied as well, Your Honor.
In the case ending in 5078, court will accept the defendant's pleas of guilty to counts 2 and 3. Count 1 is dismissed. In the other matter, the court will accept the defendant's plea to count 3. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and reports are ordered at 15th District Court. Probation sentencing in these matters will be
15/2025 at 9 a.m.
by 15th, 2025, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Valmo. All right, bond will continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the people versus Desmond Hodge.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
James Feifelsky on behalf of Mr. Hodge, who is approaching. Can you state your name for the judge, please?
Desmond Hodge. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is our first PCC. There is some outstanding discovery that Miss Zenda, just take your hands out of your pocket, please. Sorry about that, Miss Zenda. We are working on, so I would ask for a brief 2-week adjournment of the PCC.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Jamie Foxx.
Ashley Lonnie for the people in both matters.
Ellis Friedman with Jamie Foxx, Your Honor.
Mike Getty, with Ms. Fox, you're on 25F20223.
Okay. And what are we doing? In your name?
Jamie Fox.
Here in this case, I was able to confirm with a colleague that the medical records for the victim have been redacted and are now in the process of being disclosed. So we should be able to have that complete in a couple of weeks.
All right. Right, I'll adjourn these matters out and to July 10th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Alondre Smith.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Calvin Hawthorne on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with you on behalf of Mr. Smith.
Yes,
Mr. Smith,
I'm here.
Okay, I need a camera, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. You see me?
Yes. Are you driving?
Yes, I just pulled over.
Show me out your window. All right. Okay, what are we doing?
You're asking for an adjournment to review discovery.
That objection, probable cause conference, July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Andre Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brandon Bird on behalf of Andre Williams. Mr. Williams, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah. Got it. Okay. What are we doing?
Respectfully, Your Honor, we ask for adjournment so I can receive discovery.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Court does call the case of the people versus Tiffany Pryor.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of people.
Yes, Your Honor. Brandon Bird on behalf of Tiffany Pryor. Ms. Pryor, can you please state your full name for the record?
She's there. Ms. Pryor, you need to. Okay, there she is. Can you state your name for the record, Ms. Pryor?
Tiffany Pryor.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on this one?
Just asking for adjournment on this one also, Your Honor, for further review of discovery and maybe to try and reach potential negotiations.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you. You and your honorable court have a great day, Your Honor.
You do the same. Thank you. Court calls case people versus Ever Ramirez Martinez.
Evan Archer for the people.
Asli Bashir for Eva Ramirez Martinez, who I believe who appears on Zoom. And Mr. Ramirez Martinez, if you can say your full name.
Ever Ramirez Martinez.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
And today we're requesting a brief adjournment to July 10th for further negotiations.
That objection, probable cause July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case people versus Alexa Russian.
Oh, I'm here.
Asli Bashir again for Alexa Russian. And sorry, Ms. Russian, did you say your full name?
Yeah, Alexa Russian. I'm trying to figure out how to put my camera
You need a
on. I'm
camera.
sorry. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay,
Am I
thank you.
on now? Can you see
We
me?
see you now.
Okay.
Yes, we
Okay.
see you. All
Sorry.
right, you're requesting an adjournment.
Yes, to July 10th as well. Thank you.
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Court, thank you. Bond continued. Court calls the case people versus Jody Ann Russell.
Victoria Burton Harris, Chief Assistant Prosecutor, appearing on behalf of the people.
Brian Foley on behalf of Ms. Russell, Your Honor. We're asking for an adjournment in this matter.
You're referring over to your aim division.
Yes, it's actually been referred, Judge. We're just waiting for that process to run its course.
Okay. Probable cause July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case people versus DeAndre Cersei.
Victoria Burton Harris, Chief Assistant Prosecutor, appearing on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumey appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Cersei, who is approaching. And when you get up here, could you just state your full name, Mr. Cersei?
How you doing? Yeah, Cersei.
Your Honor, I do have a green sheet here. Just asking for a brief adjournment to the 10th for some plea negotiations.
Didn't you do something? You should stole a weapon or something. Oh, you did? No? Oh, okay. Just start shooting at it, man. I didn't feel safe.
Probable cause July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Derek Shipman.
Victoria Martin Harris, Chief Assistant Prosecutor, appearing on behalf of the people.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Shipman. State your name for the record.
Derek Shipman.
Judge, I'm asking for an adjournment in this matter as well, so that Mr. Shipman can come into my office to review the discovery video produced by the prosecutor's office in this matter, as well as just have some further plea discussions with that office as well.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Court calls the case People versus Linda Smith.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Ms. Smith, who's approaching. Linda, just state your name for a second.
Linda Smith.
Judge, we're asking this matter be set for an exam. All discovery is complete to my knowledge.
People have their witnesses available on the 8th.
Yes.
Preliminary examination will be set in person for July 8th, 2025 at
9 a.m.
before
Judge Bell.
before Judge Bell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Judge.
Court does call the case of the People versus Collins Free.
Good afternoon.
And Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Spry or Spree. Unfortunately, Your Honor, I do not have an explanation to either how to pronounce his last name or for his failure to appear, outside of the fact he does not have a phone number to my knowledge or email, so I was unable to reach him. I only have a mailing address for him, unfortunately, and I did not see anyone matching his general description here today in court. I would respectfully request an adjournment for the record. I did check VineLink yesterday. To my understanding, he is not in custody anywhere else, but I would request an adjournment for the record.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's bond 10,000. Cash surety, that warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the People versus Virgil Stafford.
Jennifer Douglas for the people.
Brian Bowling on behalf of Mr. Stafford. I had on my glasses on, so it looks like him there. Okay.
State your name, sir.
Virgil Lee Stafford III.
Your Honor, the opinion from the Center for Forensic Psychiatry indicated that Mr. Stafford was competent to stand trial in this matter. So I would
This was
stipulate.
the May 19th one that we didn't receive until June 25th. But
Okay.
is that the report?
That's the report. Yes, that's accurate, Judge. And I would stipulate to that contents of that report.
For the People? All right.
So I just asked.
Based upon a review of that report, the court would find that the defendant is competent to stand trial, specifically that the defendant can understand the nature and objects of the proceedings against him and can rationally assist in his defense. Therefore, the defendant is deemed competent.
Your Honor, Ms. Douglas and I did have some preliminary plea discussions anticipating the court's ruling with respect to the competency issue, but we need a little more time. So I just asked for another to be reset for a PCC if possible.
Probable cause conference will be set for July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Vershawn Benson.
Ashley Londa for the people.
Student Attorney Kara Rosengren under supervision of Assistant ED Michael Getty.
On behalf of Mr. Vincent, who is supposed to be appearing by Zoom.
John Benson? John Benson? Mr. Benson?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I need a camera. All right, state your name.
John Benson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're requesting a brief adjournment. There is a misdemeanor offer on the table, but we have been unable to reach Mr. Benson to discuss and have a conversation with him.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Can we go one more week, please?
Why?
So I'll be in trial that week. Won't be
You
here.
don't, you won't be here
Correct.
and it'll run swimmingly.
Indeed.
All right. July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond
Thank
continue.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus DeAndre Weems.
Here for DeAndre Weems, approaching. And
DeAndre Weems.
we are,
You'll talk to him about his attire. You'll talk to him about his attire.
Yes, yeah, we are going to actually, part of the reason for our adjournment is to have me to be able to meet with my client and also for further negotiations. We're requesting that the court allow an adjournment to July 10th.
Okay, you guys realize I've seen you mentioning dates. You don't pick them. You just leave it there.
Or, sorry, for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Jelani Wright.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Wright, who's here via Zoom.
Jelani Wright.
Mr. Wright, can you state your name?
Jelani Wright.
Your Honor, I'm asking for a brief adjournment of this matter. There was an offer made by the people that I was able to clarify with Ms. Douglas. This is kind of on me. I need to go over the parameters of that offer with Mr. Douglas. I think we'll be able to move the file either way next time and get a plea form in. And
July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued.
Thank you. I'll give you a call tomorrow, Mr. Douglas. Right.
Court does call the case of People versus Chancel Bray Page.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raymond Cook, People.
And greetings, Your Honor. Emmett Greenwood on behalf of defendant, P56556.
Your name?
Chancel Bray Page.
All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, we're especially asking for in-person examination.
Is all discovery complete?
Yes. It's as far as my knowledge goes. And you know how far that goes. Never mind.
You don't want me making the comment I was gonna make. I'll leave it. Okay. Will the people have their witnesses available the 8th?
Yes, Your Honor, but I do have some concerns about discovery. I'm not seeing that we have an appearance on file for Mr. Greenwood, so I don't know how he would receive discovery from our office yet.
I filed it, but it's an old case, so the old case is the same discovery. But I'll send it over because I like I said, I filed my appearance today.
Okay. Well, you filed your appearance. Did he not have counsel?
He did not have counsel.
So he could just do the appearance. That's fine. So he filed his appearance today. But screw it. I'm trying to figure out. Do you have the discovery that the people have?
I'm sure I do because it's an old case. And it was a previous case that got dismissed. And so it's basically.
Is this a reauthorization from yours? Hang on. Is this a reauthorization?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so, and I don't believe he would have discovery because looking at it, I don't see that, for example, the police report of the media has been marked for discovery yet. So I don't believe that he has it. I'm not sure what older case he's referring to.
I'm gonna adjourn the probable cause conference to July 10th. Make sure that all the stuff, that he's got everything, okay?
Okay.
2025, 9 a.m. bond continued.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge. Good seeing you.
Thank you. Good seeing you. All right.
Can I
Oh,
ask
Judge,
one
oh,
thing?
your
Hold
Honor.
hold on a second. What?
I don't know if he's gonna say it or not.
I'm gonna say it. Please let me talk, sir. Your Honor, my client has been testing, he's been dropping, but he's actually on probation in Wayne County. So we're respectfully asking, that the Wayne County drops be admitted, and he doesn't have to drive all the way up to your jurisdiction. It's putting a real strain on him. He doesn't have a reliable vehicle, and he's tested negative for everything, I believe. So we're just asking that the Wayne County drops be admitted, and he don't.
How often are you dropping Wayne?
Every month I'll go in and visit my
Okay.
probation officer.
I have, the drops here are one time per week. But you're dropping one time a month in Wayne.
Yes.
Um,
I don't have a problem with it. I just wouldn't be able to get here currently right now. The situation I'm in, I barely made it today to even get out here.
right, but
I went
think,
to CMH earlier and I talked to my tether officer and I told him the same stuff because I was trying to drop today.
CMH or the community correction?
Community and corrections next door, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna let council talk about it. If you can find something you could stipulate to. I just have a difference in the testing because it's one time per month. He's doing it out there and ours is at one time per week. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, at this time, deny the request to change those conditions, but feel free to raise it on the 10th and we'll take another look at it, as well as if council talks, maybe something can work out. Sir,
Who's my prosecutor?
I have no idea. No, it's Mr. Cook.
Cook. Okay. Okay, I'll get in touch. I'll find him.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you so much for your time. You can see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's that block. I'm gonna take a brief recess. We'll come back for the 3 o'clock. Court stands in recess.
All right.
County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge J. Simpson.
Maybe see it. Court does call the case of the people versus Cheryl Andrasick.
Evans, and on behalf of the people.
Attorney Martin McManus on behalf of Ms. Andrzejczyk.
All right, the record should reflect the bench conference in this case. The court is going to, for reasons I'll excuse the defendant's appearance, there's a request for an adjournment, and so I'll grant that request. I will adjourn the probable cause conference to July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Renid Gamo.
Thank you, for the paper, guys. Patrick Ninehouse on behalf of Mr. Gamo. Would you please state your name for this judge?
Renid Gamo. All right. What are we doing?
Judge, we're just asking you to adjourn the probable cause conference till July 10th if possible.
You don't get to pick your date. Did you do a green sheet?
No.
You need to do a green sheet. I'll adjourn the probable cause conference on July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you very much, Judge. My apologies. So my apologies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Alan Malou.
That's for the people.
I believe he is on. There we go. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lawrence H. Margolis with and on behalf of Mr. Baloo. Alan, please state your name for the court.
Alan David Baloo.
Have before me a plea form that indicates that he was pleading to an added count two, totally person to 90 days. Upon his successful plea to that charge, count one would be dismissed. Did you explain to him the sentencing judge waiver?
We did, Your Honor. I did, and he is
That
prepared to
box
waive it.
wasn't checked. I'll check the box with that acknowledgement.
My apology.
And what is he pleading? Is it guilty or no contest?
Based on memory and civil liability, Judge, we are hoping to take a no contest plea. And I have a yes. Have a copy of a police report, I believe, your office advised.
Been in before now. I don't know if it came in.
Ms. Wielding did advise it was in, but I wanted to make sure you had it.
That's the court's full understanding of the agreement. Is that correct, counsel?
Is.
In your honor, we also have the understanding that Mr. Below is pursuing veterans.
Correct. There has been a Veterans Court referral. He actually went yesterday and observed, and it was a really good experience.
Is that part of the agreement? No, if it is, then that's what it is. But
I guess should have been considered. I should have advised the court because you did sign the referral already.
I understand that, but what I think I'm understanding counsel is indicating is that Veterans Court is part of this whole deal.
Yes, your honor. He observed last week that the requirement for him to be formally admitted to Veterans Court, but
Pardon?
I'm saying is he's being admitted.
But he's agreeing to.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly, Judge, and he's already
Well,
signed.
it needs to be on the form. That's why it's on there. You guys need to take this back, give me a complete form,
My cloud.
and I'll do it. I'll pass this man. Court calls the case People versus Dejan Wells.
Ready now. Good afternoon, I'm Rob Jacob on behalf of Dejan Wells. Dejan, would you state your name for the record?
Dejan Wells.
Judge, I just been recently appointed, but we had a long conversation at my office with his mom, who's very supportive of her son. We know, we watched videos, we're prepared to waive a preliminary exam and go up to circuit court and try and work this out.
Mr. Wells, is that correct? You want to waive your right to a preliminary exam?
Yes, sir.
You understand that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was, the offense alleged was committed and that you committed.
Yes, sir.
You understand you'll not have that hearing, you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, your honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count one with two following.
Judge, we acknowledge receive the information, waive its reading. My client would stand mute. We would ask for an out of custody pretrial date.
And having waived formal reading, standing mute as to both counts, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
August 20th. At 1:30.
August 20th, 2025, 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
Thank you, Judge. Bond continue.
Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case of the People versus Francis McMullen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Victoria Burton here as Chief Assistant Prosecutor appearing on behalf of the people.
John Shea, Your Honor, appearing with and on behalf of Ms. McMullen, who should be available on screen. And there she is. Francis, can you state your name for the record, please?
Francis McMullen.
All right.
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment if the court could give us 3 weeks or a date that the court would find appropriate. That would be helpful.
All right, I'll need a green sheet filled out, but
Oh, I should have done that, Judge. I'm sorry.
That was nice of you not to blame her.
I'm, I'm not.
Gee, Mr. Shea is always so.
Thank you very much.
All right. Will the 17th work for you?
It will, Judge.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 17th, 2025. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may approach?
Court does call the case. Serious about it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Uwe Dawes with and on behalf of Mr. Abadi. Cyrus, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Honor. Cyrus Abadi here.
Judge, in this case, I spoke with Ms. Tanner at some length yesterday afternoon, out of which comes a joint request for PCC adjournment. There's some additional investigation that I think both parties are looking to have done.
All right. How much time were you guys looking at trying to?
3 weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks, sure.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Court calls the case People versus Cameron Hanlon.
And Uwe Dawes with and on behalf of Mr. Hanlon, who is supporting. Cameron, state your name for the court, please.
Cameron Hamlin.
Here too, we're looking for a brief adjournment of 2 weeks. There's a pending with the passage of the mitigation and resolution request. I just got this in early this week because I was out of commission last week, and it's on me to ask for another 2-week adjournment if we.
Without objection, probable cause conference will be adjourned to July 10th, 2025. 9 a.m.
Very good.
Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aye.
Court calls the case People versus Danielle Newman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Your name?
Danielle Yvonne Noonan, sir.
Thank you. All right, what do we do?
Your Honor, Mr. Cook and I have discussed this matter at some length. There is some additional information that we need to provide to him in order for us to be able to resolve this matter. So I'm asking for an adjournment, and I need a date after July the 15th because it'll take us that long to get the information to him.
All right, will the 17th work or you want?
17th is fine.
That'll work.
But that's fine.
All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned to July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Joshua Bertkey.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Justin Zaid appearing on behalf of Mr. Berkey, who is present, consents to appear via Zoom. Mr. Berkey, can you unmute and state your name?
Got him.
Yes, Joshua Berkey.
All right, I need a camera, sir.
Yep.
Oh, there he is. All right. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, date and time set for a PCC. I did have an opportunity to speak with APA Londi. We are requesting an adjourned PCC date. There's some information I want to get to the prosecutor's office, as well as review some more discovery with my client. I have apprised him of his rights with respect to the 21-day rule. He's prepared to waive that.
All right. And how much time do you need to get that prepared and over to the prosecutor and an answer?
Your Honor, I would only need 2 weeks.
2 weeks. All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned to July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Charles Boyce.
Christina Berry for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nick Hanawa appearing on behalf of Charles Boyce, P78298. I'm filling in for Attorney Gregory Sheena with permission today, Your Honor.
All right, and Boyce here.
Yeah, Mr. Boyce is present.
Oh,
Please
there
state your
he
name
is.
for the
Okay.
record, Mr. Boyce.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Charles Boyce.
All right.
Your Honor, at
And you
this
have
time,
no-
we're
you
just
have no
seeking an
objection to-
adjournment.
You have no objection to counsel filling in?
No, sir.
All right. And you're seeking an adjournment? How much time are you looking at?
I would ask for a few weeks, Your Honor. They're trying to get him admitted into sobriety court, so
Gotcha.
I think
All right.
a few weeks should be sufficient.
Probable cause conference without objection, July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You do so. Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Vernon Fry.
Take attorney for the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. Robert Gross, PA 2012, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Vernon Fry, who should be joining us via Zoom.
Yeah. I'm here.
Mr. Fry?
Yes.
All right, I need a camera on, please, sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm not very technically astute. I'm pressing the start video button, but nothing is happening.
Well, it did happen. But then you try it again. Now, don't do anything. Stay right there. All right, you're good. State your name, sir.
My name is Vernon Fry.
All right, very good. All right, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I received discovery yesterday evening at some point. I have not yet had an opportunity to review that with my client. I would ask for an adjournment.
Objection. Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. On continue. Court does call the case People versus Jack Ritchie.
Take attorney for the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Attorney Russ Donaldson, P number 53660, appearing on behalf of Mr. Ritchie, who identified by Zoom with his parents in the background, Your Honor.
Mr. Ritchie, state your name again, or state your name, please. Okay, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, there's still some outstanding discovery. I spoke with Ms. Wellingbrink, who is the assigned prosecutor. I don't believe there's any objection to an additional adjournment of the PCC. There's videos that are still outstanding, forensic imaging, as well as supplemental reports that have yet to be provided. I would ask the court for approximately 30 days. We've adjourned it a couple of times for discovery.
Yeah. Do you think you'll be able to get You think you'll be able to get everything to them in that time?
I believe so, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned July 24th, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates, the bond will continue.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Donovan Sneath.
P number 86012 on behalf of Mr. Sneath, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Sneath, can you please unmute, state your name for the judge?
Donovan Michael Sneath.
Yeah. All right. All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, today's a date and time set for PCC in this matter. We're asking for a brief adjournment, preferably the July 10th date. I did pay attention, so I know that is the date. For further review of discovery and a possible resolution of this matter. And my client is prepared to waive his 21-day rule. I did go over that and have ample time to inform him of his rights.
All right. Hearing no objection, probable cause conference will be adjourned July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much, Your Honor. I hope you and your staff have a wonderful rest of your day as always.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir. Court calls the case People versus Jacqueline Walcall.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raymond Cook, people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Paul Stablin appearing on behalf, and Ms. Wachel, who is appearing via Zoom this afternoon. That's with her consent, Judge.
All right. Ma'am, could you please state your name?
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Wachel.
All right. I put the accent in the wrong spot. I'm sorry. All right.
I did too, Judge.
All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, Ms. Wachel, I did receive the written discovery. I believe that based on what I've read, there is digital evidence in the form of cell phone dumps that were performed by the police department. And so I'm asking the court for an adjournment of the probable cause conference. I heard the dates that the court was giving out. If I could have July 10th, I would, that would really work for my schedule.
Okay. And that's what we're always trying to do, accommodate everybody's schedule.
I
but
don't-
mine. No,
I
it's
was
okay.
Just suggesting, Judge, that's all.
All right. Well, so is the forensic information available at this point? Or, I mean, I'd hate to put it out to the 10th, only to come back saying we don't.
Your Honor, I'm seeing
The only-
everything. I'm seeing everything that we have has been turned over. I can email the OIC and the agency to see if or when that will be available, but I don't have that right now.
You don't have that?
No.
Okay. And well, do you have information that would indicate it was done as counsel is indicating?
I do
And that
not,
it's just a matter of getting it, or?
I do not personally know if it's been done or not. I will have to reach out to the OIC to determine where the status of that is.
Okay. Because it may be a long haul if it's a forensic dump and that hasn't been done as of yet. I don't know where then you fall in line.
I understand, Judge.
So let's do this. I'll adjourn to probable cause. I'll give counsel the date he made me give him, forcing me to give, of July 10th, 2025 at 9, or as your invite indicates. And at least at that point, we can check and see if it's here, then that's great. But if it's not, then we can maybe get a time frame as to when it's going to arrive. All right.
Very good. I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you very much.
All right. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus James Young.
Jacob Kennedy for the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge. My client's coming right now. My name is Barton Morris, P54701. I'm appearing on behalf and with Mr. Young.
Sir, state your
name.
Oh, James Young. Okay. And what are we doing on this case?
We're asking for additional 30 days for discovery.
What discoveries do we know of that's outstanding? I mean, what?
Your Honor, currently there is forensic analysis of the defendant's electronic devices that still needs to be completed. They've been dumped, however, it's going to be looked through by the officer. Well, it's good taking time.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned to the 24th, July 24th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will. Why don't we just go to the 31st, July 31st? You're right. Keep using it. Just got to cross it out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's it for me today. Thank you, sir.
Or recalls the case of the people versus Alan Willie.
Judge. Lawrence Margolis on behalf of Mr. Baloo. Alan, you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have that the defendant is going to plead no contest to the charge of disorderly person in a 90-day offense. There's, upon the successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. And he's agreed to Veterans Court. What's the court's full understanding of the agreement?
That's correct, Judge.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name for the record, please.
Alan David Buller.
Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading no contest to the charge of disorderly person. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 90 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Few things about it I have to make sure that you understand. The first thing you need to understand is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand, sir, that while I'm not taking your plea, or while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge in this case. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It's been an acknowledgement of the sentencing judge waiver previously, as well as the basis for the no contest plea, which the court will accept. So, sir, to the charge of disorderly person, how do you plead?
No contest?
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You signed or had signed on your behalf an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any question regarding any of those rights?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Looking at paragraph 5, those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court had been provided and has reviewed a portion of the Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 125-25. Any of the court having reviewed that report?
No objection.
Court, upon review of that report, does find a sufficient factual basis on which the court could determine that. Mr. Baloo, you understand that if I do accept your plea in between the time of sentencing, or between the time of this plea and the time of sentencing, that there is misconduct as defined by the court rule on your part, that you would not be entitled to withdraw your plea, and the court would not be bound by any sentence agreement or valid or evaluation of the deal. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, are you aware of any other promises, threats, or other inducements which have led to this?
Good.
Have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's?
You have and it would.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A4 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
August 26, 2025, at 9 a.m. with Judge Rushhour in Chelsea.
August 26, 2025, 9 a.m. in Chelsea. Bond continued.
Judge, may I be heard on the bond issue because I had filed a motion.
Go ahead.
We are seeking to remove the tether. It's been a couple months at least. He's not a risk of flight. He's lived in Saline for many, many years. His family's in Saline. He has no priors of any sort. He's a combat veteran, 2 tours in Iraq. He has a PTSD diagnosis that was part and parcel to what occurred here. He has had no violation since. He's been in a short rehab. He also was in jail as well as in the hospital right after this incident. We're asking for it to be removed.
Response on the people's first.
Your Honor, there's no objection to removal of the tether. I did do his arraignment. I didn't ask for that tether. I just had concerns for his safety. I have spoken with his wife, who helps take care of him because when, and she did not have any concerns of safety. So we don't have any objection to.
And it may be removed from a GPS tether.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, what branch were you? I don't know if I asked you that before.
I was an Air Force dog handler.
Okay. That sounds pretty cool. How long did you do that?
12 years, Your Honor.
12 years? All right. Well, I'll tell you something, sir. I'm at the end of the block here, but I'm going to take the time to just thank you for your service. All right. It's because of people like you I get to do what I get to do, and I'm always appreciative of that. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. It means a lot.
All right, take care of yourself.
Thank you, Judge.
Did we get? Oh, Gamma?
Yes, I actually put it in the because I couldn't find the file.
Yeah. That's, somebody had it.
No, you told me to
Okay,
put it
no,
there.
come on, court's in recess. Oh, start yelling it.
Oh, it's there.
District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is not back accessible now. Judge J. Simpson.
You may be seated. He's in jail. Court does call the case of the people of State of Michigan versus Cody Jolly.
Andrew Childers appearing on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Jolly is present via Zoom. Mr. Jolly, I would just indicate to you that you're at the proceeding via Zoom. As I had told you before, you are more than welcome to participate in these proceedings. If you would like to participate even today, I would stop these proceedings now and wait for you to be brought up so that you may participate in person. But what I would need is your acknowledgement that you wish to proceed that way in person. Otherwise, I will assume, based upon the number of times that you have not come up to the courtroom, that you do not wish to participate in person and will participate, if at all, via Zoom. So, Mr. Jolly, I'll just ask you the question directly. Do you wish to participate in person? Again, if I do not get a response, I will assume that we will proceed as we are proceeding now. So do you wish to come up, Mr. Jolly? Okay, he is, for the purposes of the record, shaking his head in the negative, so he does not wish to come up and participate in person. Mr. Childers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have tendered a motion before the court and I also sent a copy interdepartmental to the Washtenaw County Jail for Mr. Jolly. And as we placed on the record previously, it's the people's position at this point, with the defendant refusing to actively participate, that the people are seeking to proceed in this case without the defendant. Obviously, he is welcome at any point in time, should he wish to participate in the process. That is his absolute constitutional right. And we would welcome that. But at this point, this case has been pending before Your Honor for months, and it needs to move forward. And the people are requesting this court allow us to proceed in this fashion with the defendant, presumably on Zoom, but not present in the courtroom, and unless he wishes.
Mr. Jolly, do you have anything to say regarding the people's request to proceed without you physically present? He is shaking his head in the negative and doesn't have anything. I will grant the people's motion, having reviewed it, having not had a response. I will grant the people's motion to proceed without the defendant present in this case.
Your Honor,
I need an order.
I will prepare an order to that effect, and I will also include language in the order that the court's ruling remains in effect, but at any point in time, should the defendant wish to participate in the proceedings, obviously that is something that we would encourage.
Yes.
And then I think with the court's ruling, I would request that we set the matter for a preliminary examination so we can move this case along.
All right. I will set a preliminary examination in this matter. How soon could you have your witnesses? Could you have them, given my participation on this, I probably should do this. So can we do the 22nd at 12?
I don't see any reason why not. I expect only one witness, and they're an employee in the jail.
So I'll set preliminary examination in this matter for July 22nd, 2025 at 12 noon. That's a special time. And has all discovery or paper discovery, I'll indicate, been provided to the defendant?
To my knowledge, and just so we're very clear, Your Honor, what I'll do is I will make sure that a new copy of everything is interdepartmental, because it's been some amount of time. I will send a fresh copy of everything interdepartmental to the Washtenaw County Jail tomorrow, and so Mr. Jolly will have plenty of time to have that before that 22nd date.
Very good. Okay. So I'll do that, and at this time, the defendant's bound, then we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jolly. Court does call the case People versus Derek Stewart.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Victoria Burton here, Chief Assistant Prosecutor, appearing on behalf of people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Stewart, who is approaching. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Mr. Derek Stewart.
Well, today is set for a bond violation hearing, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Mr. Stewart has been found incompetent to stand trial. Because of that, we're asking to just adjourn this hearing to his next competency hearing, which is scheduled for July 22nd. I have the most recent order from the Forensic Center, I think is dated May 1st, that stated he was found incompetent.
All right. And so did we set a review hearing off of that?
I think that is the 22nd.
On the 22nd. All right. Then I will adjourn this motion. I'll adjourn, excuse me, the bond violation hearing. What date did you say? I'm looking. 22nd at 9. July 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m. Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, you could just saw Mr. Johnson. Are you handling? I'm not.
Come up later. I'm learning.
Court calls case People of the State of Michigan versus Anton.
That's
Joseph Bingle also be here.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Brooks.
Anton Brooks.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Please, Honorable Court, Kareem Johnson, on behalf of Antoine Brooks. On the second case, I believe it's 25 FB 1200.
Yes, that is correct. All right. So I have probable cause conferences set on both matters, and I do have the people's motion. So why don't we quickly deal with the people's motion?
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to the people's motion, the court no doubt well remembers that at the last court date, Mr. Brooks had requested an opportunity to retain private counsel after this being obstructed the case. I have spoken with the police office. I believe that as of today's date, private counsel has still not been retained with regards to that matter. There's actually the second opportunity Mr. Brooks had to retain private counsel as to that matter. As we wanted counsel's assistance to respond to the people's motion, his office is still having not been substituted or by another counsel. I'll leave it to the court's discretion as to.
Well, I think the PD's in the case, and it's PD case until the council comes in.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. I did want to reflect that I had a discussion with Assistant Public Defender Michael Gaddy yesterday, and again with the Kent PD on this matter today. And I believe they're making a request from the police office regarding.
Yes, Your Honor, we are requesting adjournment of the motion. We have adjourned it to this point, as Mr. Bendigo said, for Mr. Brooks to retain. He's not retained because the search warrant that this motion arises out of was authorized on the AWIM case. And it seems like Mr. Brooks is not going to retain. We do want to consult with Mr. Johnson regarding his case and if this motion and search warrant may affect that and vice versa. Obviously, the AWIM here is kind of driving the boat. But now that we know Mr. Brooks likely is not going to retain, we do want to have a little more time to get our ducks in a row, for lack of a better phrase.
Anything from you, Mr. Johnson, on it? You're not part of the motion, I guess, technically.
I can represent to the court that family of Mr. Brooks has reached out to me about retaining me on this other case. So that,
got it.
That has not come to fruition yet, but we've had that conversation. In terms of the search warrant regarding the A1 case, they did the bait and switch on him at the police station. They gave him a bottle of water. He drank from the bottle of water, and they kept the bottle of water with his DNA on it. So I don't know what the issue is on getting his DNA. It's at this point, but that's still the issue. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would have to speak with the OIC, Your Honor, regarding that, search warrant. If that is indeed the case, then perhaps the PD and counsel and I can have a conversation at that.
Well, I won't call it bait and switch, Mr. Johnson's colorful terms, but that's okay. If they have his DNA, then there would be no need for this motion.
Yes, Your Honor, it would seem to be obviated by that.
Okay. All right. So how much time are you looking for?
I will defer to my fellow counsel in the court, Your Honor. I was here specifically for the motion.
I would ask Mr. Johnson if you've had these conversations with Mr. Brooks' family. Is there a time frame you think you might have an answer regarding the Arno, or?
I actually told them that, well, I gave them an answer. They're going to get back to me in a week. I told them he has an A1. I didn't think the RNO was going to be a big deal with the prosecutor's office with a pending A1. So I think we're ready to proceed.
About a week or so. So why don't I do this so that there can at least be a proper response to the motion as well as PCC. Why don't I adjourn everything out to the 10th?
That works for us, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, on the assume you're talking about the 10th of July.
Yes, sir.
I have a sentencing on a controlled substance delivery causing death case in Eaton County at 10:30.
Okay.
So, court, they will let me step into a conference room and zoom in. The court will allow me to participate via Zoom.
I won't, because I'd like to get this done. I won't have a problem with that as long as, if you're retained in, then I think I have more of a difficulty with some of the issues that are involved. But yeah, I'll allow that on the 10th, so we can at least get this. All right. So the motion to compel, as well as the probable cause conferences in these matters, will be adjourned to July 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates, and defendant's bond at this time will continue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're going straight in.
Teenage District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now in session. Chapter 3 for the court are near. The Honorable Judge Simpson presides.
You may be seated. Court does call the case of People versus Victor Bullard.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ashley Lonnie for the people. At this time, people would waive any conflict in this honorable court and the household defender. People do not believe that any conflict exists, make way for the avoidance of all doubt.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate, first, Your Honor, on behalf of the Public Defender's Office. Likewise, Your Honor, our office does not believe a conflict exists between this honorable court and our office, but if one were to wherefore arise, we would waive such a conflict.
The court, for its part, also does not believe there's conflict either in admission to court rules or the cases decided they were under. To the extent a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to this bench trial this morning, the court did grant myself and defense counsel a chambers conference for this matter. I explained to the court and defense counsel, I discovered this morning, there is a supplemental report, the original report in this case, related to the defendant being arrested on a warrant, where there were some potential statements that were made, not under Miranda, just voluntary statements. I don't feel comfortable moving forward with the trial without giving complete and total discovery to defense counsel. And I'm asking for an adjournment for those purposes to make sure that we fulfill all of our discovery obligations under Brady and all other case law and relevant court rules.
That is correct, Your Honor, and Ms. Londi did make me aware of that this morning, and it is my understanding that she was just made aware of the supplemental report this morning right before trial, and I do understand the need for an adjournment for that purpose so that I can also review all of that additional discovery.
All right. I will adjourn to, what is my trial week? I'm just gonna let you know, Ann is out today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so I'm gonna give you a date. And one of the deals I have with her is I never give out dates. So I'm gonna give you a date. I'm gonna blow it. I know it. I'm gonna put it out publicly. It might be changed, but we will, once she gets back, she'll let you know. But I'm gonna give you a date by trial week in July.
July 21st, 2025.
Sure. That's okay. Blind leading the blind. That's the date we'll give. No, you. Well, if it's wrong, I'm blaming you. You know, it's gonna come at me. I'm all right. You said 21st?
Yes.
All right. I'll adjourn non-jury trial in this case to July 21st, 2025, 9 a.m. And as I indicated, if that date is incorrect. Okay. Thank you, folks. Court does call the case, People versus Carrie Chase.
Ashley Lonnie for the people in the matter of the case.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Livingston on behalf of and with Carrie Chase.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Your name?
Carrie Chase.
Thank you. All right. Date and time set for trial. What are we doing?
Your Honor, as the court recalls at the final settlement conference last time, Mr. Livingston and I were extremely close to resolution. We talked to the court about different collateral consequences for the defendant as well as for the people's goals to resolve this in a certain way. And at this time, it's my understanding the defendant is not ready to enter a plea. He has some other things he needs to work out. So we were hoping to get a different date, Your Honor, and for the idea that we're either going to get a plea at that time or we're going to go ahead and proceed to trial on the original charge.
That's accurate, Your Honor. We've made a counteroffer on this case as well. It's something that still may be.
Just take it out. I just need you to keep your hand out of your pocket. All right.
It's something that may be resolved. If not, we'll be ready to go at whatever next trial conference date is.
Well,
and I will also say, Your Honor, for the record, as the court already knows, my victim is a Canadian resident, so he's a Canadian citizen, so I have to get him here across the border. And I also haven't had recent contact with other people, so we're going to try our best.
He said just first. Well, why don't I give you the same date with the same understanding that I may have to change that if I give it.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
That's July 21st, Your Honor?
Yes, July 21st, 2025, 9 a.m. We'll see. Thank you. All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate it. You guys stay cool out there, eh?
We'll try.
I see, I have 2 dates.
Court stands in recess. Yeah, no, they can't. What?
Maybe 2 days.
Let you know there are patients in the hallway. I'm gonna admonish it. I told them, and I'm gonna let them know, and I give instructions to court security. I don't care who it is. If they cause any disruption, they're out. All right, they're not even gonna ask me. I told them to take them out. They gotta arrest them, they gotta arrest them. So if you got people here, 4 people, they need to know that. But I will certainly let them know. Okay? Thank you. Court does call the cases of people versus Christie Couch, versus Myron Couch, versus Devin Gates, and Jermond Matthews. Counsel, please. What's your preference?
Good morning, Green Cook for the people.
Morning, Norman from my couch. Bring on behalf of Christie Couch.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Gates.
Good morning, Your Honor. One Brown Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Before we begin with the preliminary examination, the court has been informed that there have been some, I'll call them altercations or other things that have occurred in the hallway between certain people. Those folks that are in the courtroom now that were involved in that have been identified to me as well as to court security and my bailiff. I'm going to warn everybody, and I'm going to punishment that I've instructed court security that if anybody causes any disruption whatsoever in these proceedings or in the hallways, they are to be removed. They do not need a further order from me. And that if you resist in some way or cause further altercation, they are to place you under arrest. So everybody needs to understand what rules and games are played by. I've informed counsel of that in case they're aware of any of the individuals that are here. I will tolerate none of that. That understanding, state time set for preliminary examination. People ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, I would move on behalf of my client to be sequestration of witnesses, excluding, of course, the officer in charge.
All right. All witnesses who will testify are hereby ordered, sequestered, and are to be out of the courtroom prior to testimony. They are also instructed as part of the sequestration order that if they have testified, they're not to discuss the matter with any other witnesses of testifying until they are released. The officer in charge, of course, may remain in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the witnesses should be out of the courtroom now. People would call Jameel Thomas. This is a housekeeping matter. Would the court prefer that I go to the podium or remain in the jury box while examining a witness?
I'd prefer that you were at the podium. However, you can examine witnesses over there. I would, because of the setup of the courtroom, if there is a private conversation going on, that microphone in front of you is live, so you would need to hit the button.
Understood.
All right. You have your first witness.
I believe he should be coming in shortly.
Okay. Please come forward to be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about the guilty, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Now, see, state, spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Jadeo Thomas, Jamedeo, Thomas, Thomas.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. How are you? Mr. Thomas, I'm going to ask you some questions about an incident that occurred in early January this year. If at any point you can't hear me or don't understand the question, just let me know and I can speak up or rephrase. Is that okay? Beginning on January 2nd, 2025, did you go to a barber shop on that day?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did anything happen at that shop that gave you concern or that seemed unusual?
They were talking about robbing people, stuff like that.
Who is they?
Some preachers at a barbershop.
Okay. And were you having a conversation with anyone while you were there?
Just my barber.
And who is your barber?
Poncho.
Okay. So you're talking with Poncho and there's a couple other patrons in the barbershop at the same time. Is that correct? And what were you and Poncho discussing?
Just talking about general stuff, my family, my brother.
Okay. Who is your brother? Same last name?
Yes.
Do you have any cousins?
Yes.
Well, who are your cousins?
Myron.
What's Myron's last name?
Couch.
And do you see Myron Couch in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing? So we're making an audible record here. If you can just say an article of clothing that he's wearing as well.
He has a black vest on. A black shirt.
The record may reflect that the witness has identified defendant Myron Couch.
And he's seated to your right, sir.
Yes.
All right. Record shall so reflect without objection.
So you have your brother Malik, cousin Myron, any other family members?
And Chris Couch.
Christy, how is Christy related?
Myron's wife. And Christy Couch, do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and identify her by an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yes, black shirt on.
There's a couple black shirt with white pants. All right, the record may reflect that the witness has identified defendant Christy Couch as well.
Record shall so reflect without objection.
And the individuals at the barber shop that you overheard talking about robbing people, did you recognize that or those individuals?
No.
What did they look like?
Black male, tall, around my height, a bit shorter. Another black male, short hair with a upper jacket on, and a skull guy.
And you said around your height. How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
What do they sound like?
One of the guys sounded like this. Yeah, voice like this.
And just so the record can reflect this again, it's a type you got sort of nasally there. Is what it sounded like to me. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Did you think anything of that conversation at that time that it occurred on January 2nd?
No.
Okay. Moving on to January 4th of 2025, where were you the morning of the 4th at about 7 o'clock?
I was in the bathroom.
In your home?
In my home upstairs.
Where is that home located? What's the address?
10060 Willow Road.
Is that here in Washtenaw County?
What was that road name, sir?
10060 Willow Road.
Willow. All right.
And that's in Augusta Township, is that correct? Okay. So you said you were in your bathroom at about 7 o'clock?
Yes.
What had you been doing prior to 7 o'clock?
I just got home.
All right. Where do you work? Okay. And is that pretty typical that you'll work sort of late evening, early morning shifts?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything that happened that morning that led someone in your house to call 911?
Yes. I was told police, when I was in the bathroom, the policeman, they said they were the police.
So we're going to rewind, unpack some things here. You said they said they were the police. How many people were in your house at that point?
40.
Let me perhaps rephrase the question. How many people live with you at your house?
Me, my girlfriend, my daughter. So really.
And what is your girlfriend and your daughter's name?
My girlfriend name is Ayana Bettersfield, and my daughter's name is Nevaeh Thomas.
Okay. And were they home on the morning of the 4th?
Yes.
Do you know where they were in the house?
My girlfriend was in her room, and my daughter was in her room.
Okay. And so the morning of the 4th, the three of you are home, and then you said they came and said they were the police. How many people came into your house that day or that morning?
40.
Okay. And what were those people wearing?
High school vest, ski mask, jeans, Tyson Jordans, and thank you.
So I heard jeans. I didn't hear what you said after that.
Nikes and Jordans.
You said Jordans and Nikes? Referring to the shoes?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you able to see their faces?
No.
Why not?
They had ski masks on.
Can you describe what style ski masks they were wearing?
All black, literally face over here, over here.
Did you let these individuals into your house? Do you know how they got into the house? Was the front door locked at the time?
Yes.
Did the front door sustain any damage to it?
Yes.
And so when they break in through the front door, are you still in the bathroom at that time?
Yes.
What did you do when you heard them enter your house?
When I first heard them enter my house, I thought it was the police. So I peeked out, and when they came up the steps, that's when my dog attacked me.
And what sort of dog do you own?
Okay.
And you say your dog attacked them. What specifically did your dog do?
He jumped up and bit one of them down.
And at that point, did you still think that they were police?
No, by the time I saw their clothes, I recognized they weren't police.
And sorry,
And then that's when they pulled me out of the bathroom.
when you say they pulled you, was it all four of them or just a combination of them? Who pulled you out?
All kicked me out of the bathroom.
What were you doing at that time? Were you fighting back? Were you sort of shocked? What was your reaction to being pulled out of the bathroom?
The first time I said, what the fuck was going on? And they proceeded to put my arms and put it behind my back. And they put the zip ties on me and then they took me to the floor.
So they take you out of the bathroom, put zip ties on you, throw you to the floor. Can you describe the layout of your house just so we have an understanding of where in your house that bathroom is?
Okay, so the layout of my house is the steps are going up and you come in on the hallway, the bathroom's on the left-hand side.
So are you on the first or the second floor?
Second floor.
Second floor. And your front door, I'm assuming, is on the first floor.
Yes.
From the front door to the second floor, how far is that? Is there like a room you need to go through, or is the stairway right there?
It's pretty much you turn right and it's right there.
Okay. What else is on the second floor as far as the room layout?
It's my room and my daughter's room.
Okay. So 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, is that fair? Okay. You said that they zip tied you. Where did that occur?
When they grabbed me out of the bathroom, they said time.
And did they put you in a specific room or were you in a hallway? Where were you when you got zip tied?
They just landed on the floor in the hallway.
Just outside the bathroom?
Just outside the bathroom.
At that point, what did you see happen next?
I see one of the assailants came and ripped my girlfriend out of her room, and they pretty much slammed her around also.
All right. And when you say ripped her out of her room, which room would that be? Okay, so it's both of yours rooms? Okay. Were these individuals carrying any weapons on them?
Yes.
What weapons did they have on them? Can you describe the color or shape of those?
One had a silver pistol.
Okay.
The other they had like a waistband. I could tell, like I could see a gun shape. So.
Oh, so you could see the print of it on their clothes, but you didn't actually see the pistol itself.
Yes.
Right. Did they have any other weapons or tools with them?
Chainsaw.
How many chainsaws did they have?
They brought one chainsaw.
Okay. What did they do with that chainsaw?
They got to ripping up our accommodation and house upstairs, cutting the walls, ripping the walls, and trying to destroy the house with the money.
All right. Did they say anything while they were doing that? And when this was happening, was it just one person making statements, or how many people were shouting or saying where's the money? Okay, so all four of these individuals were asking where's the money?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea what they were referring to when they were asking about the money?
Yeah, they assume my brother had money.
Okay.
That who?
My brother believed. Objection based.
Let me phrase it this way.
I'll sustain your objection. Rephrase.
Thank you. Do you know your brother to owe anyone money?
No.
Do you know of anyone? Strike that actually. The house that you were in, who owns that house?
Wow.
Okay. Did your brother ever live at that house?
No.
How much of the house did they go through, or did these people go through with the chainsaw?
Upstairs, and a little bit downstairs.
When you say a little bit downstairs, how many rooms damaged would you say?
They had attic, trying to get inside.
Okay. And was it one person primarily doing it, or were they all sort of doing the damaging?
So it was one person specifically with the chainsaw. He was doing most of the damage. Another person was downstairs checking and doing some damage down there also.
His voice keeps dropping.
Yeah, okay, you have to keep your voice up. The microphones in here don't amplify, okay? It's only for recording purposes. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you could say what you just told the court again, just a little louder this time. Yeah, so I believe the question that was just asked was it just one person doing damage, or was it multiple people?
Yeah, it was one person upstairs doing damage and there was another person downstairs doing some damage also.
Okay, the person upstairs, were they the one with the chainsaw?
Yes.
All right. Did they have any articles of clothing that stood out to you?
Yes.
What?
A camo shirt.
Okay, what sort of camo?
A camouflage like woodland.
Woodland, so like a green, brown sort of thing?
Yes.
Was it long sleeve or short sleeve, do you remember? Long sleeve?
And this was the person that was with the chainsaw?
Yes.
Okay.
Was there anything about their shoes or their footwear that stood out to you?
One person definitely has some Jordans on all the way.
Okay.
It's what I'm sorry.
Go ahead, repeat your answer, sir.
Jordans on all the way. One of the same.
Okay. Did you observe any of them to have any sort of ankle monitor or tether on?
Yes.
How many?
Just one.
And was the person with the tether the person holding a chainsaw, or was that a different person?
He was the person holding the chainsaw.
Okay. Was he the one wearing the Jordans as well, or is that a different person?
Yes.
That was a yes to which part of that question? There were two questions there.
It was yes to the Jordan part.
Go.
So I guess just to make a clear record, so the person with the chainsaw was wearing both the camouflage, the Jordans, and had a tether on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said that at least one of them you saw armed with, I believe you described as a silver pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did they ever use that weapon in any way?
Yes. He used it to one pistol with me, and then he let the gun off in the back of my head. He also let the gun off in the back of my girlfriend's head, and at the end of that, he kicked in my daughter's door and said, "You think we're fucking playing?" and shot the gun off in my daughter's door.
So just so that I'm clear, he shot the gun off next to your head?
Yeah, he put the gun to the back of my head and shot it off.
Okay, and he did the same thing to your girlfriend?
Yes, he put the pistol to her back and shot it off also.
Okay. But the barrel of the pistol was pointed in another direction other than the body. Either your head or your girlfriend. If the barrel wasn't pointed toward them, correct?
Yeah.
Right? Is that right? And then shot it off again in your daughter.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. And when you say pistol whipped, what do you mean by that?
Kept telling me keep my head down. I looked up. He took the gun and he hit me in the side of the face right here.
And you said right here and sort of gestured towards your right eye. Is that accurate?
Yes. And when he hit me with the pistol, I went unconscious for at least 5 seconds.
Okay. How many times roughly would you say you went unconscious during all of this?
I was in 3 times maybe.
Okay. The pistol, when it was fired, Did it sound like a firearm going off, like an air gun? What sort of gun did it sound like?
It sounded like a real gun at the time.
Okay. Did you or anyone else that you know of get hit by a projectile that left that pistol?
No.
Was there any damage to the walls from that gun being fired or anything like that?
No.
Okay. At the time that you were on the ground, were you free to move around?
No.
What was keeping you from moving around?
I was sitting tight on the hand, and one of the sailors had a foot on my back.
Was this the same one with the chainsaw or a different one?
Same with the chainsaw.
As these people were going through the house, let me rephrase the question this way. At some point, did you have contact with your girlfriend, Ayana, during this incident?
Yes, she was laying across from me.
Okay. When did she get to be across from you?
Almost immediately after I got tossed to the floor, they brought her out the room.
Okay. What was she wearing at the time?
She was completely naked.
Okay. How far apart were the two of you while you were on the floor?
Just okay.
Were you able to see, or I guess I'll phrase the question this way. What was your body position as far as were you face down, face up, on your side? How were you positioned?
I was face up.
Were you able to see Ayana from where you were while you were laying down on the ground?
Yes.
Can you describe, was there any contact that these people had with Ayana while you were on the ground?
While I was on the ground, one of the sailors kept touching her ass and making a jiggle when he stayed over top of her.
Okay.
Kept caressing her body.
Okay. These 4 people that came into your house, I believe your testimony was that one of them had a chainsaw and was sort of standing over you at some point, and then did he leave you in order to go damage the house, or how did that work?
So after he got done, he asked us, kept asking about money. They all was generally asking about money. Where's the money? Where's the money? When we told them we don't have any money, we have nothing. I had any money. They said that's when they got to go with the chainsaws and stuff like that.
Okay. So how long was the individual with the chainsaw directly standing over you?
It was like 10 minutes.
Okay. Was there a different individual that was standing over Ayana, or was it the same individual?
Different.
While those two were sort of standing over the two of you, what were the other 2 individuals in the house doing?
One of the individuals was sitting at the steps, watching, looking out the window to make sure. And then another one was downstairs, rummaging through things, looking for money.
Okay. So we have 3 people then on the second floor and 1 person downstairs on the first floor. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, did they find any money?
No.
Did they take anything from your house before they left?
Yes, my PlayStation 5.
And when they left, actually, I'll phrase it this way. When did they leave? Do you know?
After they got done destroying my items, they left.
Okay. Do you know roughly how long they were in your house?
It felt like 30 minutes.
Okay. When they left, where were you and Ayana situated?
We were still upstairs.
Were you still zip tied at that point?
Still zip-tied.
Were you able to see any vehicles that they came or left in?
No.
Did you eventually get those zip ties off of you?
Yes.
How did those come off?
My girlfriend had to cut them off.
And before these 4 individuals left with your PlayStation, you testified that they destroyed or took a chainsaw to the house. Did they damage any other property of yours?
They destroyed my phone and my iPad.
Right. And where were those located before the incident?
In the bathroom.
With you or a different bathroom?
With me.
Okay.
Upstairs.
After they leave, you said your girlfriend cuts the zip ties off. What do you do then?
They didn't break her phone, so we got her phone and called the police.
Okay. At that point, had you sustained any injuries from this?
Yes.
What all did you sustain as far as injuries go?
My eye, I had a concussion. I couldn't see. I almost lost vision in my eye.
Okay. And going back just a second here, when the individuals were going through your house and asking where's the money, did you recognize any of those voices?
Yes.
How many of those voices did you recognize?
Just one.
And how did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like it was similar to the person I heard in the barbershop.
Okay. Sort of that same nasally voice then? All right. Was there anything else about that voice that struck you as odd?
It just seemed like he was trying really hard to change his voice, so I would notice.
Okay. Didn't sound natural to you?
It didn't sound natural.
Okay. All right, just 1 second, please. Right. A few more questions. Before you were ultimately zip tied, did these individuals make any other attempts to restrain you in any way?
Yes.
What did they do?
They tried to zip down my feet, that didn't work. They tried to put industrial headphones on our heads and cover our face with blindfolds, but that didn't work, so they just gave up.
Okay. And did they do that to just you, or did they do that with Ayana as well?
They also put headphones on Ayana.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Norman, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. So when you were initially approached in the bathroom, you said you saw all four people?
Yes.
And did they have anything in their hands at that time?
No.
Okay. So earlier you testified that someone had a silver gun. They didn't have it in their hand when they got to the door.
Yes.
Yes, they had it, or yes, they did not have it.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You said four people came to the door of the bathroom.
Yes.
Earlier, you said that you at some point saw someone with a silver handgun.
Yes.
Did that person have that gun when they came to the door of the bathroom?
I didn't see it.
All right. And same question regarding the chainsaw. You said someone was carrying a chainsaw. Did they have that when they got to the bathroom? Okay. You also said that all four of them pulled you out.
Yes.
All four of them were able to enter the bathroom at your home?
Yes.
All right. And how did they pull you out? By what parts of your body?
Grabbed by my arms.
All right. So you have two arms. Who pulled you?
The main guy. Okay.
Oh.
One guy pulled me from the arm, then the rest of them started pulling me about.
Okay. And the main guy, who would that be?
I'm not sure. Just the tallest one.
Okay. And you described them all as about your height or very close to your height, correct? All right. They all had on masks. You couldn't see their faces, correct? All right. And you said they all spoke.
Yes.
And your only voice you recognized was someone you believe had been at the barbershop earlier on January 2nd.
Correct.
Was Myron Couch at the barbershop on January 2nd?
No.
All right. And you said then that you were zip tied and pushed on the floor upstairs in the hallway.
Yes.
Were you ever taken downstairs?
No.
All right. And then you also said that they attempted to put headphones on you, but couldn't.
Yes.
And at this point, you're zip tied and on the ground.
Yes.
What prevented them from putting headphones on you?
The headphones, they were cheap. They fell off. They couldn't stay in my head.
Okay. And you said they tried to put a mask on you as well?
They tried to put my phone.
All right. And why was that unsuccessful?
It just didn't work, so they just gave up.
Okay. And then they attempted to zip tie your legs. Same thing. Zip ties just didn't work. Okay. All right. So at what point, I think y'all said you lost consciousness for a few seconds, right?
Yes.
And then at what point did you see the silver gun?
At what point?
Yes, at what point?
Yeah, it's wooden.
All right. So just for clarification, you're zip tied on the ground. Four guys are standing around and nobody has anything in their hand.
No.
All right. And so where did this person retrieve this weapon from?
I don't know.
Could you tell whether it was, do you know what a revolver is?
No. Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell whether it was a revolver or a semi-automatic gun? You couldn't see the weapon. Other than being silver, can you make any more description regarding that weapon? I think you stated that you didn't see how the people arrived or left your home.
Correct.
Now, I think you also said that they were wearing tactical vests.
Yes.
Did you see anything on the vest?
No.
No flags or anything on any of the vests?
No.
They were completely black?
Yes.
All right. And you also said that your dog bit one of the assailants?
Yes.
Do you know which one? As you're describing it, was the tallest one? Okay. Do you remember any shell casings? You said that at some point the person with the silver gun fired shots.
No.
You don't recall any shells being ejected? At any point, so as you're on the ground, they attempt to put the headphones and things on you. That for some reason doesn't work. You said that the person with the chainsaw was the person who was keeping you on the ground?
Yes.
All right. And then where did the other gentleman go?
One was standing on the steps, one was up on my girlfriend.
Okay.
And also the last one downstairs.
All right. How long was the person with the chainsaw standing over you?
Around 10 minutes.
All right. And at some point, he had to leave, right? Because you said that he was tearing up the house.
Correct.
Then did someone else come and stand over you?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever make any attempt to get up from the ground while they were in the house?
No.
All right. And you could see your girlfriend from where you were.
Yes.
And as far as you know, did she make any attempt to get up and leave the house?
No.
All right. What happened to your dog after it supposedly bit someone?
We ran to the room.
Into what room?
The main bedroom, my room, me and my girlfriend room.
Okay. And was the door open or closed?
My girlfriend was closing the door at the time.
Okay, so this is before she had been put on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And you couldn't identify any of the four people, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson. Did you know Christy Couch prior to January the 2nd of 25?
Yes.
So you knew what she looked like prior to January 2nd of 2025?
Yes.
Had you ever had a conversation with her or been present when she was having a conversation with somebody else prior to January 2nd of 25?
No.
Okay. So you had never heard her voice prior to that time?
Yes, I heard her voice.
Okay. And if you'll, I know I'm going to get some crap for this, but she sounds like a woman, right?
Correct.
When you were in the barbershop on January 2nd of 2025, did you hear any female voices?
No.
Okay. So you're not telling us that she was part of the conversation about having this robbery. When you were in the barbershop, you said you overheard some guys talking about a robbery.
Correct.
She was not part of that conversation.
No.
Okay. The voices that you heard on January the 4th in your house, did you hear a female voice?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay. You testified earlier, however, that the four individuals who were in your house that morning were all about your height, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how tall Ms. Couch is? You said the only thing that was taken was a PlayStation?
Correct.
Where was that taken from?
Downstairs.
Downstairs. You were never downstairs that morning, right?
No.
So you were not present when the PlayStation was taken?
Correct.
You don't know who took it?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further, Your
Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burnett.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. The persons that came into your home, you said they were close to your height, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You identified one person as the main guy, is that right? Okay. And that was the person you identified as the main guy is the one who was standing over you?
Correct.
Had a chainsaw?
Correct.
Okay. And your height is what, 6 foot?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated this was the tallest of the individuals that were standing up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he would have been close to your height, close to 6 foot?
Correct.
Okay. Could he have been taller than 6 foot? Okay. But close to your height.
Correct.
Said something about they tried to change their voices. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what their voices sounded like normally?
No. Yes.
So when they tried to change their voices, what did you perceive they were doing to change their voices?
Like having a high pitched voice. Basically kind of like this, if that makes sense.
So they tried to talk more nasally?
Yes.
Tried to talk more high pitched?
Yes.
Do you recall long hair, afros?
No.
What about beards or mustaches?
No.
Don't recall?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
The four individuals that came into your house, you were asked a question on cross-examination about their hair and beards. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Was it possible for you to see their hair with the ski masks?
No.
What about any beards?
No.
How much of their face could you see?
Just eyes and mouth.
And from that, could you see skin color?
Yes.
Do you remember what skin color they were?
Black.
All of them? And the tactical vest, you asked a question about that regarding flags or pins that might have been on those. Were all four individuals wearing the same vest to your knowledge, or were they different styles?
They might say this, yes.
And just so that it's clear, all four of them were plain, no adornments on any of them? No further questions, thank you.
Just one quick question. Was the chainsaw, was it electric or gas? Do you know the difference?
Smaller chainsaw.
Pardon?
I believe it was electric, it was a smaller chainsaw.
Smaller chainsaw. Electric. Okay, very good. Any questions based upon the court's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I have one.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Could you see what everyone was wearing, including the people downstairs?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Okay. Did you get a chance to, at some point you saw all of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the shoes that all of them were wearing?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember seeing even their feet or the ankles of all of them?
Yes.
Okay. You said some were wearing Jordans.
Yes.
Do you remember what the others were wearing?
No.
How about pants? Do you remember what kind of pants all of them were wearing?
I have blue jeans, but no.
Okay, so one had blue jeans. How about anything else stand out? Don't remember. Okay, thank you.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Mr. Cook asked you, or I believe it was Mr. Cook, whether you could tell the race of the four individuals.
Correct.
And you said they were all black, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you recognize Ms. Couch?
Yes.
Okay, is she black? Thank you.
No further questions? All right. You may step down. Sir? Sir? You may step down. It's okay. It's all right. Any objection to this witness being excused?
No, Your Honor. No,
All right. Very good. The witness is excused. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. People call Adon Petersfield.
Please come forward and be sworn.
You take a seat, raise your right hand. Yes, sir. You solemnly swear to further testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take your seat. State, spell your first and last name for the record, please.
AYANA, FEDERSPIEO.
May inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Doing just fine. If at any point I ask a question, you can't hear me or you don't understand, just let me know and I can speak up, okay? I want to pull your attention back to January of this year and specifically January 4th of 2025. Do you remember that day? Where were you the morning of January 4th? And is that at 10060 Willow Road? And you said that you were sleeping in your bed. Was there anything that woke you up that morning?
Yes.
What did you hear that woke you up, or what happened that woke you up?
I heard a commotion and screaming.
Did you recognize any of the screaming?
Yes.
Who did you recognize? Did you recognize what was being screamed? What was being screamed? Okay. When you woke up, what was your initial reaction?
I was confused at first. And then I instantly ran to go see what the commotion was.
And were you able to figure out what was going on? What could you see from, or let me phrase it this way, where did you go that you were able to see what was going on?
I left my bedroom. And from the doorway was our hallway. And I was able to turn my head left and see a group of people.
Okay. And that group of people, did that include your boyfriend?
Yes.
Was there anyone else in that group that you recognized?
No.
How many people were in the group?
4.
Including your boyfriend?
No, including him, 5.
Okay. So 4 unknown individuals and your boyfriend, what are they? And that'd be the 4 individuals you don't recognize holding your boyfriend down?
Yes.
Okay. What were those 4 unknown individuals wearing?
Tactical vests, masks that went over their head and over, I want to say to their neck. They had on gloves.
Okay. When you saw that, what did you do?
I instantly turned around to go back into my room and close the door.
Were you able to get the door closed? What stopped you from getting the door closed?
Someone had ran up right behind me and was in the middle of the doorway.
So you tried to close and this person is like physically blocking the door, is that what I'm understanding? Okay. When they got in between the door and stopped from closing, what happened at that point?
We began to fight over the door for about, I want to say, maybe 30 seconds.
Okay. And was it just one person or multiple people that you were fighting with at that time?
Just one person. That's right.
Were they taller than you, shorter than you, same height? Taller. And do you know male or female? Okay. Who won that fight over the door?
He did.
What happened after he got control of the door?
I was grabbed by my hair in my arm and I was body slammed onto the floor of my hallway.
And the individual that you were fighting with the door over, was that the individual that grabbed you or was it a different individual?
It was the same individual.
What were you wearing at the time?
Absolutely nothing.
You're on the ground, or you said that you got taken to the ground and moved to the hallway. Were you taken to the ground in your room and then sort of dragged to the hallway, or did they take you to the ground in the hallway?
They took me to the ground from my room.
Okay. And then how did they get you to the hallway? Thrown?
Yes.
Okay.
They picked me up. I was body slammed. I got picked up from my bedroom and then flipped onto the hallway, to the hallway side, and that's where I lay.
Okay. At any point, did you consent to this or say this was okay or that you wanted that to happen?
No.
Were you fighting back at that point?
No.
What were you doing?
I was trying to comply as much as possible
Comply with what?
with whatever they were asking.
What were they asking?
They were asking for us to lay down and keep our heads down. And they could continuously ask for money while they pointed guns at us.
Was it one person doing the asking or multiple?
There was multiple asking.
Were you able to see if they were armed with any weapons?
Yes.
How many were armed and with what?
I was able to see all of them. All of them looked like they had a gun on them. Two had an impression on their waistband, and then the rest of them were holding their guns, walking around with them.
So you saw two people actually holding a gun in their hand.
Yes.
Were there any other tools or weapons that you observed?
Yes, a chainsaw.
How many?
Just one.
And was that, who held that chainsaw? Was it one of the individuals with a gun in their hand, or was it one of the individuals with the gun sort of pressed into their waistband?
One of the guns pressed to their waistband.
Right. What was he doing with that chainsaw?
He was chainsawing sections of our house upstairs.
And where were you when the person with the chainsaw was going through the house?
I was still laying on the floor next to my boyfriend. There was an individual that kept his foot on my back, and another individual kept their foot on Jamil's back.
So you're face down on the ground, sort of in a prone position next to Jamil. Is that accurate? You said one had a foot on your back. Did they touch you anywhere else other than your back?
Yes.
Where?
They touched me.
Do you know how many times?
Throughout the time they were going through the house. This person would take time to stop by me and use their right foot to continuously hit my right side of my foot to make it dribble, and then they would walk away and then come back and proceed to do the same thing again until the whole thing was over.
Did the individual that assaulted you like that, did they say anything or make any comments about what they were doing?
No, they stayed quiet the whole time.
And was that the same individual that had their foot on your back, or was it a different individual?
The same individual.
Okay. Other than having that foot on your back, was there any other restraints that they put on you?
No.
Did they try to put any other restraints on you?
They tried to put earmuffs on me, but they got slipped off.
Do you know what type of earmuffs they were?
Maybe at gun range.
Okay. So like an over the ear style. Okay. How long would you say these individuals were in your house for?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. At any point, did you observe any of these individuals use these pistols? How many of them used their pistol?
Two that we saw were holding the guns out.
Okay.
Were the two that let the guns off.
When you say let the guns off, does that mean they fired the gun? Is that what you're?
They fired it. Obviously, there's no bullets in the guns. They were fired.
Okay. How many times did they fire these guns?
They did it throughout the whole thing. They would come to us and put the guns to our heads and continuously let them off.
Okay. When you say continuously, is it like rapid fire? They just kept pulling the trigger, or is it they do one pull the trigger, leave, come back, do another pull of the trigger? How was that?
They would pull the trigger, I'd say about 3 times. And then after that, they would demand where the money was. And whenever we would comply or we told them we didn't know, they would let it off again.
Okay. At any point, did any of these individuals use the gun in a way other than just firing it off?
Oh, no, they actually pistol whipped Jamil in the beginning.
And I think I understand what pistol whip means. What does pistol whip mean to you?
Taking either side of the weapon and using it and hitting the individual.
Okay. So this individual hit Jamil with the pistol directly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a daughter?
I do.
How old is that daughter?
She's 3 years old.
Was she in the house at the time?
She was.
Where was she at the time that all of this was going down?
She was in her room sleeping.
And is that on the first floor or the second floor? And did any of these 4 individuals ever go into your daughter's room?
They did.
How many times would you say they went into your daughter's room?
2 times.
What did they do when they were in your daughter's room?
They pointed the gun at my daughter. They startled her to wake her up. And when she was awake and alert, they pointed it in her face and continuously letting us know that they were going to kill our daughter if we didn't give them any kind of money.
Did your daughter sustain any injuries?
No.
Okay. After these individuals left, did you see them take anything, or did you observe that they had taken anything from the house?
No.
Okay. When they left, what did you do?
I
stayed on the floor. Jamil told me not to get up. He was the first one to get up and look and see if they had actually left.
Your objection.
Not responsibility. She has what she did. She's.
Oh. Overruled. Go ahead.
So Jamil, he was the first one that got up. Did you ever get up?
Yes, after he told me to get up.
Okay. What did you do after you got up?
I went into my room and retrieved scissors to cut the zip ties off Jamil.
So he had been zip tied at that point?
Yes.
Was there any damage to your property other than to the house?
They broke our phones.
How many phones were broken?
2 phones and 1 iPad.
Was your phone broken?
No, they were able to find mine.
Were you able to use your phone?
Yes.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
Did you recognize or know any of the individuals that broke into your house that day? One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, he does that. Ma'am, you said your daughter was how old? 3. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Norman.
You just testified that you don't believe anything was taken from the house?
I didn't find out that PlayStation was taken, but I didn't see anyone take it.
Okay, so you stayed upstairs this entire time. And can you describe, you said 2 people had guns in their hands. Can you describe those weapons? Yes.
It just looked like a small black gun. They had really, really bright flashlights to blind us, so there wasn't really much I could see besides the firearm itself and what I felt pressing against my back.
Okay, and you said that you think they both had black guns? Okay. Now, did you have a dog at this time? When you were, I guess, awoken from your room, where was your dog?
He was in the hallway where he sleeps.
Okay, and did anything happen with the dog?
Yeah, my dog got hit in the face after he tried jumping up to attack one of the individuals who broke into my house.
All right, and then where did he go?
He went to my room to try to protect me.
All right. And you didn't recognize anybody who was in the home. And when you came out of the room, where was your boyfriend already on the ground? And you said they attempted to put earmuffs on you. Did you see what color those earmuffs were? And then I think you also said that somebody had their foot on your boyfriend's back.
Said yes. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Did that person have anything in their hands?
Okay.
Okay, so the person with their foot on his back had a gun in their hand, and that was one of the black guns.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there was a person with a chainsaw. That person, when you came out of the room, that person located.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Remember the chainsaw was used, I was popular. So at that point, all 4 individuals were in our hallway all together.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions. All right, thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Well, no questions. No questions. All right. Any follow-up? No? All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you. Maybe this witness be excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
Your next witness.
People call Kenneth Henderson.
He located someplace else in the building.
I believe he was in the front lobby, so the officer in charge is grabbing him.
Sir, please come forward, be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. See, state still your first and last name for the record, please.
Kenneth Henderson, Kenneth, last name Henderson.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Henderson. How are you?
Good, you?
Doing just fine. Thank you for asking. I'm going to ask you a few questions here. If at any point you can't understand me or you need me to speak up, just let me know and I can ask again, okay?
Well,
Mr. Henderson, where did you live, or did you live on Willow Road on January 4th of 2025?
yes.
And do you remember where you were that morning?
Yes, I was down road.
Okay. And does your house have any sort of camera system set up or anything like that?
Yes, it does.
What does it have?
So I have a Ring camera system.
Okay. On the morning of January 4th, 2025, did you ever have an occasion to see a white U-Haul?
So my camera did capture still images of a U-Haul van across the street.
And do you know what the address of the house is across the street from you?
Not per se, no. I've never really paid attention to the address.
Okay. Do you know who lives across the street from you?
I mean, I know of the people. I haven't really talked to them or anything since they lived there.
Okay. Is it possible that the house across the street from you is address 10060 Willow Road?
Probably
Okay. And your camera overlooks that house?
Yeah, I mean, I have some of my cameras set up in the front yard and it just so happens to, capture that yard across the street as well.
All right. What time roughly did it capture this U-Haul vehicle?
I believe it was running around 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. Did you see that vehicle at any other time that day?
Yes, actually, while I was out on my hunting stand, I hunt on some property on Button Road. I did see the vehicle traveling, I believe it was southbound on Button Road. I see the U-Haul van stop. It was in the middle of the road for maybe a minute or two, and then it took off again, continued southbound to Willow Road, and that's all I see of it.
So just so that way I'm understanding this correctly, Button Road runs north-south, is that correct?
Yes.
And Willow Road, is that east-west? And so if you're traveling south on Button, is that going towards or away from Willow Road?
That should be going towards.
And when you saw this vehicle, was that before or after your Ring camera picked it up?
I believe it was before.
And you said that you were hunting. About how far away from your house were you hunting?
It was maybe 2 minutes down the road.
Okay, so pretty close to Willow Road. Were you able to see who was driving that U-Haul?
No, I only seen the van itself.
Were you able to see any passengers or how many people might be inside it?
No, I did not. I can only see the van.
Okay. So is it one of those vans where like the passenger compartment is opaque, you can't see in, or did it have windows you could see through?
I honestly don't remember. I mean, it's been since January, so I don't exactly remember. I just remember seeing the U-Haul van traveling down, stopping in the middle of the road, and there for a minute or two, then took back up.
All right. 1 moment, please.
Yes.
Just to clarify, Mr. Henderson, when you're talking about this U-Haul, is it one of the big like box truck rentals or is it a smaller van?
Remembering back, I believe it was like the Ford Transit van, U-Haul looking one. So it looked like kind of like Ford Transit vans, or it could have been like, the Dodge Transit vans. It was one, or, it was the ones that were like the smaller van. It wasn't the big box truck, but whatever.
Thank you. I don't know cars, so I was about to ask you what that means, but.
Yeah, it was more like a cargo van style.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Norman, any questions?
All right. Are you aware if your Ring camera records video?
So it captures still images every so often. I have it set on the timer to capture still images every like 10, 15 minutes or something. So it only picks up video once someone breaks my property. I have set to do this.
Okay. And then when you saw the U-Haul on I forgot, was it Biddle Road? Button Road. Did you actually see that vehicle turn onto Willow?
No, I can't see it. I can't see Willow Road from where I am.
All right. And did you see the tag on that U-Haul, the license plate?
No, I could only see the van. I couldn't make out anything inside the van or anything else.
All right. And then on the still picture taken on your Ring camera, were you able to make out the tag on the van?
No, because when the van pulled in, I only captured the side of the van.
Okay. Do you know how many U-Haul vans are in Washtenaw County of similar makes?
I'm presuming there's a decent amount.
Okay. But you didn't see any identifying information on Button Road or on the Ring camera?
Yeah, because I was hunting, a little distance off of the road, because you're not supposed to be hunting, the road. So I was a little ways off the road, so I just seen the van driving by, stop, and take off. And then, like I said, my camera only captures still images unless you break my property ground and start recording video. So when it took the still image, it only took the side of the van.
Thank you.
I have no questions, sir.
No question, John.
No questions? All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Sir, what was your primary direction that you were facing when you were hunting? I realize you're not facing a particular direction, but.
So my ladder stand faces northbound.
Faces north?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Any questions based upon the court's question? All right. All right, you may step down. Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
People call Trooper Osborne.
Court be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
See, state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Tobin Osborne, TOBINOSBORNE.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Trooper. How are you? Doing just fine. Trooper, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Michigan State Police,
And in what capacity are you employed by Michigan State Police?
a law enforcement officer.
How long have you been with Michigan State Police?
About 2 years.
Any previous law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Were you working for Michigan State Police on January 4th of this year?
Yes, I was.
Were you dispatched to 1060 Willow Road that day?
Yes, I was.
What were you dispatched for?
A home invasion on robbery.
When you arrived on the scene, what did you observe?
I was one of the last people that got there. So at that point, majority of the stuff had been dissipated and people were starting to try to figure out what had happened. So there was a lot of law enforcement there. And
Did you do any investigation related to this call?
I did.
In what capacity did you investigate this call?
I tried to determine the vehicle that was used in it by going around looking at ring camera footage.
Did you do a search of the 10060 Willow Road's house itself, or did you just search other houses?
Both.
Okay. Related to your investigation at 10060 Willow Road, what, if anything, did you obtain of evidentiary value from that house?
There were things we obtained later in the investigation process from inside the house. I don't remember everything that we seized.
If you were to see a copy of your report from this incident, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing opposing counsel the report. I plan on showing him. May I approach the witness to refresh his recollection with his report? Thank you. So Trooper, I'm putting, this would be Michigan State Police Report 12-66-25. You can read the bottom of page 4 going through page 6 and let me know when you're done, okay? All done? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You.
Thank you. Trooper, did reading that report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So going back then to the original question, what items of evidentiary value, if any, did you take from that house?
We see some metal BBs, some zip ties, a buckle swab, latent shoe prints, and some swabs of blood.
Where, do you remember where the BBs were found in the house?
In the upstairs hallways.
Okay. And do you remember how many BBs were found? Three. What about the blood? Where did you take that from?
That was from, I don't recall.
Would looking at the report again refresh your recollection? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
You can read that, let me know when you're done.
Thank you. Is your recollection refreshed?
It is.
Do you remember then where you took the swabs of blood from?
Yes, one was from the upstairs hallway and one was from the master bedroom.
All right. And the master bedroom is on the second floor also?
Yes.
How about the zip tie? Where did you recover that from?
That was from the upstairs hallway.
And I believe you indicated there was latent shoe prints. How many did you discover?
There's two.
Two. And where were those located?
The upstairs hallway and the upstairs landing.
And I believe you also said that you canvassed nearby area for video. Based on your investigation, did you find any leads about a potential suspect vehicle?
I did.
What sort of vehicle did you suspect may have been involved?
A U-Haul vehicle.
All right.
A van.
And when we say a U-Haul, is that one of the big box ones or one of the smaller vans?
It'd be one of the smaller ones.
Okay. Let me have
Me.
no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Norman.
Were you involved in interviewing any of the victims? What about any of the suspects? All right. Involved in any of the subsequent part of the investigation, any search warrants, anything like that? All right. So your involvement was limited to the identification of the, well, I guess pulling the cameras from the area? All right. And after you identified what you thought was the vehicle, did you do anything further with that information?
I gave that information over to the rest of the law enforcement on scene.
Okay, thank you.
Close it.
No questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple. Were there any fingerprints collected from the scene?
No, sir.
Any DNA?
The buckle swab.
Was that turned over to a lab of any sort?
I do not.
So you don't have any results to bring to court today from the buckle swab?
Not that I'm aware.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So you must step down. Thank you.
Hey, this witness speaks excused.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. All right. All right. May call your next witness.
Thank you. The people called Trooper Lee.
It's come forward to be sworn.
You take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about your truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. See, state spell your first and last name and ready.
Name is Patrick Lee, Patrick, last name Lee, Leih.
Main Core.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Trooper. How are you employed?
I'm employed with Michigan State Police
And how long have you been employed with Michigan State Police?
since 2018.
And have you had any previous law enforcement experience?
I have,
And in what capacity were you employed with Michigan State Police on January 4th of 2025?
working the road for, MSP Right Post.
On that date, were you assisting in an investigation for an event that occurred at 10060 Willow Road?
Me and my partner dispatched to a home invasion.
And in what capacity did you assist with that investigation?
Just assisted with investigation as far as, I believe I was third on scene. When I got there, just made sure the scene was secure and then, did other, investigatory, searches as far as, like vehicle hits and everything like that.
Referencing vehicles, at some point in your investigation, did you begin to suspect any vehicles were involved in this offense?
Yeah, it was brought to my attention that a U-Haul work van may have been used during the robbery.
Were you able to gain any additional information about that suspect U-Haul that assisted in your investigation?
Yeah, I was provided a video camera from one of the troopers on scene that he retrieved from the neighbor, and by using that video, I was able to decide that the vehicle was more than likely a Ford Transit or another U-Haul box van.
And were you able to determine what that van was doing around the time of this incident?
Yeah, the van, I believe, we were dispatched to the call around, it was like 6:26 in the morning, if I recall correctly, and then a vehicle hitting that description hit on a block camera 6 minutes later, northbound away from the scene.
And can you describe what flock is?
Yeah, block is a license plate reading system. So they're all throughout the United States, but here in Michigan, we have them at intersections, highways, everything like that. And this specific one was, I believe, maybe 7 miles from the scene.
Okay.
So it's well within proximity.
And about what time did you see that vehicle on the flock cameras?
It was well after we were dispatched. I don't remember the exact time I searched it. The vehicle popped up at 6:32 a.m. So 6 minutes after we were dispatched. Or yeah, so somewhere around that 6:30 time period. I don't know the exact time though.
When you were looking for this vehicle, you were able to see it, what you believe, going away from Willow Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there any camera footage showing it going towards the Willow Road address?
Any video of it going towards? Yeah, no, I didn't see any prior that day anyway going towards.
When you observed this vehicle, this U-Haul on the flock camera, were you able to get a license plate number for it?
Yes.
Do you remember that plate number?
I don't remember the plate number. I don't remember the horizontal plate though, which is very consistent with U-Hauls.
Okay. Would reviewing your police report refresh your recollection as to the plate number?
It was.
Showing opposing counsel his report. May I approach with the report to refresh his recollection?
You may.
Thank you. And for the record, this is incident 1266-25 supplemental report 2. You can take a look at that, read it, and let me know what you've done. Done? Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
Do you remember what the plate number on that suspect U-Haul was?
Yes. What I ran that day was like Adam Mary 60366, if I recall from the report.
And when you say Adam Mary, that's your way of remembering A and M?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever make contact with U-Haul regarding that vehicle?
I did. I called a local distributor. And whoever I spoke to over there was able to provide me to rent to that.
All right. When you were observing this U-Haul apparently leaving the scene, were there any other vehicles with it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Believe, well, strike that. If I can, just 1 second, please. You may. I believe your previous testimony was that you picked up this hit on the flock cameras about 6 something odd in the morning. Is that correct testimony?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you were dispatched at closer to 8 o'clock that day?
Sustained.
When were you dispatched to the venue that day?
It would, I don't remember the exact time. If I saw the report, I would reflect. I know it was January 4th, I believe.
May I approach in order to show them the report to refresh his recollection?
You may.
Just read that and let me know when you are done again.
That's done. Yes.
Trooper, do you remember now what time you were dispatched to go to that house?
Yeah, it was always 26 hours.
Right. So after 6:26. So that 6:26, is that accurate as to when you observed this vehicle?
No.
Do you remember then what time you actually observed the vehicle?
Yeah, it would have been, well, I don't remember exactly when I observed the vehicle. When it hit the block camera, it was approximately 6 minutes after, the time of dispatch.
So then if you're dispatched at 8:26, that's 08:32?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Norman.
Oh,
Were you involved in any interviews of any witnesses on scene?
originally, yeah, when I just got like, during the initial scene observation, I spoke to a few of the witnesses on scene.
All right, do you know who you spoke to?
And if I review the report, I would be, good recollection, it was a male and female that resided at the house.
Okay, and at that time, were you equipped with a body camera?
Yes.
Okay, and would it have been recording?
It should have been recorded, yes.
Okay. I think you also said that you initially got a video from a neighbor. You did not, well, you saw a video that had been obtained from a neighbor. But you had a chance to look at that video.
Yeah, my partner shared the video with us, and I was able to review it.
All right, and were you able to identify a tag number on that video for the U-Haul?
Nope, just side profile.
Excuse me. And were you able to identify any other identifying numbers on that U-Haul?
I don't recall, no, it's just that it was a U-Haul.
All right, and then the U-Haul that you were able to obtain a tag number from was 7 miles away from the scene.
Yeah, after the fact.
All right. And did you ever have any conversations with U-Haul?
Yeah, I spoke to the distributors, because they would provide who runs it to U-Haul.
All right, the one that you got the tag number for.
I obtained the tag number through the block.
All right, when you spoke to U-Haul, did you ask them or inquire from them how many Ford Transit U-Haul vans they had rented on January 4th?
No, I know they rented it the day before, so it would have been January 3rd.
Okay, did you get any information about any other rentals of Ford Transit vans for the 3rd or the 4th?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Go, Sam. I just want to make sure I've got it clear. The dispatch comes at 8:26.
Yes.
Do you know when the dispatch came relative to when the 911 call was received by the 911 operator?
No, I don't.
Usually pretty quickly though, right?
Just depends on whether they're able to, yeah. Usually in a situation like that, especially the degree of the call, they would put that out pretty quick. I think it's like rapidly evolving as I was like making my way towards that area.
All right, and as part of your job, you looked at what you call the flock system.
Yes.
And what the flock system is a series of cameras that record vehicles passing by.
Yes.
And hopefully getting, from your perspective, hopefully getting pictures of the license plates.
Yes.
Okay. The system isn't keyed to a particular vehicle, is it? So when you're looking at the flock system that I assume was not that day, but after, what was it that caused you to focus in on that particular vehicle?
As far as, so within the system, without having a plate, you're able to put in like description features, like U-Haul typically rents out either Fords or Dodges, especially like in a van aspect. So I was able to search make, model of all those, and then just kind of correlate what time frame made sense. Okay. So from the time we were dispatched to the time that this hits in a nearby camera, would, from a trooper standpoint, be a good starting point to probably investigate.
And you said it hit at a point approximately 7 miles from the local.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe the roads between the Willow Road address and that flock camera?
Yeah, it was 2 roads. It was, you would have to first head east and then north, and then you would eventually hit the camera.
Okay, are we talking about expressways? Are we talking about 2-lane roads? Country roads. Any traffic control signals, stoplights, yield signs?
Between there, I'd have to look exactly, but I believe that first intersection would have a stop sign, and then north from there may be 1 or 2 lights, but that would be going back and looking at it exactly.
Okay, so your testimony then, to the best of your knowledge, is that a vehicle went approximately 7 miles in approximately 6 minutes on 2-lane roads with traffic control signals.
Very possibly, yes.
Did you notice, okay, you wouldn't have noticed other vehicles that would have passed that flock point because you put in parameters, correct?
What do you mean parameters?
You put in specific information you were looking for. In other words, if I had driven by in a black Cadillac, it wouldn't have come up because you didn't put in. Okay. And of course, you can't tell us Who was in that vehicle when it passed that point?
Nope, just get you, back in the vehicle for the most part, maybe a side image.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor. All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Every day.
It is witness be excused.
No questions, people.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
No objection. All right. Very good. You may call your next witness.
People would call Ryan Howe.
Sir, please come forward and be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and that's the truth, so we got. State your first and last name for record, please.
Ryan Hall, RyanHaugh.
All right. You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. I believe I mispronounced your name, so I apologize for that. Sir, how are you employed?
Through House Arrest Services.
And what is that service?
We're an electronic monitoring company.
And do you work with law enforcement agencies?
We do. We provide electronic monitoring equipment such as tethers for clients that are released from jail.
And specifically, do you know if your service has a tether for an individual by the name of Jermond Matthews?
That's correct.
Right. Have you ever personally met Mr. Matthews?
I have.
Can you describe to the court how your tether monitoring service works as far as how often it picks up geolocation data?
The device is assigned protocols to pick up a GPS location every 60 seconds.
And is that maintained or recorded somewhere?
That's correct. The servers from the manufacturer generate and record all that information.
In your employment, are you able to access those records or view them?
Yes.
Are you someone who has control over those records?
Control, no. The records are generated through the software.
Okay. So these records are generated automatically and then get stored. How does someone go about accessing them?
It's a request that would be coming through. Request would come in for a time or a date in which the software will generate the reports of the tether information.
And did you ever request any information for Jermond Matthews? I did not. Did you ever view any report information for Jermond Matthews?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you view information from January 4th of 2025?
That's correct.
All right. And the record that is produced, is that something that your company or service keeps in the regular course of business?
Absolutely.
I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 1. May I approach?
You may.
Sir, I'm putting in front of you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 1. If you can take a look at that and tell me, do you recognize the document that I just handed to you?
I do.
And can you tell the court what that document is?
This document is of the tether information from the client that has been generated on January 4th. That is once again just generated through the software by entering dates and time.
And looking at this document, is this a fair and accurate representation of the data that would be received if someone filed or submitted a request for that GPS location data?
That's correct.
I move to admit what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1.
Any objection or water?
No objection.
Objection. No objection.
All right. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Looking at this document, sir, can you, I guess, since the court doesn't have a copy, I do have a copy for the court if the court would like one now.
It would probably be helpful looking at little dots.
May I approach?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's blow it up there. Yeah.
So, sir, as you look at that information, it's sort of broken up into like date, time, and then there's an address also. Do you see that?
Correct.
Can you go to the date and time that would be January 4th of this year with the timestamp being 8:07 in the morning?
Just double-sided.
Yes, it is. I apologize. I was trying not to waste paper.
Sure, the trees are happy.
Here, trace 146 at 8:07 a.m.
And just so that way it's easier for everyone else to follow along, what page of the report is that on?
It is.
The event number, 5 from the back. And what's the event number on that, sir?
Number 146.
Thank you.
And based off of that tether information, are you able to determine where Jermond Matthews was at the time indicated on that report? Or at least were you able to indicate where that tether was at that time?
Correct. At 146, it was a high confidence trace, which means the device is accurate up to 3 to 5 feet. At 8:07 a.m., I have 10067 Willow Road, Willis, Michigan, 48191.
And going through that, looks like there's a few different traces there that indicates the device is on Willis Road. I've been looking at, looks to go up, or sorry, Willow Road.
Doing statements, asking what data shows that stating.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get to that question. I understand the objection all over. Will it go ahead with your question?
So between the trace that you just pointed out to the court and the last trace on Willow Road, how many traces is that?
This is approximately.
And on the right-hand column, it shows a couple different addresses. How precise is the tether itself?
The device itself is accurate in high confidence traces, which is the column there that expresses fixed quality. Those are high confidence traces in which the device has more than 7 satellites working together to hold that trace and generate that point. And the reason for the discrepancy in the precise address is the device goes off of how GPS works, is it'll go off of mailboxes. So depending how close you are in proximity to said mailboxes on a lot, it can vary as far as the address.
Okay, so there's some sort of variance in terms of which specific address it attributes to, but the location itself you're saying is how precise?
Accurate to 3 to 5 feet.
Okay. After 8:23 a.m., that would be event number 161, or sorry. Yeah, 161. Are you able to track where the device goes at that point?
From trace 161, going from there, we have the device on 11550 Burton Road in Willis, Michigan. On the very next trace, trace 163 at 8:25 a.m., we have the device at 10508 Bunton Road in Willis, Michigan. At trace 164 at 8:26 a.m., we have 9364 Bunton Road. Trace 165 at 8:27 a.m., we have it at 8551 Bunton Road.
I'm gonna pause you there just because there's hundreds of these. I don't need you to go through all of them. Drawing your attention specifically to 8:32 that morning, are you able to determine based off of this document where the device was at that time?
At 8:32 a.m., would be trace 170, high confidence trace, and the device was located 5737 Rawsonville Road, Ypsilanti Township, 48198.
And then jumping a bit away, are you able to determine when that device returns to 19957, I believe it's Rogue Street in Detroit? And specifically, I'm looking at page 7 of this document.
When you say, excuse me, sir, when you say page 7, Do you have page numbers on yours?
I apologize. This does not have page numbers on it because the original did not. I did not want to make alterations to it. It's event number 612.
Thank you.
Yes, and event number 612 is a hot topic trace at 4:09 PM, and the device appeared on 19957 Rogue Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48234.
And based off of this record, it appears to stay there until about 5:33. Well, about 5:31. That's event 692. Is that correct?
I have it at 699. It's still on Rogue Street until trace 699 at 5:33 PM, and that appears to be on 298 now.
Okay. And then just going back to the very front page of that cover with what looks to be a map on it, can you describe what's displayed on that portion of the report?
What this is a snapshot of all of the timestamps and GPS locations that were generated through that device. At that time, it would basically just show a breadcrumb trail of everywhere that device talked to the satellites and reported the information to the satellite.
Okay. I may have 1 second, please. Sir, when you are querying these records, how do you search up an individual?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What information do you have to put in to get the tether data for a specific person or a specific device?
The information, once it is entered into the software, is a live running software. And then if there are specific things that would like to be highlighted or report generated, you just have to enter in the criteria, dates, times, locations, things like that.
When you are looking at a device, do you see the individual to whom that device is assigned, their date of birth, or any other personal identifying information of that individual?
Correct. There is a profile that is created at the time of enrollment, and in this case with the Wayne County Sheriff's Office. The profile is then generated, the device is assigned to that profile. Once that device is assigned to that profile, then an officer from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office then places that device on that client office, and that's how the device gets assigned to their profile and kept in the duration.
So we have this record that is or the device is attributed to Jermond Matthews. Is there any other information that you know of as to which Jermond Matthews this device was attributed to?
It would have to be this individual here that was assigned a specific device number. In this case, it was D0 122941. And this device, once it's assigned to that client, that stays with that client.
Okay.
The activation.
Going back to the report again, and I'm trying to find the exact event number just to make it a little easier here. I believe the report indicates, or I'll phrase this differently. Does your report ever indicate the device being near Biddle Street in Romulus? I'm looking at the event 179.
And that is accurate. The device did register a trace on, or did register a point at trace 179 at 8:41 a.m. to a 9508 Biddle Street in Romulus, Michigan.
It's all from the board. It's all from the board, the document. I might have just 1 more second, please. And specifically, does the document show whether or not the device was ever at 9345 Biddle Street in Romulus? 9345 Biddle Street in Romulus.
Biddle Street on trace 179. We discussed it at 8:41 p.m.
That is the only trace I have on the middle school.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
So I can just clarify something. The name that's used associated with this report, Ron Matthew.
Correct, Your Honor.
The individual here, Jerron Matthews. How do I know that this report attaches to that individual?
When the report is run through the software, Your Honor, it is literally selected by his name. That you either can select the name, the officer, run his full report, and or select an individual and run the report. So once his name is selected and as established as far as the device number that's assigned to the client at the time of installation, and then once that client has that name on there, you select that client and run the report. This is the report that we have presented right here.
Okay, but maybe I'll ask it a different way. If somebody gave you the name John Smith, had you run a report, how would I know what John Smith it is as opposed to any other John Smith?
I understand, Your Honor. In the software, the profile is not present here. All that information is entered there as far as date of birth, as far as markings and scars, as far as anything significant to that client, addresses, phone numbers.
Would a photo be there?
Also, profile in the software, yes, it will be.
There'd be a photo.
Absolutely.
So in this, I don't have that to connect this to anybody that might be in this court.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I just wanted to be clear on that. Mr. Norman, any questions?
No question.
Mr. Goldstein.
You indicated that there was a hit on Middle Street in Romulus at some point on the 4th.
Yeah.
How long was the device at that location? If you can tell.
And with the device was there for 1 minute.
Okay, and you obviously can't tell me whether when the device was at that location, that whoever was wearing the device had contact with anybody else.
No, I can.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Merrick, any?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes. Of course you do. Go ahead. I know. When you said no questions at one time, I said, what?
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Hall, is it? So, Mr. Hall, you testified as to I think you called it a high confidence trace. Okay. So what exactly is a high confidence trace?
High confidence trace means that there are 7 or more satellites that are correlating to pull that information. If there's less than 7 satellites, the trace will come in as a medium confidence trace just to do further investigating.
All right. And you testified that those traces would be accurate up to 3 to 5 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So in the points that you've shown, let's go to, I believe it's, so we're gonna go with traces. On 46.
Did you say 146?
Yeah, 146. Actually, 1452. So starting with 145 and going through 161. Do you have that information before you?
I do.
There are addresses listed as locations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And not one single location is 10060, is it?
No, it is not.
You don't have anything to show that the tether was within 3 to 5 feet of 10060, do you?
This report, no.
Okay. You also talked about the breadcrumb trace, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that indicates that the tether is moving from place to place, is that right?
Correct.
All right. You don't have anything to say, well, I assume by the speed with which the different points show up, it's probably not somebody walking, right?
Correct. It does say in which the speed in which.
Yes. It's probably a vehicle of some sort.
I
Unless they're running that fast, would you, in your professional opinion, you think someone could have hit all these points running
hit all those points running in my professional.
in that time period? Probably not. It's safe to say it's probably a vehicle. You wouldn't argue that, would you?
Some of them, this is from a very panned out perspective. If it was more zoomed in and traces, you'd be able to see if the device was stationary, if it was in motion. And then the device once again will also register as if it is traveling and what speed it is traveling.
All right.
This is just from basically 1,000.
All right. So assuming that it is, let's say it is. There's nothing about this that says whether or not the person wearing the tether was driving the vehicle or riding in the vehicle, is there? If the person was asleep in the back of the vehicle, nothing in this information would differentiate that from a person actually being awake in the vehicle, would it?
No.
If the person was asleep in the back seat of that vehicle, or the person with the tether was in the back seat of that vehicle the whole time from trace one, wherever the first Willow Street trace is, to the last trace, or even to the Biddle Street trace. There's nothing in this information that would differentiate that, tell you whether they're awake, asleep, involved, or anything. Okay. So you don't have any information to present to this court today that the person who had this tether, whoever that may have been, was within 3 to 5 feet of 1060 Willow. Is that correct?
This information that we've generated here is just this is where the device was and at those times.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Hold on.
Are you saying within 3 to 5 feet? Within 5 feet. Pardon?
3 to
5. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of. And sir, you also talked about mailboxes. So you'll get a different address reading from the GPS. Is it really based on the mailbox or is it based on something else?
It's really based on the mailboxes, so it's an approximation as far as where those mailboxes are and where you are located to those mailboxes. So if you were closer on over to your neighbor's house, let's just say if you were at address 100 and your neighbor next to you is at address 102, and then you were more towards there, it can show you the address was 101 because it's taking an approximation in between the mailboxes. So that's why when you have even these ones on here like 10069, but the address is actually 10060, that just means that that's where you were and you found the lot that points to the next number. So the next address.
Okay.
So it's still within that proximity, within that range. And even in this, in the instance of this, Your Honor, if we were to take a zoom in snapshot of the address, you would get a better idea because you would see the dot popping up over here closer to this address is going to be different from the dot popping over here that's closer to that address. And then every once in a while, you have somebody that is right next to it and it'll give you that exact address.
So if someone has a lot, let's say that's 300 feet wide, whatever, that they have a wide lot and their mailbox is located on one side of that lot. They're to the other side of that lot, but maybe closer to the next mailbox. Their location will show up at that next mailbox.
It could be closer to that address.
It would be closer to that address than it would the actual address they actually may be at, the actual. Gotcha.
Exactly.
I get it. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brown. I know you'd have questions.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't be me if I didn't. So, there are several different addresses on Willow Street that pop up, right?
On the Willow Street,
Yes.
numbers, yes.
Yeah. So, and those are address, those pertain to when you say locations, and I'm talking about numbers, talking about addresses, right? Is that what you understand me to be saying?
I'm sorry. I missed the question.
You understand me to be saying that under location, have those numbers 1, 0, 0, whatever you have. Those are the addresses of the homes. Is that right?
Those are not the exact addresses. Those are approximations of location.
Okay, well, approximations of locations. So there are several approximations of locations that pop up in that information. Is that right?
Correct.
But not a single one of them is 10060.
Correct.
All right. And no, that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, what happens when mailboxes are bundled in one area?
And that is a great question. So when you have apartment complexes, that's why it can be excused to say that you have the mailboxes that you are registering. When we are entering zones into softwares that we put, the address that we get from the court, and it's an apartment complex. Well, the apartment complex address could be over here. They could be in the building over here. So we then have to make assessments and adjust accordingly from there. So that's how graded.
Got it. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Any questions based upon the court's question? All right. You almost were going to get out of here till I started talking.
Sir, the court asked you some questions about tying a specific individual to a specific device. I believe you indicated that you can see like a picture, date of birth, some other information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you view the picture associated with the Jermond Matthews to whom the device that we're talking about was assigned?
I did not.
Okay. Did you view his date of birth, anything like that?
I did not view his profile.
When you view the data for this device, it spits out that location that we talked about with the mailboxes. Are you able to view the exact, or I guess the actual like GPS location of that device at that time?
Yes.
Did you view that data for this device between 8:06 and 8:23?
I did.
And the actual GPS data for that device, where did it show that that device was?
At the address of 10060.
So for that 17-minute span, even though the location in the report is different, the actual GPS was at 10060. Is that correct?
That was the address. Is that correct?
Okay. 1 second, please, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, was that something that the witness has viewed that I don't have a report of, or I am looking at defense counsel? Is there something that tells me that? I mean, not that I'm disbelieving this witness, but I'm handed a report that there was a specific question that was asked whether or not that address appears. It doesn't appear on this report, but I'm to understand that it appears on something else.
My understanding, and perhaps I can ask the witness some questions to clarify that. Sir, when you view the GPS data for a device, what all do you receive or can you see as information?
So the standard daily reports is what is generated in front of us. Those are just everyday operations as far as tether goes. But what we can do is obviously, this is once again from 1,000-foot level at a 12-hour stretch, we can narrow our information and what is displayed on our screen down. So I can take up that time from 8:06 a.m. to 8:23 a.m. and completely zoom in on the residents, on the client. I can zoom in, I can click on each trace in that instance to see diagnostics that are going on with it, how fast it was traveling. But then that is from maybe 50-foot level to where this is from 1,000-foot level, and that's why it looks as broad as it does. But when we zoom in and or narrow down the search, we can get very, very in tight and very specific.
So essentially, you have different scales of precision you can go to. This report that we have in front of you today is the zoomed out version of that report.
That is correct, because of the fact that the device traveled as far as it did and to fit it all into one page, it has to zoom out to this. But if we were to say a 20-minute as opposed to a 12-hour report, then you would have very specific zoomed in points into that.
And when this data was requested, did they request that whole day time span that's indicated at the top of the report?
I believe the request went to the sergeant BOSC.
Okay. Did that answer the court's question?
It did, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if I have a I'm here with a case involving a specific address. If there's something that shows me, assuming, well, two things. One, I'm assuming this report connects to one of the individuals, but do not know that. Because I don't have the identifiers they're talking, right, on this.
Correct.
I'm also assuming that this report would dictate that if the testimony of the first witnesses, that there is a report that's going to tell me that the individual with this tether was at that 1006 for at least a half an hour period, or maybe 20-minute period. But there's something that's going to tell me. I don't know that this tells me that with any precision.
If I may ask the witness some.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook, bottom line, why don't I have that? I mean, that's my question. My question is, and yeah, I have no reason to doubt anything this gentleman's telling me, and I think he's absolutely telling me what I know in terms of how these systems operate. I'm wondering why I don't have the identifying information that attaches one of these defendants to this tether, one. And number two, why I don't have a report that gives me, at least for that period in time that the first witnesses were talking about, that detailed level of exactly where that tether was.
Regarding the identifying information, my understanding is that's something that a later witness is going to testify to, the individual from Wayne County. Regarding the report, I can see if we have an easily, I guess the word I would use is an easy way to print off that specific detailed version of the report. I gave the court this version because I thought it was the easiest to quickly compile and digest as a report.
I appreciate you making it easy for me, but there's something that, I'll let you go in a second, but there's something that happens at a specific address. There is something that I'm being told would indicate to me that this tether, which I assume is going to connect to somebody, is at that specific address. This does not tell me that. So I appreciate the favor, but this does me no good.
Understood, Your Honor. I thought Mr. Brown wanted to speak, so.
Yeah, he always does, but go ahead. I'm going to pass the opportunity, right?
Wow. Okay. If I might have 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, would the court allow a quick 5-minute recess?
I'll do even better than that because we were going over a little over 2 hours here. I'm halfway through your witnesses. Got to give my staff a break. So what do you have? 144. We'll come back at 2:30. So 45-minute break. Everybody get, well, let some people get something. All right. Thank you. Court is standing recess.
See.
We're back on the record in case of the People versus Myron Couch, Devin Gates, Jamon Matthews, and Christy Couch. Counsel, can you restate your appearances?
Good afternoon, again, Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
Michael Norman, agreeing on behalf of Myron Couch. David I. Goldstein on behalf of Christy Couch.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Gates.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ron Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Giovanni.
All right. And are we ready to continue preliminary examination? All right. The one with, oh, there he is. So if you could please come forward. And sir, since we took a break, I just remind you that you are still under oath. All right, thank you. Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, we were discussing before the break the information that you have when you look up an individual's tether. When you look up an individual, is there a web page or something that you can see all that information?
Yes, there is a profile page created at the entire video.
And if you were to see part of that page, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, they have a picture in there, date of birth, just some criteria fields that we filled in with this stuff.
Showing defense counsel, it's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 2, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
And I have a copy for the court as well, the court for that now or after.
I prefer it now. Just make sure.
Sir, do you recognize that document that I just put in front of you?
Yes, that is a profile page created from the software.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the profile that you searched when you got the tether data for the exhibit that was previously admitted?
Yes.
Your Honor, people will move to admit what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection or voir dire?
No right here, I take no position.
Yeah.
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And so, sir, looking at that, what information does it give you for Mr. Matthews?
Down the first column, full name, Jermon, JP, in parentheses, Matthews. The parentheses in the JP is the initials of the officer that's assigned to the client. And then you have nationality, date of birth, which is basically 96. Language, referral program, crime organization in the fields, just to the column, just to the right of that, would be monitored individuals ID, high profile individuals, status was no. Status currently was post-active. Gender, male, hair, unknown, weight unknown, risk level was not set. Recidivist was unknown, ethnicity unknown, eyes unknown, weight unknown.
And the picture that's to the right of all of that information, what is that picture?
That picture is a profile picture that the officer, once assigned to the case, uploads into the software.
And is that the picture of the individual to whom the tether is assigned also?
That's correct.
And do you see that individual in the picture in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please point to that individual and identify them by an article of clothing that they are wearing?
The gentleman sitting at the desk to the far left in the green shirt.
And that's to your far left. If the record may reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jermond Matthews.
That objection record shall so reflect.
So just to clarify, when we are talking about the tether belonging to Jermond Matthews, is this Jermond Matthews, not any other Jermond Matthews. Is that correct?
That is what it shows.
All right. And I'm showing defense counsel now it's marked as people's proposed exhibit number 3. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing over to Mark's people's proposed exhibit number 3 and with the court's permission. Do you recognize the document that I just put in front of you?
I do.
What is that document?
This is the individual tracking page of the clients that are entered into the software.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the GPS tethered data that you recorded, that you observed?
That's correct.
Your Honor, people move to admit what's Mark's Appeals proposed exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection or order?
I have no position.
No, Your Honor.
No, okay.
All right. And no objection, Mr. Burr. All right. Exhibit 3 is admitted.
So, sir, going over this, we discussed previously about like the actual physical location versus the mailboxes. Can you describe to the court what it's looking at as far as that map on the right versus the data points on the left?
So what we are looking at is a software uses Google Maps and then plots the points generated by the equipment and plots them onto the software. So what you are looking at is right on the right is a map of Google Maps in which indicated into there is a white square box in the middle indicating the residence with the address assigned to that residence through Google, which in this case is 10060 Willow Road. And on the left is the timestamp in which the device took a snapshot and presented that or sent that to the cellular towers in order for us to view the software.
Now, there's some little blue dots on that right-hand map. What are those dots?
Those dots are the snapshots that the device registered at the times.
And it looks like one of those is a larger dot with sort of some waves flaring off of it. What causes that to happen?
That is a cluster that are basically on top of each other and representing that there are 9 traces, each trace representing 1 minute, so that there are 9 traces directly on top of each other inside of that circle.
And looking at the map again, it looks like there's one dot sort of on the edge on the right-hand side. Do you know what might cause that?
That's just an indicator of where the client was at that time.
Okay. And looking at these, do you know what time the tether was tracking for these data points?
For these data points, the only one that that stands out is the large blue dot, and it didn't get highlighted. It's very light in the print here, but the larger blue dot that is just on the edge of the square right there was highlighted through here to indicate that that dot correlated with that timestamp.
Which dot specifically are you referring
There's
to?
a little bit larger blue one that's just on the edge.
Okay.
If we are looking at it to the right of it, that little larger blue one means that that would be the trace that was highlighted, but the highlight didn't come from.
All right. And what does that mean if it's highlighted?
It just represents that that trace represents that exact timestamp in the software.
All right. And do you know what date that trace is from? Or what time that trace is from?
It would indicate exactly what time in here. This right now, the report shows a sample size that started off on 11/3 at 11:51 p.m. and ended on 1/3, and it went to 1/4 at 11:51 a.m. So that is the time sample that's in there. So that would indicate that those dots were generated within that time.
Okay. Looking at the data on the left, specifically trace ID, it looks like it begins at the top at 2:05 and goes down to 2:14. Are those reflected on the map or are those separate data points?
Those are the ones that are reflected on.
Okay. So the ones on the map are from between 8:20 a.m. and 8:10 a.m. because that's sort of the frame that we're looking at here?
Correct.
All right. Showing defense counsel has been marked as people's proposed exhibit 4. May I approach the witness?
You may.
So I'm handing this marked as people's proposed exhibit 4 and I'm handing for a copy as well. Sir, do you recognize this document that I just put in front of you?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is another document that is generated through the software that shows the tracking page.
Okay. And do you know where specifically this location is that it's tracking?
This looks like the location on Middle Street.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the GPS records as you have them?
Yes.
People will move to admit what's marked as people proposed exhibit number 4 into evidence.
Any objection of what?
No objection.
Exhibit 4 is admitted.
And so, sir, looking at this, are these data points on the map similar to the ones from the previous exhibit where that's the actual snapshot?
Yes, they are both generated through the software.
Okay. And what address does it appear that it's pinging at on this map?
It would be 9345 Middle Street in Romulus, Michigan.
Looking on the left, that location data where it indicates, I believe it's Washington Street. Are those data points on the left the same data points that are correlated to on the right?
They could be different, and it indicates they are. It looks like those timestamps aren't correlated with this. So long story short, the map can represent something different from the timestamps. You can still scroll through the timestamps, and in this case, it would have to be that way due to it being on Middle Street, and it doesn't look like the officer scrolled through the timestamps to make them accurately reflect the snapshot.
Do you know what range of time these pieces or these data points were tracked?
Yes, they were between January 4th, 2025 at 7:35 a.m. until January 4th, 2025 until 10:10 a.m. Those points, due to them being displayed on here, would have been generated during that time.
And are these points the same as the ones on the previous map where each point represents a 1-minute snapshot?
That is accurate.
1 second, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Norman. No questions. Mr. Golson.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something I do quite often, which is just like my ignorance.
So I'm looking, let me show you the document I'm looking at. Okay, just so we're looking at the same document. You indicated that the blue dots on the right correlate to the information that's on the left. Is that correct? Okay, and you show on the right, I'm sorry, your equipment shows on the right a number of dots which seem to be at 10060 Willow Road, correct? Now, would you look at the locations on the left side, on the left hand half, and there are 3 different addresses listed there, aren't there?
Correct.
Okay, but yet all these dots are at the same address on the other side of the road.
I'm sorry.
Isn't it showing that these dots are at one location, not 3 locations, and they're on opposite sides of the road?
I don't understand the opposite.
Well, wouldn't you assume if you have a location that with the last number is an even number, and you have a location, the last number is an odd number, those would be on opposite sides of the road, correct?
Well, it would be an approximation up and down the street as far as.
But no, my specific question, sir, is wouldn't you assume that if you have an address that ends in an even number and an address that ends in an odd number, that those are going to be on opposite sides of the road?
I would have to confirm the determination itself.
Oh, can you tell me anywhere you've ever been where in the United States, not in other countries, where even numbers and odd numbers are on the same side of the street? Okay. So why don't you just then answer my question? That even numbers and odd numbers probably represent opposite sides of the street.
Even numbers and odd numbers in Michigan, as far as I know, represent outsides of the street.
Okay, but your little diagram shows these dots located at 10060 Willow Road, but the list on the left side and you say the two things correlate, these are all odd numbered addresses. Okay, would you explain that?
It's just an approximation that's generated through the mailboxes where the devices.
Yeah, but you talked about 3 to 5 feet, right? And the example you gave were two locations next to each other, 100 and 102. Do you remember that example that you gave us?
Sure.
Okay. But now we're not talking about two houses that are next to each other, where you could be standing on the lot line and right near the mailbox. You're talking about something across the street, across a right of way, correct?
It's measuring between numbers on the mailboxes.
Yeah, and these are further apart because they're on opposite sides of the street.
The odd number doesn't give an approximation as to what side of the street.
It doesn't give an approximation as to what side of the street. I thought we just determined that odd numbers and even numbers, if I may use a word which has gone out of favor in this country, are segregated by the side of the street. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you just said like not 2 minutes ago? So the fact of the matter is that you really can't draw any conclusions when you've got dots that say 0 and numbers that say odd numbers. They don't really correlate, do they? Because they're on opposite sides of the street.
That's not what that.
So it's not. Okay, would you explain how it's not?
It's in between mailboxes. So if the number is in between that, it's an approximation even on that side of the road, which can still be odd as far as trying to figure out the approximation, how close that device is to something.
Okay, so you're telling me then on the list on the left, this picked up the nearest mailbox to where the device was, correct? Well, are you telling me that on each one of these, the device was moving? Because you got 6-7, you got 5-6, you got 6-3, you got 7-3. Does that mean that between each one of those, the device is moving?
That's what that expresses.
It's moving down the road. It's not staying at 10060. It's moving down the road. So the person who had that device on his ankle is not inside that one location the entire time. Is that what you're telling us?
No, that is that person that every time that they do move, the number changes as far as the longitude and latitude.
But it's going to pick up the nearest mailbox.
It'll approximate in between mailboxes.
Yeah. And so it's going from 10056 to 10073.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The answer to that was yes. Got it. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have to admit to the confusion on my part as well. So in this is the one where you have the graphic on the right side and the numbers, addresses, locations on the left side, right?
You're talking exhibit.
Yes.
Our record.
That's exhibit 3.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in exhibit 3, you testified that this large blue dot indicates the location over some period of time. Is that correct?
The large blue dot is actually the underneath there where it says trace 203, the box that's located directly on where the picture is. So the blue dot indicates that trace 203 is displayed. That's what the larger dot. So that's the information for trace 203. But on this, it's only displayed up to 205.
All right. And over what period of time is this graphic, this map showing?
This
From when
map
to when?
is showing between January 3rd, 2025, 11:51 p.m. until January 4th, 2025 at 11:51 p.m.
So you testified earlier using this information. You recognize this information? Okay. That when it said fixed quality, that it was high, right? Right? Within 3 to 5 feet. Is that right? So did you look at a map to determine how close any of these addresses might be? Do you have any idea, for example, how close 11073 is to 10067?
I don't know.
Do you know if these are individual homes or houses?
No.
Do you know if there are yards in between these homes or houses, full yards? Okay, so do you know if there are apartment complexes?
I was not in an apartment. I did see that it was a residence, it was a home.
A residence. And so when you think of a residence, or when you saw it as a residence, you saw a freestanding house? Okay, and were there other houses around that house?
I did not see.
So you just saw the one freestanding house? You didn't see anything in the background?
No,
So you didn't see any houses in the background? That'd be fair to say, right?
I did not.
So in the picture you looked at, there's no houses included in that picture. And it's a neighborhood, is that right?
I did not notice it was a neighborhood, it just was a street.
A street, like a residential street? Okay, so a residential street with freestanding houses. So your testimony earlier was that the information that at, let's take a random time, 8:16 a.m. was in 3 to 5 feet of the address at 10056 Willow Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yet at 8:17 p.m., it shows 10067 Willow Road. Is that right? Do you have that information? Okay. Is that within 3 to 5 feet of the previous address?
Of the previous address?
Of the 10056.
The device, where it's timestamped and where.
So the question I asked you was it in 3 to 5 feet? If you don't know, you don't know. You can certainly say that.
I must not be understanding the question.
Do you understand that 10056 Willow Road is within 3 to 5 feet of 10067 Willow Road? Is that your understanding? You do not know. Okay. And you also don't know if 10067 is within 3 to 5 feet of 10073 Willow Road, do you?
No.
And likewise, you don't know if any of those is within 3 to 5 feet of 10079 Willow Road. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Yet within a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10-minute time period, you have this showing up within 3 to 5 feet of every one of those addresses. Is that right?
What you have is the device finding an approximation in between a yard on the mailbox and generating a point, which is producing that address there, which.
Within a 10-minute time period. Within a 10-minute time period. Okay, so why isn't it just the same address? Why isn't it just 10067?
Because you would have to, in order for that to be accurate and be that all the time, you would have to make Google Maps that entire lot that would generate that point at that time. And longitudinal latitude doesn't work that way, it works in increments. So in order for somebody to say that this entire square right here represents 10060, it would have to defy all the laws of longitude and latitude.
So if I'm standing in this courtroom with a tether on my ankle and someone is tracking that, and I can stand here, it would show 3 different addresses because of how you explain latitude works?
It would be determined on where the mailbox of the facility was. Where you were standing in proximity.
So the mailbox wouldn't move, right? Most mailboxes don't move from our personal experience, right? And if you are in one house, you're only going to be from one side of the house to the other, right? Okay, so there may be a mailbox on one side that might change it, and there might be a mailbox on the other side that might change it. How does that explain 5 different addresses?
Due to how close you were moving through there, and that's why I believe that you have 10067 in multiple ones, so that would put that where the 9 are that are right on top of each other. That's why you have the repetitiveness of that.
So how do you get to be accurate within 3 to 5 feet if the address or where you hit could be anywhere along the entire block?
It's not an entire block at all. It's in between mailbox addresses.
Okay, so you don't, and let's establish this much. You don't know how long the block of Willow Run Road is, do you?
I do.
Okay, so you don't know where 10079 is located in relationship to 10062. Would that be fair to say? You don't know where 10073 falls in that either, do you? What about 10067? You know where that falls in? All right. How about 10000? Little Roy, you know where that falls in? All right. But you know they're separate, or at least the house 10060 is a single separate residence. You know that much, right? Correct. And you know that it never pops up on any of these list of places, locations that you first testified to. You know that much, right? So in this, I think it's exhibit three, right? All right. If you look to the left of exhibit 3, you can see the addresses there. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Does 10060 pop up on any of that list of addresses?
No.
So you've explained that different addresses can pop up based on mailboxes, right?
Approximately.
All right. But the address in question doesn't pop up on any of these, either of these lists that we testified to. Correct?
Just on the Google Maps that it displays inside the residence, right?
So your explanation for 10060 not popping up on the first list is because mailboxes can change where the longitude and latitude pops up a location.
Proximity to where the bus is, yes.
All right. Yet you can't explain why in that first list you testified to 10060 never shows up.
It did not show it, so it must not have been close enough.
Although this incident is supposed to have taken place inside of 10060, as far as you understand. Is that correct?
As far as I understand.
So you can actually be in an address, and yet the tether will not show that on a list that you testified to. Is that right?
No. What it'll show, it'll display the residence, like in this instance, the residence in here, the box that's in white right here, and the traces are shown inside the residence. Inside the residence while registering in a different proximity to the mailbox. So
I'm talking about the first list you testified to. I'm talking about the first list that we talked about, those locations. You have a name for that first list so that we don't just call it first list. The first thing you testified with the locations, what do you call that?
This court report?
Yes. Court report, is that what we'll refer to it from here on out, as court report?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. On the court report, there is not a single listing of 10060 popping up, is there?
That's correct. That's the same information on the other pages.
Okay.
So that we're clear. You can get even in odd numbers depending on the proximity because it doesn't pay attention to roads. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. The other part of this is, and help me if my misunderstanding is correct, what's on in exhibit 3, what's on the left is what the computer program for the tether is giving back to you. So it hits, it's feeding an address based upon that proximity to mailboxes, correct?
Yes.
On the right-hand side is Google Map showing exactly where it is. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And so there can be differences in what's address is given and is reported as to actually where it may be.
Yes.
All right. I really hope not, but any questions based upon the court questions? I understand it.
People.
Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
No?
Yes, there is just one.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can this information tell you the person's at the address or at that area? Can it tell you whether the person's inside the house or
The accuracy, yes, it can show where they had are inside the houses. As far as it can be accurate reflection, so it can display whether you're in the north end of the house, the south end of the house. That's how accurate the information.
Can it be also, can it be inaccurate as to whether or not a person's in the house?
Whether that person's in the house, it can be variables, but in this case, there wasn't.
I'm sorry?
There can be variables, but in this
What are
case,
those variables?
Just anything that could possibly interfere, with the signal if they were, putting aluminum foil on it. If they were doing something to try and tamper with the signal, the device has indicators inside of it that would let us know of that. And in this case, I researched for the client and we did not generate any of those alarms. But other than that.
You researched? What research did you do?
Ran my detail report.
I'm sorry?
It's any of the alarms that get generated through the device. So like, strap tamper, so that if, that's an indicator, let you know the device is never removed, it never generated a strap tamper.
So it doesn't have to be removed to sometimes show inaccurate response. That'd be fair to say.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't have to be removed to show inaccurate response.
It indicates, there's indicators in the software that let you know if there is something further to look into.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. You may step down, sir. Thank you so much. Are those the actual exhibits I'll make? Thank you. May I call your next witness?
People call Shannon Reed.
Come forward and be sworn.
We take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about state spell your first and last name for the record.
Shannon Lee, SHANNLE.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Doing just fine. Thank you for asking. Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a general manager of the 8th Street.
And were you employed in the same capacity back in January of this year?
Yes.
Specifically on January 3rd through 5th, were you employed in that capacity?
Yes.
Can you describe to the court what your responsibilities are as general manager of that U-Haul?
I run the store, so I do everything. Customer service, I rent trucks, I rent trailers, I dispense propane, I make our dishes, wiring, run also.
Okay. And does your store keep records of who rents vehicles from you?
Yes.
And are those kept in the ordinary course of business?
It's online.
What are those records that you make for your business purposes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. If you saw some of those records, would you be able to recognize them? Showing defense counsel marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5. May I approach the witness?
May.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5 as well as the court. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can,
A return receipt for the mail.
okay. And is this the type of record that your business creates? And is it a fair and accurate representation of that record?
Yes.
People move to admit what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object until I have an opportunity to cross-examine.
All right. Anybody else have any idea or objection to this?
No, thank you.
No,
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I will withhold my ruling on its admissibility pending cross-examination.
Okay.
But go ahead, you may inquire, you may ask about it.
Thank you. So, ma'am, looking at this document, does it display when this document was created?
Yes.
When was that?
3/25.
And is that 7:50 p.m. where it says rental date and time? Is that what we're reading from? Okay. And is that the time then that the vehicle was checked out, or what does that time mean?
Check out.
Okay. And does this document determine, or does it say who checked that vehicle out?
I'm going to object. This document is a hearsay document. Just like with the documents we had before on the tether, It may have a name on it, but that doesn't tell you who checked it out. Unless she's gonna say she's the one that actually created this document and handled the transaction.
Well, why wouldn't this fit into the hearsay exception?
It may fit into the hearsay exception, Your Honor, I don't agree, but it may, but it's still, then it's not relevant because it doesn't tie to any of the defendants in this case. It's a piece of paper with a name on it. How do we know that the name on there, how that name got there?
But does that that would really go to the weight to be given as opposed to its admissibility?
Well, I think on the 4.401, it goes to admissibility, Judge. It's not relevant. Unless they can tie it to one of these defendants.
I think that's what Mr. Cook is intending about doing. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, you can continue.
Thank you. So I believe the question that was asked was, does this document tell you who checked the vehicle out? And who checked this vehicle out? And is that the name listed under customer name? And when you rent a vehicle out to an individual, what information do you get from them for your records so that you know you have the right person?
Name, address, the driver's license. You have to scan it.
So you have to scan their actual driver's license in order to rent a vehicle out to them? And the address to which...
I'm going to object to that. That's leading.
What's leading?
He said that their actual driver's license. That's assuming a fact which is not in evidence. It's leading. She can say that they were supposed to produce a driver's license. How can she say whose driver's license it is? Unless she's the one that handled the transaction. She can say what's supposed to happen, but she can't say what actually happened in this particular case.
Well, those would be two different objections. One I would overrule, one I may sustain, just in terms of the form of the question.
I can read.
When you get a driver's license from the individual who's checking it out, what do you do with that driver's license?
Of course, we make sure that it's the actual person in front of us, the picture.
So how do you do that? You look at them and you look at the picture, right? Okay, then what do you do?
Then we get the current address or the moving to address, and then the next screen is the scan.
Okay, when you say you scan it, what type of scanning is that?
It's just uploading it to the contract.
So what are you uploading? The actual driver's license? A picture of the driver's license? Okay, so it's not like, I think, when I am buying allergy medicine. It's not where you're scanning the barcode on the back. You're actually taking the physical license, scanning it, and then that scan goes where?
To the contract. So in our system.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This document here, is there more to this document?
This is the return receipt. So there's an in and then there's an out.
Gotcha.
It shows in. So there's an out receipt, which would be when they first come in.
Say that again, Jimmy.
This is the in receipt and then there's an out. So the out would be when they first come in and rent the vehicle. And then the in would be when they return.
Okay, so this is the in receipt.
The return, yes. Yep.
So there is an out receipt or an out set of documents. In, correct me if I'm wrong. I know GPS better than I know. That document, the other document, is the one that would have the scan of the license.
So it wouldn't show on their paperwork or anything. It would be in our system.
It would be in your system.
Yeah.
Okay. Who has access to those documents?
Whoever works for you.
Oh, by your jacket, that's you, right? Okay, so just so that I'm clear, you could get a copy of that document, which would show the license that was scanned and have some type of image of that. Thank you. So do we have that?
I don't believe that that was turned over to our office. I was unaware that that document existed.
What?
I have the return receipt. I don't believe that we received the other receipt. I can confirm with the OIC, but that's my understanding.
Okay, so then it gets to Mr. Goldstein's point. This document, it's backwards to me. This is which one? This is the,
The return.
oh, that's good. I'll do it that way. The out one and the return. All right, this is the return.
Correct.
But, and ma'am, correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't have to show ID if I'm returning it. No, I just give you back your vehicle. Anybody can return it. The one that would tell me who really had the vehicle and did whatever, that would be in the first document. And that document's not here.
May I ask the witness a few more questions? Because I think I'm a little confused as far as, because my understanding was under the customer name, Christy Couch, with the address. That reflects the information that they get from that scan of the driver's license.
Right, but I hear what you're saying, Mr. Cook. But if there's a document that would show who did it, who actually, wouldn't that be the best thing for me to have?
I would agree that would be more helpful to the court, yes.
More helpful?
Yes.
And being better than zero. Ma'am, if I were to ask you, how long would it take you to access the out document? The initial one. How soon could you have that?
It wouldn't take long if I could bring it here.
Oh, I'll give you a printer. I will wheel a printer out here if you could do that. All right. So I think that can probably be done in the prosecutor's office. They'll be more than happy to accommodate you. And while they do that, so that Mr. Goldstein's objections can be answered, the court's going to stand in recess.
14A District Court from County of Washington, off the administrative is now back in session. The Honorable Judge Dave Simpson, you may be seated.
We are back on the record in the case of the People versus Matthew Couch, and Gates. Counsel is all present. Defendants are present. And, oh, there she is. Okay. And Ms. Lee, I just remind you that you're still under oath. Okay, thank you. All right. Rick, you may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, before we took a break, we were talking about the return receipt as well as the sort of outgoing receipt. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And if you were to see the outgoing receipt or the contract, would you recognize that document?
Let's give it a
Yes, yep. I did print off a copy for each defense counsel. I'm showing them now. It's in Mark's People's Proposed Exhibit 6. May I approach the witness? So ma'am, looking at that document, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes.
Okay. And on that doc, or is that a fair and accurate representation of that contract? I would move to admit what's been, or before I get into that, is that related to this same transaction that we were discussing previously, related to the one marked as Christy Couch?
Yes.
People would move to admit what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
Any objection or water?
Or your
Do you want the podium?
Would you look at the 4 pages of this document and tell me if you see a scanned driver's license on there?
Did you say 4?
Different documents.
Oh,
The first page is the new exhibit, the other pages are a different exhibit.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right. Would you take a look at this one page document? I thought you'd marked them all the same, sorry. Do you see a photograph on there? Okay, wait a minute. Mr. Cook, are you gonna admit the others, try to admit the others also?
Yes,
Because my questions are gonna go to both. You want to just put them both at the same time?
can make it simple.
Yeah. What you're gonna show it to her?
Showing defense counsel, it's marked as people's proposed exhibit 7.
It's this one, right?
The other 3 pages.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
May I approach the witness?
No.
Paper flip, because it is 3 different pages. You want me to start laying the foundation for that, or you just want?
No, we'll just go.
Any objection of what ears to exhibit 7?
Yeah, I'm gonna do them all at the same time, Judge.
Anything you,
And that includes the receipt also.
all right. Especially,
I'm gonna let Mr. Goldstein handle this one, Judge. I have nothing to say.
Thanks.
that's the worst thing anybody. All right, very good. Go ahead, Mr. Goldstein, as to what.
Okay, before I ask you specifically about this document, you indicated your job, you're a manager, right? And you've been a manager for a while, I assume? Okay, so can you look at this document and tell, but you also do work at the counter also. If I came in to rent a truck, you might be the one, right? Can you tell by looking at this document whether you handled this transaction?
Can I ask the post counsel to clarify which document he's referring to? He says this document.
The contract itself, sorry.
Verse
6, yes, ma'am.
Okay, AMIAW, okay, so you did not handle this actual, okay, so this EMEA did. Okay. As of today, is he or she still employed? Okay. All right. Would you take a look at all the documents you have there in front of you? That is the 1-page contract and then something called a contract search. And tell me if there is a representation of a scanned driver's license on there.
Say the entry method and.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question to you is, do you see a representation of a scanned driver's license on this document? Okay, look at the section, I believe it's page 2 of the 3-page document. It says meaningful assurance. And then it says driver's license. You see where I'm referring? And is there a number for a driver's license entered there? Okay. Is that a place where a driver's license would normally be entered when someone rents a truck? Okay, but it's not on this one. Okay. At the bottom of the page on the, going back to the, I'm jumping around now. I'm going to try to, okay. Go back to the equipment contract. There is in the lower left-hand corner, a place for the customer to sign. Okay, and there is something in that blank on the contract page, correct? Okay, do you recognize that signature? Have you ever seen that signature before? Okay, can you tell me whether Christy Couch, this Christy Couch, is the one who placed that signature there? Okay, that's fair enough. Now, looking ahead, well, that's really more cross than it is what dear. Your Honor, I'm going to object. There is nothing tying these documents to my client.
Okay. Now, can you look at exhibit 6 for me again, please? If you look at the very top, where then it indicates DL, you see that? I guess it'd be the second column over.
Yes.
And then it has a number of access and then 417. What is that 417? Would that be the last 3 digits of the driver's license?
Yeah.
And then there are
four numbers after that, 0625. What do you believe that represents of the license? Which would be the same thing under that meaningful assurance in Exhibit 7 where it says expires 6/25. That would be the same thing. Go ahead, Mr. David. Mr. Goldstein's objected. What is your response?
So, Your Honor, regarding the relevancy of this, I think that this is something that shows, it tends to show that Christy Couch was the one that rented this vehicle. Regarding whether or not this witness personally saw her, I don't think that's necessary. What I am putting this document forward to show is that an individual who had Christy Couch's driver's license, which reflected.
Well, how do I know that?
So, Your Honor, my OIC, I was going to have him testify to that later. So if the court wants to hold off.
Testify as to what?
As to her driver's license number as part of his investigation.
Okay. So you're basically giving me an offer of proof that somebody's going to come and testify that the last three digits in her driver's license number would be 417.
I believe that is what his testimony will show, yes.
Well, I've got a rule on this. You can believe it. Are you proffering that that's what's going to be said to me?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein.
I'll accept for the sake of argument that proffer, because it doesn't change anything. All it shows is that somebody went to U-Haul, represented themselves to be Christy Couch, and knew the last three digits of her driver's license number and the expiration date. Well, frankly, I know the last three digits of about 20 different people's driver's license, and I know their expiration dates. And
I don't even know my own, so don't even give me that.
Well,
you don't know that.
All I'm saying is that doesn't make me you, Judge. That's all I'm saying. And when we have testimony from this witness that normally there is a license scan, which doesn't appear, and it's not even the whole number in a place where she said it should have been.
The whole number. No, well.
Yes, it's a contract. I asked on this page where it says contract search.
No, on the contract search, I get it, but on the equipment, well, let me ask you a couple more questions, man. Do you know why there's not a scanned?
So on the actual contract, that's just for their security, that it's not showing
The whole driver's license number. It'd be like a credit card number where it's only gonna be the last four, right? Okay, I get that. Do we know? What you had explained to me previously was that you scan in a driver's license and that there'd be an image of that driver's license. Do you know why that's not with this?
Sometimes our system does not.
Pardon?
Sometimes our system does not do what it's supposed to do.
Got it. So somebody could have scanned it, which is why it says it was scanned.
So for sure, scanned, because it auto inputs everything into the screen. Once it scans, it'll put their license number, the expiration, everything.
Oh, hold on. Say that again to me. No, it's okay, because I wasn't aware of that. When you scan the driver's license, it does what?
It'll auto put the information. So it'll put their name and their license number and everything that's on the license, put it in the system.
Puts it in. So, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. All of the information that's at the top, the identifying information of customer name, their address, their driver's license number, and the like, would that be what would be auto input?
It would just be the license information. The address and stuff we would have to put
So
based on what they tell us or what's on the license.
Got it. But in terms of the license number, that goes in
That automatically.
when you scan the license. So you would get the driver's license number and the expiration date. And what state it is, I'm presuming, because this says that it's Michigan. Okay. All right. So the reason we don't have a picture is because something happened with the system. How reasonably sure would you be that the driver's license was scanned based upon what you see?
Oh, I'm very sure of it. The entry method says scan. If it's, input manually, it'll say scan.
On the contract search. Oh, I see that place where it says scan. Probably weren't thinking you'd have to answer all of these questions, but how does the system know to put scan in as opposed to manual? Well, and that's a bad question because the system does something that's going to indicate manual or scanned, right?
Yes, but you have to hold it up to, the phone to a QR code. That's it.
Got it. And so if you were to manually input, however the system does it, it would say that it was manually input. If you scan it, the system says scan. And those are basically your two options, right?
Yes.
All right. Anything additional?
I believe as far as the relevancy objection goes, what this document is being proffered for is to show, again, individual with Christy Couch's driver's license was scanned in. I do think that goes to show more like, it goes to support the claim that Christy was the one that rented this U-Haul. The objection as to whether or not we know for certain 100% whether or not it's her, I believe that goes more.
Well, if the objection is relevance, I mean, it's relevance. What you're arguing maybe to me is what weight I should give to it, but I'll overrule the relevancy objection. That's that. I also think with reference to Mr. Goldstein's argument, the court is also satisfied based on what Ms. Lee has indicated, that while the driver's license itself may not appear, that the information that's contained both in the equipment contract as well as the contract search indicates that it was scanned in, that the information was put in. Also presuming that there's the proffer of the people, that there's going to be testimony regarding the 417 at the end of the driver's license, as well as Ms. Lee's testimony that the first portion of the driver's license is, which makes sense, is not displayed in documents. The court would overrule the objection of the defendant, Mr. Goldstein, and the court will admit exhibits 6 and 7.
Thank you. I believe there was also objection to exhibit 5. Is the court ruling on that as well? Because that was the return receipt.
Well, it's all connected.
It's all. So I'll admit 5, 6, and 7.
Thank you. Ma'am, looking at, we'll just go with the equipment contract. Does that tell you when this U-Haul was rented out?
Yes.
And what date was that?
1/3, 2025.
So that's January 3rd of this year. When you go to the third page of the contract search, there's some boxes there. It looks like a little table. Has location, entered by note, and then a date and time. Can you explain what those are to the court?
Access link for the customer. Instead of us actually walking around with the customer to double check the equipment, they click that link and it's all around to double check miles, gas, license plate number, all that stuff, and it's all showing that they approved it.
Okay. And specifically on that second to bottom row there, from August or January 3rd, 2025 at 8:50, there is a number at the end of the sentence that is 734-635-0410. What does that number represent?
That's the primary number that the customer gave us.
So that's the number that you're texting that confirmation link? Okay. And I believe on exhibit 5, this would be the return receipt. Does it indicate the license plate of the specific vehicle that was rented out? And what was that license plate?
It's under equipment, it's AM 63068. Arizona.
Does your store have any cameras or videos footage or any way of obtaining video footage set up within it? And if you were to see that video footage, would you be able to recognize it? And that video storage, how is that stored as far as accessing it?
I can access like a few weeks of anything.
Who all has access to those? You're the only one with access, is that what we said? Okay. Yes, if I may, just to display something for authentication before it's fine. Thank you. I'm putting up, it's just a still frame of what people's proposed exhibit 8. Ma'am, do you recognize this video? Right. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the inside of your store?
Yes.
And this video, to the best of your knowledge, is this the same video that you were able to access and pull up from January 3rd?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm moved to admit what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 8.
Okay, well,
Objection.
all right. Exhibit 8 is admitted as long as I know what I'm admitting. Am I admitting a video or still shot?
It is a video.
Okay.
And then permission to publish the video to the courts? Can't tell if it's playing or not because it's sort of cut off there 1 second. I'm gonna pause the video here. So, ma'am, the video that we just saw, you can see the time and date stamp on the bottom, is that correct?
Yes.
And how accurate is that time and date stamp? All right, so that's the actual time and date, so this would be 7:45 and 57 seconds. And is this the video, or I'll rephrase it. When you pull a video, do you just pull by date and time, or are you able to pull from a specific transaction, or how does that work? Date and time? Okay. I'll continue playing the video now. Pause the video just one more time here. Ma'am, looking at that date and timestamp, does that coincide roughly with the date and timestamp that you have as far as when the vehicle was rented out?
Yeah, so once it's dispatched out, that's the time that their rental starts.
Alright.
So she's going through the process.
Okay. I'll take this off then because the rest of the video is mostly just showing the transaction. We can remove my computer from the screen, please. Thank you. Showing defense counsel, it's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 9. Put my screen up for foundation for people's proposed exhibit 9 as well, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this frame?
Yes.
And what is this? And this video, to the best of your knowledge, is it a fair and accurate representation of the video that you recovered from your surveillance system?
Yes.
People will move to admit what's been marked as people proposed exhibit 9 into evidence.
Objection.
Objection. No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your
Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Permission to publish? I'm going to just pause right there. Ma'am, again, the time and date stamp at the bottom, we can see it looks like it references January 3rd at 19:45 and 16 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that time and date stamp accurate just like the other one was?
Yes.
Thank you. We could take the video down, please. No further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Norman, cross-examination. No cross-examination.
I'm going to refer to, sorry, sure, that's okay. I'm going to refer to these documents by what they are rather than the document, rather than the exhibit number. Is that okay? If you have any question which document I'm referring to, just let me know. Okay. The equipment contract indicates a date and time of January 3rd of 2025 at 7:50 p.m., correct? And it was done at your location, which is Michigan Avenue in Inkster, Michigan. Is that right? Is your location also known as 752-069? Okay. On this sheet, let me hold it up so you can take a look at it. You see that one? Okay. The top document, top entry says, officer called and wanted to make sure that the equipment with tag, and it gives a tag number, had been returned. Informed them that it had been and was still there. That was January 5th at 1:10 p.m., correct? And their location was 672-028. Is that a different location than where you are?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does this indicate where the vehicle was returned?
Not necessarily. Well, she's confirming with us that we have.
She meaning the person at the call center? Yeah. Right. Right. So at that point, the vehicle was probably at your location. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Do you know if it was returned to your location? Okay. Do you know when it was actually returned?
What time it was returned in the day, 1/4/2025 at 7:30.
Okay. And I'm sorry, say that again? Because the U-Haul receipt that I'm looking at says Sunday, January 5th at 8:55 a.m. No, I'm looking at the U-Haul receipt. Up at the top, it says Sunday, January 5th, 8:55 a.m. It says U-Haul receipt, and right underneath that, it says contract number, and then it says Sunday, January 5th, 2025 at 8:55 a.m.
Hold when it's returned. So this in receipt number 5, this shows that it was checked in personally by my employee Tyler. He put it on hold. So when it's on hold, that means that like a card declined, something happened in the form of payment. So it stays on hold and we can close it out in like 2 business days.
Okay, well, what is what showing?
What you were stating, the 1/5.
Okay, well, where on here does it indicate when? Okay, let me rephrase that. How do you know what? Does somebody from your company have to accept the return, or can somebody just pull the vehicle into the lot and leave the keys in it and drive off? Okay. And can you tell from this document what happened in this particular case, whether it was dropped off or whether someone in your office actually had communication with someone?
Someone actually checked.
Okay, and who, and that was not the same person that checked it out?
No.
Okay. And is there any indication on here as to who dropped off the vehicle and when it was checked in? There wouldn't be? So if someone came into your store and said, I have this vehicle we rented a couple of days ago, yesterday, whenever, and they wouldn't check his ID or see who it is, they would just say, okay, thank you, and take the keys? Okay. So you have no way of knowing whether Christy Couch returned that vehicle. And in fact, there's a place for Christy Couch to sign the receipt, isn't there? Is there a signature in that line? Would it be a fair statement, ma'am, if you were to look at these documents, other than possibly driving the van out of your location on the 3rd, whether or not she ever had contact with that van after that? Okay, there's no way. So hypothetically, I could come into your location, you could rent me a van. I could drive out of the parking lot. A day or two later, the van gets returned by someone, and you would have no way of knowing how long I was driving that van. Is that a fair statement? Okay. So all you can tell me based upon these documents is you believe that Christy Couch rented it. And that's all you can say. And it was returned. Someone returned it. Fair statement? Thank you.
Brenton, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I don't, can I, is there a, I know sometimes with cars and I haven't rented a U-Haul, I don't know how long, but, is there a limitation when somebody rents one? Is there a limitation on as to who can operate that vehicle?
Yes, when they sign the contract, they're stating that they're going to be authorized, they're the person that drives that.
That's right. So they're representing, the person renting it is representing that they're the ones driving. Okay. Any questions based upon the course questions?
Would be a fair statement to say, though, that not everybody that rents a vehicle follows that rule.
Your view of the dishonesty of the world, Mr. Combs.
Based upon 55 years experience as a criminal lawyer. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you. And hearing no further questions, Ms. Lee, thank you so very much. You have a good evening. May this witness be excused?
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
This witness is excused. All right, we have gotten through 8 of your witnesses. How many more do you have?
I anticipate only 3.
Length of time of those witnesses?
So I expect the next witness to be relatively short, but the 2 witnesses after that, I expect to take a significant amount of time. I can't put an exact number on it, but
Well, I don't need an exact number. You've told me what I need to know. So let's take the next witness and then we'll look at it. All right.
call Brad Johnson.
Sir, please come forward and be sworn.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Here.
See, state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Brian Johnson, BRAEJOHNSON.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm
Doing just fine. Thank you for asking. Mr. Johnson, how are you employed?
employed with the development of the Michigan.
All right. And
Cabela's.
Cabela's.
Come on, man. Stay with it. No, I'm kidding.
and how long have you been employed there?
16 years.
And in what capacity are you employed with them?
Currently I'm the manager of the Logan Center.
All right. And well, I'll phrase it this way. Were you employed in the same capacity in the month of January?
I was, but I have 15 years prior to when I got out as an asset protection loss prevention manager in the state.
As with your current position, do you have access to footage or cameras that may be recording the inside of your store?
I do.
And do you have the ability to then go through that footage and look through that footage?
I do.
Who all has access to that footage?
Just those of us that are certified and trained within the company.
How many people is that?
Roughly in our building, 3.
All right. I want to draw your attention to January 3rd of this year. Were you ever contacted by law enforcement to assist with an investigation?
They were, Michigan State Police showed up at the store with a search warrant.
Okay. And what specifically were you asked to help with?
We were asked to look for video pertaining to the information he had of people that had in the store that day.
Okay. And were you able to go back and view that footage?
We were. We provided us with some general information. We researched some transactions. We were able to find video that he was looking for.
And we'll get to that video in just a second here, but after your review of that video, were there any other documents or pieces of evidentiary value that you recorded that you gained from your system?
I believe we gave him a copy of the transaction at the time. We gave him the SKUs that were used during the transaction, stuff that he was looking for. I don't recall everything at that time.
You said the SKUs, what does that mean?
UPC's identification number behind the product that was used at the time of purchase.
Okay, so each item in your store has a specific number that is attached to it?
That is correct.
All right. And based on your review, were there any items of specific importance that you drew attention to?
There were 3 items in the transaction that the suspects took place that were identified as camouflage shirts.
All right. And do you know how many camouflage shirts were purchased by these people?
3 on a cash transaction at that time.
Okay.
Step out, so I'm stealing his laptop here.
While I get this video loading, do you have any records of that purchase of the camouflage shirts that you testified to?
There is a copy of the transaction, yes.
If you saw those records, would you be able to identify them?
Yeah.
Showing opposing counsel has been, what's going to be marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 10. Copies for each of them as well. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as well as a copy for the court. Sir, do you recognize this document?
Yeah.
And it has a front and a back, it looks like. What is the front page of this document that starts with POS transaction inquiry at the top?
So it tells you date, time, January 3rd, 2025 at 11:53.
Okay.
Register 106. The operator number is the operator, the cashier running the register. The date is the trading date is the date of. Your item lines are your scan times and the operator, and then if you look in where it says product, the SKUs that were purchased at the time, and a brief description that says men's performance.
And then looking at the back, this looks to be an email that you sent. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. That is.
Looking back at the front then, well, I'll move to admit with the marked People's Proposed Exhibit 10 first.
Any objection or order? All right, exhibit 10 is admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, going through that, beginning with where it says item lines, and then it looks like there's 5 or 6 different lines starting between 0 and going to 5. What do those lines mean?
So the first 3 would be what was scanned at the register. Right at the, and then if you look over, it's 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, and 2 men's performance would be the 3 items scanned. And then it would show 3, 4, and 5 would be keystrokes on the register at that time, where they'd be asking for, they ask for, I believe it is phone number, if they have a rewards card, stuff like that. They're just prompts on the screen.
Okay. So looking at what's labeled lines 0, 1, and 2, those first 3 lines, the product number, or the number underneath the product column, what does that number
That is
represent?
the SKU, the identification number that we use to identify exact product.
And what specifically is that product?
That is a men's performance camouflage shirt.
Okay. Do you know roughly what size?
I don't recall right now.
Do you know what color camouflage it is?
It would have been our True Timber, our proprietary brand camel.
Right. You said True Timber. What sort of look is that going for? Is it like desert, woodland, icy?
It's just like a digital pattern, so to speak. It kind of mimics nature, but it's more of just a digital representation.
Okay. What would you say the primary colors on that shirt are?
Gray, green, black, are the basic colors of it.
Okay. And going down to tenders, it says local cash. Does that mean that they paid with cash money?
That is correct.
And then looking at the date and time sort of column, what does that date and time represent?
That is the date and time of the finishing up of the transaction. So at 11:54 on our register times. So it'd be 11:54:13 on January 3rd of 2025.
Okay. So this document reflects then a payment or a purchase that occurred at 11:53 in the morning on January 3rd. Is that a fair summation?
Yep. So if the transaction ended and they did total, the total was cashed out. So at 11:54, roughly the end of the transaction.
And now going back to the video, when you were looking through video, were you able to obtain video showing this transaction?
We were.
And did you provide that video to law enforcement?
We did.
If you were to see that video today, would you be able to recognize it and see what it is?
Yeah.
Just 1 second.
While you do that, sir, there are under tenders, it says line 0, line 1, and I think that's the end of the transaction.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Why are there 2 of those?
Because it's going to show us cash, and then there would have been cash. It would have showed the balance that would go back in change.
Got it. Okay, so one is, oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
This is a much more detailed version that computer caches versus what prints on a transaction.
Gotcha.
This is taking a second. It's a proprietary thing, so I'm just trying to make sure it's all good to go. Try and do this without making it yell at me. Sir, is this the media player that you use for your workplace?
That is the software, yes.
I am just gonna play just a second here just to put it up on there. There we go. And do you recognize this video?
Yeah, that's the transaction camera. That is a camera that is above the register, which is known as 106.
And that video, is it a fair and accurate record? When you gain control of it, is this video a fair and accurate representation of the video that you saw when you observed your system?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, people will move to admit what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 11.
No objection. No objection.
011 is admitted.
Permission to publish to the court?
Yes.
You could take me off, please. Sir, I can't recall if I asked it already. The video that we just watched, is that video representative of the transaction as recorded on this receipt?
The exact transaction on the receipt.
Thank you. Do you know either of the individuals that made or that were there for that purchase?
I do not.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Norman, cross-examination.
Hello. I just want to ask you a quick question about this Exhibit 10, I believe it is. If you look to the right of that document, it appears to be cut off. For instance, where it says card number / SOR, I assume that says source.
It does say source, yeah.
What else is missing from that document?
I would have to look at the screen, but I believe it just says Flex ID and then it would have said source. And then you would have seen maybe like half of a Excel tab there.
Okay, so there's no other information
No.
relevant to the transaction that's missing?
No,
All right, and you said you're not sure what size the shirts that were bought were?
I am not, without running the SKU, particularly within a detailed research.
Okay, and it's not unusual for Cabela's to sell camouflage shirts.
No.
Right, it's one of the big items that you guys sell, right?
And I will tell you.
And the particular print you mentioned, the digital print, is also a fairly common print at Cabela's.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, when I was looking at that, and I can look at it again, those look to be long sleeve.
Yeah.
They are, okay, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do they have short sleeve camel shirts?
Yes.
Do you know which one you sell more, short or long?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
How about in the winter? Do you sell more long sleeves in the winter?
I wouldn't be able to know so without looking at the data.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you were asking about the short sleeve for yourself.
I thought I was gonna ask you to get a price.
Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you. Anything based on those questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you so much, sir. May this witness be excused.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
This witness is excused. All right, thank you. Okay, we're approaching about the 5 o'clock hour. You have 2 more witnesses after this?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, they're extensive witnesses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn this out to another date. And my question would be, will June 30th work? I don't want to go out too far.
I'm on vacation, Your Honor.
So beautiful.
If I can just go check my witness, I believe they stepped out.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're on vacation now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Till when?
I'll be back on the 8th. Like I can go to court on the 8th.
On the 8th. All right.
I'll be in my,
21st. Okay. Okay. After that, council, you may want to check, because my next date, if I can't do the 30th, is July 21st. I can't do the 30th. Mr. Bernstein's not available.
Understood. I'll ask them about that date. I'll just get all available dates within the next 2-3 months, just in case.
2 or 3 months. That's not happening.
July 21st works for me, Your Honor.
Judge, my December is like really open.
Problem is mine's not, but don't worry about it.
I'm scheduled for a jury trial beginning that Monday. In front of
Which,
McCarthy in Wayne County.
the 21st?
Yes, sir. I won't know, we have a status conference. I won't know if that date is gonna actually go. So we can schedule that date.
Okay, and then,
If for some reason that trial,
okay, all right,
trial, as you know.
then we'll figure it out. Okay.
That's been starting and then it gets moved.
You'd rather be here than Wayne County anyway.
The 21st works for me, Your Honor.
Okay, so I will set it on the 21st at 9 a.m. That's a Monday. You should be able to finish it up. Okay. From the prosecutor, I'll need copies, however you want to provide them, of the video exhibits to the court.
I would figure out how to do that in one that's proprietary software that goes along with it, but I don't mind with a copy. That's good work.
All right, very good. All right. Is there anything else before we adjourn out to July 21st?
Just a clarification, are we gonna be limiting it to the 2 witnesses that you mentioned? Show up and have like. I want to make sure we're limiting it to the 2 witnesses that are supposed to be remaining for today.
Well, I typically don't do that, but I had, just so that we're clear, I have, of the witnesses provided to the court, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 that have been provided to the court.
And Your Honor, I do intend only on calling 2 witnesses, those being Detective Sergeant Morrow as well as Detective Sergeant Clark. Those witnesses that were provided I don't believe are necessary based on the testimony that was already elicited.
Okay, so it looks like the 2, but I'm not going to bind them to the 2. They see that they need something else, and let's do that. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. At the BCC, Mr. Couch's attorney and I both addressed the court on the issue of bond, specifically the no contact provision. We explained that it's an unusual situation because they are husband and wife. They do run a business together. We made all those arguments. Ms. Couch has just informed me there's another issue, which is this summer, is a daughter? Daughter is graduating, and there's a graduation party scheduled for July. And obviously at this point, the 2
graduating from
high school, right? And getting ready to go away to college. And again, it makes it very difficult for my client and Mr. Couch coordinate. I mean, are we going to say one of you can go to the first hour and the other one goes to the second hour? I mean, I mean, I understand this unusual situation, Your Honor, but I'm asking again that the no contact.
And we would join in that, as well, because, they do share business together as well. That it's difficult to run when they can't have any contact.
Has the graduation already happened and there just needs to then be a party? No, it's okay. And there's going to be a party. Is that it? What date is that set for? Do we know?
July 11th.
Any response from the people in that regard?
You're not going to object to any change in contact order. The court's already aware of some of the issues with no contact order as it relates to the victims on this case. I don't believe there's been any indication that there's been a violation of no contact order between these two defendants. I have some concerns about this defendant's ability to continue to follow orders, given that we already have two incidents where this defendant has had contact with someone they shouldn't have had already.
Ooh.
So I believe that this morning in the hallway, there was the incident between Christy and the victim. And then there was also a report filed after the last PCC date of an altercation, I believe, out in the parking lot. I wasn't present for that.
Well, hold on. Hang on.
There's no report of any of these.
Pardon?
With regard to today, I'm sorry. With regard to today, it was the other people that started it. She came to me and asked me to help her get out of there.
Okay, so let me back up a second before everybody jumps in. I don't know anything about an altercation in a parking lot last time. Is there a report on that?
Yes, Your Honor. The report number is 25-388-209, I believe is what I have written down. I can confirm with our victim advocate.
And what are the allegations regarding that?
My understanding was that there was an altercation after the PCC date. I believe several court officers had to assist with de-escalating the situation. I believe that there was shouting
between who and who?
My understanding is between Christy and the victims.
Okay, the two that testified, the first two today.
Yes.
Okay. And that took place in the parking lot?
Thank you. So what I'm being told is that I believe it was Myron's sister was in an altercation with the victims in the courtroom. We asked
Myron's sister. So, okay, go ahead. Today?
No. This was at the last PCC date.
Okay.
We asked court staff to escort victims out. While the victims were being escorted out, my understanding is that Christy and her sister approached them in the parking lot while they were being escorted by the deputies.
Okay, so, and did what? And approached and, okay, so when was our last PCC? When was the last PCC?
June 12th.
So, if it was June 12th, why is the court hearing about it today? I mean, why? And why wouldn't I have, why wouldn't that have been brought to the court's attention before now?
I don't know, Your Honor. I wasn't there for that. I do know that there is a report that was filed. I was planning on addressing bond after the examination, which is why I didn't bring it up earlier today, because I was planning on addressing it then.
Okay. All right. And then, so there's this one that I'm just hearing about, and then you're saying there was something out front today. I know that there was something out front. What are you attributing to?
So,
go ahead.
I apologize. I did not intend to cut off the court. My understanding, and if I can just confer with my victim advocate.
No, go ahead.
So my understanding is that the victims were seated outside in the hallway. Christy, as well as I believe that they indicated it was Christy's aunt, as well as the aunt's daughter, so family members of Christy
approached the victims, made statements along the lines of, you talked too much. Shout, I heard shouting from you before. See exactly what I'm talking about. I personally heard shouting erupt from outside. That had to be de-escalated by staff and individuals who were present after those statements were made to the victim. We then pulled the victim into one of the side rooms here in order to separate.
Okay, so regarding that activity, are you saying that these defendants had something to do with that, or was it their family?
So my understanding is that it was Christy and her family were involved in those altercations. And that's my concern with changing the no contact orders, that she's not following the orders already. I have reservations about easing those orders.
Do we get a chance?
Was that,
I mean,
Mr. Goldstein, have I ever been able to stop you if I wanted to? No,
sometimes.
yes, no, I will hear from you. I am just my best trying to understand. So you're saying that the defendant, Mrs. Couch, was involved in that?
Yes,
And that took place in the hallway?
that is my understanding, yes.
Okay, well, then I'll talk to the sheriff's department. We'll get some, I mean, go ahead, Mr.
Just briefly, normally when I get here from Ms. Couch's court dates, she's sitting on one of the benches right outside of your courtroom. Today, I found her out in the lobby when I got here, crying because she was threatened by Jamil Thomas. I'm sorry, was the girl? I'm sorry. His girlfriend, Miss whatever her name is. You know, and I've been working with her. She has a routine, and that routine was broken today because she was out there crying.
Mr. Couch was not involved in either of these incidents. I walked out with him after the PCC, so I can assure that he was not involved in any incident in the parking lot. And today, when I heard the shouting in the hallway, I immediately went out as well, and he was not involved in that. I don't see how either one of those altercations have anything to do with the two spouses speaking to each other during the pendency of this action.
Well, I guess the people's position is that they're unable to follow the court orders regarding the no contact with victims. There's also, I'm sure, well, as part of that, no assaulting, intimidating behavior, which probably falls into that. And that because they can't, I shouldn't modify the bond in any other aspect. So here's what I'm going to do. You say it's July 11th is when, all right. I want to see the report from what supposedly happened in the parking lot. I'm also going to talk to the sheriff's department. We'll see if we can get the video footage of what transpired. So I'll look at it myself because people are saying some are involved, some aren't. I'll look at it and then make a determination as to whether or not I will allow contact. I will indicate to the people that, guess I just follow what my mama taught me, and that is that sometimes the parents and the adults can't act right, but that doesn't mean the kids should be punished. And sometimes, and graduations, they don't always happen. Number one, when they do come around, it is a time for the family to celebrate. So I'm a little bit loath to prohibit the parents from attending a graduation celebration for their daughter. I think you said it was. With that in mind, I'm not going to rule on your request at this time. I want to get those two pieces of information. I also think that if there's a report that may be used as against any particular defendant, particularly whether we come down to the end of the preliminary examination, that might be used against them, that if there's a report that exists, that their counsel be informed and that they be provided that, if that's going to form the basis of any argument before this court, so everybody can be prepared and I can hear our argument on it. But we'll do that. I'll look forward to getting the report out. What I'll do so that we don't get a delay in this is I want if the report already has been generated, I'd like that by the end of this week. And then we'll see if we can get the video footage by that time also. All right, and that's where I'll leave it. Okay, anything else? Hearing nothing else. Stand adjourned.
All right.
Wow. I didn't.
You guys just wanted to check it out.